Well, as always, in FIFA Esports, lots of surprises on day one. Yesterday, here at the FIFA E Club World Cup Finals, which this year are taking place in Riyadh as part of the Gamers 8 Festival. Okay, well, I'm here to give you a recap of what happened yesterday from the players' area. Look who's over there. Defending champion, Tuga. We're not going to dwell on him just yet because we'll see him later on this afternoon. Let's talk then about Group A, and it was the local side, XRAPTORS, Twisted Mind. They had such a dominant display and they also brought the loudest fans I have ever seen in an esports arena. They were going wild. Let's move on then to Group B. Napoli Esports, they came under little pressure in their group, so looking forward to seeing them later on today. The same has to also be said in Group C. RBLZ, they topped the table there with a dominant display, and it actually was Anders. He said, when he was speaking to Spencer, he said that they are the favourites for this event. Do you agree? Well, we're going to find out, aren't we, in a few days' time. Moving on to Group D, for me, that's the closest group of the tournament so far. The top four are only separated by 4 points. Lots still to play for. That was just day one. 3 more days still to go. Yes, well, we get to do it all again, don't we? Then on day 2 of the FIFA E Club World Cup, kicking off this morning with Groups A and B, round robin again. We had home fixtures yesterday, away today. Well, joining me in the studio then we have Brandon Smith, Alex B, and referee Richard Buckley is in the house, liking the outfit. I'm going to give you the first job of the day. Have you got your coin here?
I have indeed.
Right.
I've done a lot of things.
Go
I've
on.
hosted, I've commentated, I've interviewed, I've even played on occasion, but I've never refereed.
Well,
so I might win in later.
You're about to. So, heads is Brandon, tails Alex, who doesn't have to go through the standings, okay?
Ready?
Ready? What is it?
Heads.
Heads.
Be Swift Esports, up we go.
I'll pay you a bit later for that one, yeah.
Standings, guys. Alex is doing it because he won.
That is it, yeah, that is going to be it in me indeed. Group A, we saw Raptors, the home team, absolutely on fire yesterday. The crowd were loving it. They're on 13 points. Team FUTWIZ, Nick Sneb and Ethan having a strong start, losing their last 2 games though, and not picking up those results. They had 9 points altogether. FC Basel, the team as well, joining them. FNATIC, we saw a slow start from Diogo and Tex on 7 points. YMCA 11 and negative 1, not the start that they should wish for. But for Group B, Napoli Esports, one of the favourites, as possibly the underdog, see themselves top of that group with 11 points. This team Holly on 7 along with KROWMX Esports. Team XEED, Oberon and Just Virgil. We had them down as one of the favourites for that group. Right now they've got a lot of work to find their way to Gaming and JDT. GBX Esports just outside that all-important top 4 with them sat in 5th and 6th.
Yeah, well, I can't wait. Thank you for that. I love that. He's going to get the job every single time
Beautiful.
now, referee over here. I love that XRAPTORS were really bringing the house down, weren't they? I think a couple of fans are coming in as well, ready to make some noise today. Napoli as well, like I mentioned. Great form yesterday, still undefeated. Let's have a look then who's playing who in round 6, Group A. Hollywood, bottom of the table, Alex said, on FUTWIZ. Basel, FNATIC, they need a big day. YMCA and XRAPTORS. Let's have a look then in Group B as well. Who's playing who up first today? So EXEED, GBX, Napoli, Team Ninjas and Pajamas, that's top of the table clash there, and Essentials and KROWMX. Okay, quick word, Brandon, then before we get to the players, are we going to see the 2 teams topping the table still at the end of today? Quick word, he's inhaling breath there.
Yes, Group A, yes. Group B, no.
Ooh, who?
Napoli.
We'll
Sorry,
go
other way around.
Forget
it.
Slow
Forget
start.
it, honestly, forget it.
Slow
What I was going to
start.
say was, sorry, Napoli, I believe, will continue with Group B. Group A will change. So that's what I'm trying to say.
Okay, well, if you understood what he said, then well done you. Right, we've spoke about the players, it's time to meet them here from Groups A and B. Well, Team XEED then, coming out into the arena, led by Oberon. Just Virgil is his new partner, Hollywood as well. Coach behind him there. KROWMX Esports, bit of work to do, Alex, for them on day 2 here to get themselves in the top 4 position.
Yeah, I think they're feeling confident enough though to get that top 4, as we do see Mark and Negatron with Hollywood. They have not had that start they should have wished for. Mark obviously qualified for all 3 events for this next few weeks. Disappointing day 1, see if they can do better on day 2.
Yeah, just taking their seats here in the arena. Oh, cheers then as the local lads enter the arena on day 2. Expecting a bit louder cheers than that later on, Brandon, surely.
Yeah, well, what we've heard as well from the Saudi locals that there's going to be more and more fans building up. And we were joking yesterday, but imagine if they do get to a really late stage in the tour, and we're going to have a full house here, aren't we?
Yeah, well, I hope so. And I'm still counting on referee Richard to go and do some chants, but you might have to get your red card out. They might get a bit rowdy, mightn't they?
I'll be in there, don't worry about that.
Okay. Well, the teams are all coming in then, taking their seats. Remember, we said there's 6 in each group. There's 12 teams here. At the end of today, we will lose 2 from each group. Only the top 4 do go through, as we see YMCA sit down there. They're looking for those top 4 positions. Currently not in it, but you never know what happens after a long day 2 here at the FIFAe Club World Cup.
Seems ages ago since we watched Group A and B. It's so long ago since I watched these teams in action.
FNATIC, they've got a lot of work to do, haven't we? We spoke about them a lot yesterday.
Around, though, didn't they, at the end? A little bit.
Turned it around a little bit at the end, but they kind of said they didn't have the best day. And Tex, actually, when he was chatting to Spen, said, again, they don't think they're going to get to the final.
Yeah, that was a bit weird, but then he sort of tried to backtrack it, didn't he, at the end of the day? I mean, as Rich was saying, it could have been a disastrous day 1, but luckily enough they turned it around. But really big result against FUTWIZ, we must add.
Yeah, big result. Looking for another big result to start their day here. Everyone's just sorting themselves out. Ready, I can never get this one right. JDT, GBX Esports. Again, we heard a lot from them, didn't we? The guys from Malaysia yesterday. They were second in their group, actually, this time last year in 2022, having a bit more of a tougher time this time out.
Yeah, they made it through to the knockouts last year and they were defeated by SAF, obviously the eventual runners-up. I'm sure they will be very disappointed with where they're at right now.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I'm looking for him. I can't see him. I believe he's down there. Spencer is with Napoli.
Yes, Rachel, thank you very much. I'm here with Luca from Napoli. There's a reason I picked Napoli to talk to you first. They had a really good first day. You're one of only 5 teams who are unbeaten so far, which is great. You feeling confident?
Yeah, we are feeling very confident because we made a great day one and we hope to continue like this.
Have you got a points target for today? You're sitting on 11 points right now. You probably only need 1 or 2 to guarantee qualification, but how many are you hoping for?
We are hoping to win every game, then after game by game we will try to make a better game.
Now I believe you're going up against the Ninjas in Pyjamas Team Hullet guys in your first game. Obviously you played them once already yesterday, but what is your plan for this match?
Yesterday we won, today is another day, so we will try to repeat what we did yesterday.
Okay, well, best of luck to you. I'll let you get in position. Really big game, this game coming up, because it is probably more important for the guys from Ninjas in Pyjamas, you'd have to agree. And we're going to hear from them now, because Mike is actually standing by with them. He's joined me on the interviews today. So, Mike, what are we saying? What's the mood over there like?
Oh, thank you so much, Spencer. Thus far, they've been talking to Renzo. I see Renzo's with a GoPro, which I want to say is new. I feel like I haven't seen that. I don't know where he's creating content. Everybody's got a serious vibe here. And I'll start out with you, Alito. Yesterday, you guys created a lot of chances. Did maybe convert some of those chances, some big moments. What was the takeaway? With 7 points, you're still in a good position.
Yeah, decent position, second overall. Still very tight in the group though, so still a lot to fight for, and hopefully we can just put the chances away today. That's the goal.
Perfect. And Renzo, because I have you over here, I actually want to ask you, what did you go over with the boys after yesterday? A lot of times we don't get to talk to you that much.
Well, obviously it was, like you said, we missed a lot of chances, and the fact that we actually played well and creating those chances just gave pretty much everybody confidence, but you could tell, like, between the games we were losing confidence with the chance conversion, and we talked literally just not about the gameplay, but just as human beings to each other, and said, like, we're not going to do this anymore. We're just going to keep confidence in each other, because Levi was sometimes reacting, Ola was sometimes reacting. At some point, Ola, like, turned around and asked me, what should I even do now anymore? I said, we're not going to do like that. We're just going to throw it all out there. And trust me, today will be much better.
And I've gotten comfortable now. I've joined Renzo. One more follow-up question. Any tactical changes going into day 2?
Maybe, but nah, they won't notice that now. We're actually going to start a different formation now against Napoli, because they have a certain way of playing with a lot of crosses. So we try to go with 4-3-2-1 now instead of the 5-4-1. But apart from that, we're just going to stick to the plan. But just for Napoli, we're going to see what happens in the first 30 minutes. And hopefully it goes to plan. And if not, we're always going to switch back to our formation that we're comfortable with.
Perfect. So we've heard from Renzo, we've heard from the players, and everybody's ready to get underway. So back to Rachel and the boys.
Thanks so much, Mike and Spen. Yeah, it's getting loud in here. Exactly how we like it as we kick off shortly with round six. A couple of them already started kicking off. Just going to pick up from Team Hullet Ninjas in Pyjamas before we get into these boys. Ololito yesterday on Twitter said 7 out of 15 points in day 1. Second place, played good but didn't score out chances. And that's kind of what he alluded to with Mike as well. And Renzo changing things up against table toppers Napoli. They lost yesterday as well, didn't they? 3-2 to those guys. So would like to get their own back, wouldn't they, I guess, today?
It's something as well for the coach. When you're creating plenty of chances, you can have that confidence in one another. It's so hard to keep that going when you know you're creating the chances and not putting them away. Renzo taking it right with just saying, let's just get those chances again.
Yeah, well, there's been goals already. We said about a team that needs to start well today. Look no further than the Aussies. It's Hollywood still looking for that first win. They lead Team FUTWIZ by a 0-0, 6 minutes in. A very important start for Mark and Ain Azar.
This is another important fixture, Richard, isn't it? We've been talking this one up.
Sort of a mid-table clash, to be honest. FUTWIZ obviously and Raptors leading the pack in this group, but both FNATIC and BASEL have been really sort of established, but also disappointing. BASEL started great and then sort of petered out towards the end. FNATIC, it took them 3 games to get anything really clicking in the final third. I would expect FNATIC to be better than yesterday. They can't perform at that same level again. If they do, they will be grouped, and more than likely they won't make it through, which will be a disastrous performance in all honesty.
Well, someone else had an awful start yesterday. It's not looking good again for them. The Italians, I know, a very good friend of mine, Richard Buckley, thought they might get through top of the group. It's not looking that good, is it? The Malaysian side, who are yet to pick up a win in Group B, leader Obrun and Virgil by a 1-0. Not great there.
Spoke to Obrun this morning, actually. Spent a bit of time with him in the hotel lobby. Just drew too many games, Richard, which we're converting. Like we can't afford to draw. We'll go out if we keep on drawing. So I expect to see a little bit more aggressive style of play from them as Basel come forward here.
Is that a bit of naivety for XEED there, kind of thinking, let's get a few draws on day one, give us a few points, and then suddenly day two comes at you thick and fast and you need a lot more?
I think for me, it's probably they're not used to playing one leg. Like they're so used to playing two legs and taking the time of the game. Maybe you draw that first game and then you win the second leg and you win the tie. Here, you draw, you're on to the next game and you're playing against someone else.
Yeah, you've got to learn from your mistakes quickly. Alex, things happening in your game?
We have got a goal for Team Hullet Ninjas in Pyjamas. You see Van Persie utilising that power shot and the green time just to ensure it. Olito and Levy, they said they weren't creating that many chances and putting them away. We'll just go with that outside the box finish. Good start for them.
Brandon, I think we've got another goal for a underdog team in one of our exciting matchups.
Yeah, rock bottom of Group A, there were, Rachel, yesterday. I don't know what they had for breakfast this morning here in Saudi Arabia, but Hollywood leads 2-0, and you can hear some noise in the background as well. You can probably guess which way the goal has gone in the Raptors matchup.
Yeah, just before I get to it, that's pretty shocking, to be honest. I didn't see Hollywood turning this around. As you see smiles all around, I think it only means one thing, and that's a Raptors goal. We'll see it soon. But I mean, Hollywood, this is what they need to do. They're rock bottom, they have to pick up the results.
Yeah, especially against a team of FUTWIZ as well, who they kind of went off slow yesterday, picking up those losses. The last thing that Ethan and Nixon would have wanted was to come into that and find themselves 2-0 down against a team that are bottom of the group right now. But Mark and Negatron saying, we're not going down without a fight. We're happy with that. As we do see that goal go in from Raptors, the crowd very happy to see that. The low-driven Mbappe, beautiful start for them.
They're not slowing up at all.
I'm going to be honest, Richard, I thought maybe they'll slow down a little bit, but they've just come out and said, yeah, we're here to carry on playing again and get that crowd roaring.
Just on that one as well, sorry to interrupt for FUTWIZ, there might be a point today when they look back and see how important those 9 points were yesterday, those 3 wins, if they kick off like they are right now.
It seems to me a little bit like maybe yesterday, the last 2 matches are playing on their minds slightly. They ended it on a low, 2 losses after their 3 wins, and maybe that could affect them as we get another goal then in a big game for EXEED and JDT.
Yeah, a chance here just brewing for FNATIC. It's not been an end-to-end opening exchange with Basel. Both teams struggling to convert at this current moment. Every other game has got a goal in it so far, other than the one that we're watching as our featured match. And this was the second goal for JDT GBX Esports. EXEED struggling. And if they carry on, they're getting grouped.
Oberyn said they're just drawing too many games. They're going the other way at the minute. They're not going the right way that they want to. Basel just pinging that one around against FNATIC.
I know they've not had a great point haul, but I've been very impressed with the Malaysian duo. JDT, GBX Esports. They've come into this tournament, and I think that whenever you face against teams who maybe you're not that familiar with, you might think this could be an easy 3 points. Nobody really has been an easy 3 points in this entire tournament so far. Everyone's put up a fight. We've not seen a lot of like huge goal swings where a 6 or a 7-0. Every team has seemed competitive, and I think that's something different from last year. Last year we saw quite a couple of like real big goal swings.
Yeah.
And just on that as well, to back up Rich's point, yes, they haven't won a game, but they didn't lose 5. No. They did draw 3 games yesterday. I know that's
it kept them in the hunt as well.
It did with how Group B did conclude, but as we say, it's a bit of a mouthful. But JDT, GBX currently looking for their first win.
Well, it was similar again, just continuing on that with Team Flash, wasn't it, in Group D? We said they possibly would be the team that might be unlucky not to get a win, and they got one yesterday, which is great to see. So none of the teams sitting on 0 points after day one.
The thing is as well, you're playing one leg of FIFA. It's one game. So when you get that 2-0 lead right now, which JDT, GBX Esports have over Team EXEED, you've just got to go get to half time, and instead we've got 45 minutes and we're on our way to our first 3 points.
kicking off half-time. We're about to get into it with this BASEL and FNATIC game. Just this last attack here for BASEL. Will they make it count? No, they will not. You're speaking, I know we're talking about Group B a little bit, we're watching Group A action here, but that win, they're on 3 points, 3 draws, puts them on to 6 points. If results go their way, XRAPTORS could find themselves bottom with 4 games to play.
Yeah, that's what's going to happen in a lot of these matches now as well. FNATIC, they're on 7 points. They'd get 8, but then so would BASEL. So it'd still be that 2-point lead. They just need a 3-pointer to kick off the day and kick off their confidence.
And you have to say, if there's a team they have to beat, this game now, everyone else in the group has picked up more points in day one. And
well, obviously Essentials as well over down there, KROWMX drawing as it currently stands. So you might get to a point where there's like 4 teams on 6 points in Group B.
Well, in Hollywood, as it stands, as they go into half-time as well, they are picking up 3 points, and YMCA, who are just above them, at the moment get none. Long way to go. The table is going to turn on its head, I believe, today. And that's maybe why Brandon got a little bit tongue-tied at the top of the show, because he thought that, he just couldn't articulate it.
yeah, well, it's probably a bit of a favouritism from me for Napoli Esports, because I did say they were top Group B. Yesterday they ended up there. And look, I think the one thing we have to look at with this duo, individually, haven't done much. I think they're both ranked quite low in Europe, 20th or so around that area, the 2 Italian players, but they've just put all their energy into this E-Club World Cup. That was one of the goals that we missed off screen.
Went
that
silent
was
in the arena.
YMCA Esports. They're still yet to pick up a win in Group A, but they're on the right path to at least pick up some more points.
And that hurts Hollywood a little bit. If they get a point there, Hollywood actually are level with them. Hollywood want YMCA to lose, I suspect.
I mean, also as well, in Group A, whoever wins the match that we're watching now sort of pulls away from the rest of the pack. Like, you start to create a little bit of distance there. FNATIC lose this match against BASEL, they're in it. Like, they're fighting for 4th, they're fighting for 3rd. Whoever wins this, you start to put just a little bit of distance. But
yeah,
points are running out to play for as well.
Yeah, we want a big result, don't we, in that matchup either way, just to make the table pretty exciting. Well, back on the Hollywood Team FUTWIZ. Team FUTWIZ, there we go. Back in it, Richard.
Big goal. Just after half-time. Who knows what Denman was speaking at half-time, but they've come out firing in that second half.
That's when it hurts a bit more as well, doesn't it? You know, you've had 45 minutes played, you've got this 2-goal cushion, and suddenly whistle blows again.
Different game.
And you're on the back foot.
Completely different game. And now really I'd be intrigued with Hollywood and FUTWIZ. Is this where maybe a little bit of nerves come in? Because Hollywood know how big of a 3 points they see. It's for FUTWIZ, a draw, good result. A win, even better. Hollywood, it's like, oh my God, we cannot choke this. We cannot let these 3 points go.
The thing is, at half-time, the conversation is, we're doing well, let's keep it up, let's carry on doing what they're doing. You go 3 minutes in and it's now 2-1. Straight away, you know you've got that full second half to go of you just have an attack after attack against you. Can you defend it? Mark, we know he's got the quality to do it. Negatron, runner-up as well during the E-League over in Australia. He has that, but on this stage here, on the world stage, have they both got the ability for them to see that through?
Well, we have some action then happening in this GBX, I'm going to go with, taking on Team EXEED. Well, we're talking about Team EXEED needed something. It's taken 57 minutes to find that something. 1 goal back, 2-1 now between those 2 teams. This is our feature matchup, still nothing broken. 65 minutes on the clock. I'm looking behind. Can I see any emotions being played out by either of the teams? Oh, no. Couldn't make anything from that, Alex.
I got a little bit excited then. I thought, sent the defender to the shop to reverse Elastico, but thankfully enough for FNATIC, Tex Diogo just getting that last ditch tackle in, saying we'll regroup on that. It's been a slow start again from FNATIC.
Slow start, they really don't need that, do they? I thought they would have spoken to each other yesterday, but I don't know, maybe they're a bit too relaxed. Maybe I'm reading into that interview a little bit blasé about the whole thing. This, for a lot of players, is their final competition of the year. If it doesn't go well early on, it just seems like, hate that they don't care, but they give us that perception they don't care. Is that trying to give them a get out of jail card?
Potentially, yes. Team like Ginger Pyjamas getting that second goal. For me, with FNATIC, everyone who plays against FNATIC, that's their biggest game.
Yeah.
So they have to, if FNATIC don't play a 9 out of 10, more than likely points will be decided. If they play a 10 out of 10, they probably beat 95% of the clubs here. But it's really hard to play at a 9 out of 10 every single game. Like, no one does it.
It's hard to say at that top level.
And the one thing they have on top of that point from Richard is, look, they might have had a great day yesterday, 7 points from 15, but it's still a 4-point gap on the team that's below them. So even though it took them a while to get going, round 4 was when they picked up their first real win, they were quite fortunate of just the drop down from 4th place to 5th as we jump across to XRAPTORS Twisted Minds, who have already got these guys off their feet. They were 1-0 up in the game, then it was YMCA that equalised on the stroke of half-time. Kylian Mbappe putting the Saudi side back in front.
The crowd filled up quite quickly.
It did, didn't it? We got very much in the games, Alex. We didn't even see them sneak into the arena here. But they do change the dynamics for every team.
I just want to give credit here. Team Hullet Ninjas in Pyjamas. Renzo said before this game that they were going to change that 4-2-3-1 to deal with that 5 at the back. And what it means is the left attacking mid and right attacking mid have to be manually pulled back to defend. Then, when you look to break, you can try and isolate on those 3 centre-backs. Gives you the ability to go for those deep crosses. And for now, Olito and Levi, that's how they found that goal. And they're on the way to a very, very vital 3 points to start this day off for them.
Yeah, and it's one of those as well. The fact that I was mentioning, good save there. The fact that I was mentioning the fact that they lost to this team yesterday. For some, not maybe as the mature teams would it play on their mind, not for a team like Ninjas in Pyjamas. Well, there's a massive goal coming your way right now then.
The deadline, the deadlock, nearly the deadline of the game finally broken, and it's gone to the black and orange of FNATIC. It's Sami Eto'o in the end to get that goal. You've been watching this game for a little while, Brandon, but it's been real tight.
It has, and look, I think the bigger picture on that, Richard, is that one result puts FNATIC in a completely different position on the table, puts them into 3rd. And already, what a start that is to day 2. Just some updates across the board. Hollywood are still leading Team FUTWIZ, as you can see, by 2-1. This will be their first win in the tournament here at the FIFA E-Club World Cup. They've got 10 minutes to hold on to this one as FUTWIZ are just going to pepper their goal. Just got to try and see this one out.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say something a little bit crazy.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
If Hollywood win this game,
they're going through?
I think they get 10 out of 12 points today.
What, who are they knocking out? Basel?
10 out of the next 12.
Are they going through? Or
yeah, they'll
Basel?
go through. They'll go through.
Basel won't?
Yes.
And neither will YMCA?
Correct.
You're saying 13 points.
13-point haul today.
Well, we saw last year, Mark, do it with Direwolves. They managed to just scrape through and get into that knockout stages. Didn't go too well for them after that point. You think they're going to do it again?
Just confidence players.
He's confidently said it as well, so someone's clipping that up on camera. If it doesn't happen, the referee here, well, he's getting a red card. We're sending him out of here. Right, back to what's happening, Rich. This Basel game, 10 minutes left on this for them to get a point.
Chance, just on the edge of the box. Basel starting to come forward in numbers. FNATIC defending well at this current juncture, but there's not long left to go at all. This would be just, I think you've alluded to it already with the table implications, confidence-wise as well for FNATIC to win your opening game, to get points on the table, and potentially to seal the game right here. Extra pass into the back stick, just about squeezes over the line out.
The goalkeeper movement there nearly saved it. You're thinking Tex Diogo, have they not took that chance? But fortunately enough for them, they see it trickle over the line.
Just realised something here. This win from Raptors Twisted will give them a 7-point lead on 2nd place. Because FUTWIZ aren't going to win this game if it stays as it is right now. FNATIC beat Basel, they go to 9. Raptors Twisted go to 16 points.
Serious.
Just put the controller down, you're through.
When you get to that then, Brandon, that they're safe, pretty much at the top of the table, then do they look for seeding in the next round? Do you start thinking about that, or do you?
I think right now they're just up for playing anyone.
They've got 3 players listed on their roster. They haven't bought their 3rd, though, have they?
No, I don't believe so. It looks
So
like Abu Maka and Abu Fwazi are the main 2.
So they wouldn't sub anyone in. I thought they could have a little bit of a break and just see if they've got a best different pairing.
Give the fans something to enjoy. Try and get a record points total. Just go and try and beat everyone.
Invite a fan down.
Invite Richard down.
I'll go play. I'll stand behind you.
Well, the games then are almost coming to a conclusion in round 6. Our 2nd day, if you are joining us, of the round robin.
Speaking of Group B, just very quickly on that TG.NIP result, that's big.
You talk about Group B, we've not seen it, but JDT GBX Esports are now 4-1 up against Team XEED. They have put them to the sword. And
well, that's going to finish like that, isn't it?
I've said this word a little bit already this afternoon. Confidence, momentum. You are rock bottom if you're Team XEED right now.
Well, actually, that means that they're all on 6 points. Essentials as well. They needed a result there because going into this, it was Essentials 6, XEED 6, and GBX 3.
So, huge tackle at the back there for FNATIC. It started to develop that attack, launches it long. Are you going to try and get another attack, or is it just going to be game over? That tackle comes in. FNATIC, 3 points on the board, 2-0 victory. It puts them in a relatively comfortable position in this group, but is anything comfortable in Group A? I don't think it is.
Not when we've still got 4 matches to play, Rich. I think we've got a long way to go, and it will start to get really exciting when we get into the 4th and 5th round of today. That's when things will start heating up. That's 9 and 10 though for you guys at home. So we're just seeing this one out. Ninjas in Pyjamas picking up a really, really big 3 points to start their second day.
The thing is, when you have players like Levi, Olito, FNATIC, we saw there, Tex and Diogo, we know their ability. When you can just start off with those 3 points, put that game to bed against Napoli Esports, top of that group, you can just see them pushing on from this and just growing with confidence game after game after game.
3-1 as well, Alex, there, just finish out. He just stirs the pot, doesn't he, Levy?
Olito letting us know about it as well.
Levy is very much letting us know about that. I love it when they give us a little bit of an insight into their personality, just a little bit of a pot stirring from Levy there as he gets 3 goals for Ninjas in Pyjamas, 3 points as well. That's pretty good for them. Carl United, let's get it FNATIC. He's obviously supporting a Tex and Diogo, so they will love to hear the support from back home. Okay, we're going to have a little look then at what happened in Group A. FNATIC then, nicely done. Do you know what that takes them to? Second, 10 points. Big move there, Brandon.
Ridiculous. I mean, look, how one game changes everything. I mean, more importantly, looking at Group B now, that result and people dropping points and losing, Napoli will still remain sort of 11, but TG.NIP, as you said, will go into that second place with 10. Suddenly, that group starts to move. GBX, they get their first win. They're on 6 now. I think the storyline is XEED. Are XEED going to turn on? Are they going to turn up here in Saudi Arabia, or is it going to be a case of, unfortunately, it's an E-Club World Cup to completely forget about?
Yeah, exactly. I was just seeing we got the result actually for the Essentials KROWMX. It was 0-0. I think it stayed as that. So they got no points. So we now have 6 points for all 3 teams at the bottom of that table. That is nutty. Spen, let's talk about FUTWIZ then. Are you with them? Are you going to get a word of them?
Indeed, Rachel. Yes, thank you very much. I am here in the FUTWIZ camp. Guys, we spoke before the action yesterday, or just at the start of it, after you started very well yesterday, 3 wins. WWW, but now we've had 3 losses. So a complete turn, 180 turn in your form. What do you put it down to, Ethan?
It's just sadly just meant the game, like the way we want to play. Like we just want to play attacking FIFA. Sometimes a 5-1 will catch us out. If we can see the little dodgy bounce, it goes against us really hard. So I don't know. As soon as we start clicking again, we'll be fine. It won't be a problem. So it's just about keeping confident.
Well, Nixon, the good news is that you had such a good start. Get those 9 points early. The reality is you don't need many more to guarantee progression. How many do you think you need?
I'm not too sure. I don't know what else is going on with other games, but I'd say about 13 points should get us through top 4 going off last year's results. So that's the aim right now, and then we'll sort it all out for knockouts hopefully.
Yeah, you're sitting 3rd right now, so you've got Raptors in 16 in lead with 16 points. They're looking very strong. FNATIC with 10 now. They just overtook you guys because they got their 3rd win in a row. And then you guys are level with BASEL on 9 points. So that BASEL game could be a big one.
Yeah, it could be a big one, especially now. I think we play them again now, so very, very important to at least get a draw, because I think we'll be on a head-to-head then as well. So any kind of positive result will help us in this tournament.
Okay, best of luck, guys. That's a massive game coming up when they play BASEL, because exactly what Ethan said there. You got the head-to-head. You got the fact that they're both sitting in 3rd, joint 3rd, which essentially is the cut-off to get out the group. The big news is, though, Mike's over with the guys from Team Hollywood, who just got a big first win. They needed it. They got it against the FUTWIZ guys. Mike, what's the mood like over there?
Definitely the mood is hopeful. I haven't been down here just yet. I'm joined by Mark and Nageti. And I guess the first question, how does it feel to get a result? Because yesterday it was a real struggle.
It feels good. Yesterday, I feel like we didn't even play that bad. We're just a few mistakes in the back line from both of us that cost us. We played well. We did it again today, and we got the result in the first game.
And we might be getting a little bit of ahead of ourselves, but everybody's calculating. I'm sure you've talked about it. How many points do you think you're going to need to get out of this group?
I think 12 or 13. So we need to win about 4 out of 5. That's 1 down. So miracles can happen. Hopefully, it happens for us today.
You heard that. I'm thinking 13 points. If you want my input, 13 points to get the job done. And then to send this off as you go into future games here, is there anything that you guys changed heading into day number 2? Because obviously yesterday didn't work. You said you didn't play that bad, but you know how it goes. Fine margins in competitive FIFA.
Yeah, so yesterday FUTWIZ, for example, they played 4-4-2 and kept abusing the wings. We played 4-3-2-1. We couldn't really score or defend. So this year, we scored 2 goals early, then went 4-4-2, and I was able to defend against them.
So we've heard from Hollywood. I've also joined the pod. I'm joining everyone's pod, I think, today. All the matches are getting set up. I'm going to send this back to Rachel. I'm looking forward to how this bracket or how this group actually unfolds.
Mike, wait there. What? I thought you said yesterday 9 points. Now, definitely 13 points gets you through.
13 for this group. I'm telling you, someone's going to scoot through with 10 or 11
specific.
points.
I didn't
Watch.
know that.
This group.
You didn't make yourself clear. Specific
I'm
to
looking
group.
at Rachel over there. We'll see. Rachel just wants to give me something. Give me a little kickback. It's okay. Just wait till the end of the day.
Oh! Don't like that. Mike there, calling me out, waiting till the end of the day. What, is he going to tell me off the screen, is he? Anyway, Mike there, he just makes up, doesn't he? Anything that he thinks is acceptable. Anyway, let's have a look at these tables after 6 rounds. So we're obviously had some interviews there, didn't we, from Group A. FUTWIZ, they weren't too worried just yet. They wanted to get back in their rhythm, Ethan was saying. They want to play their attacking football, haven't maybe been able to do that today. XRAPTORS still 16, and we were chatting about Hollywood though. That was the story. 4 points. They need to win the next.
Hollywood and YMCA are in an awful position because they need to beat people who's going to be playing for draws as well. Like, you'll start doing the maths. If I get a draw here, I'm through. So then you're playing against defensive blocks, defensive teams. On the other side of it, I mean, Group B, one word, mixy. Mixy group, Napoli, Team Holy Ninja in pyjamas. Like, throw a dartboard and you'll tell me who's going through. I could not tell you right now. It's up in the air. Who fancies it?
I mean, 3 teams on 6 points at the bottom. I don't think I've seen a group as close as that in the last couple of years, Brandon. I'm looking at you.
No,
Are you?
It certainly is a mixy group. I think the one thing that's so key about that, if that 0-0 didn't happen, it'd be a completely different group. But somehow XEED are still, and GBX are still all in the hunt for a 4th place, even 3rd.
I wouldn't have thought it was XEED at the bottom. You might have gone Essentials or GBX, Alex.
I mean, I had XEED to go down and win. So right now, it's not looking good for any XEED fans. But I think as well, going into it, this next game for XEED, if they don't get a win here, they are going to be looking at each other and going, are we going to find ourselves in a really sticky scenario? Yes, they're at bottom at the minute, joint six on 6 points, I should say. They don't pick up a result up in this next game, it's going to get a little bit shaky.
When do you change things around dramatically if you're on the back foot like XEED? Do you do it now on 7 game or the 8th game?
As crazy as it sounds, I don't know if you do.
You don't at all?
I think they're playing and they're drawing games. Maybe you go, Hollywood has to go, Hollywood the coach, not Hollywood the team. Guys, we've got to go more attacking, we've got to put more bodies forward, but I don't think you make drastic changes, a player or I won't even say a formation, maybe more a mental change. Like, give them the confidence to go and express themselves.
Well, let's see if they do change anything up. We're talking about the people at the bottom of the table, XEED, of course, YMCA and Hollywood in particular. Well, we've kicked off then, round 7, Ninjas in Pyjamas off that great win there. They just defeated FUTWIZ a little bit earlier. They're taking on KROWMX then in this first matchup. Sorry, that was NAPOLI they defeated in the first game. Taking on KROWMX. We can just let this one breathe a little bit here, but we've got some noise in the arena. That means one thing, we can see it, can't we, XRAPTORS? There is no stopping them today. I'm not going to repeat the shouts in case I'm not allowed to, but they are chanting over there. That's against FNATIC.
This group is, at this current moment, being dominated. I didn't see this happening. I really didn't. I didn't see one team pulling away in this fashion in Group A. And if you'd asked me who it was, I'd probably said FUTWIZ or FNATIC.
It's ridiculous because if you look at Raptors Twisted in general, it's the first time they've both played in the Club World Cup Grand Finals. Abu Fazi, played in that Team of the Season Cup last year, and who he beat to qualify for that tournament was Abu Makka, who was on a completely different team. I think it was Esports. A year on now, they're teammates, so they're absolutely crushing it this time round. There has been another goal that has gone in a handful of games, in fact. Let's see where we'll go next.
I would say let's try and go to the game FUTWIZ, YMCA. It's not gone the way you would maybe think it would.
No, it certainly hasn't. Before we get there, let's go to GBX very quickly. It just seem like they're on a fine form, and they love beating Italian teams, apparently, on day 2. They beat EXEED. Now they're looking to take down another team as well.
This is one I was mentioning here, Alex. This is at FUTWIZ. We're saying they wanted to go and be able to go more attacking. They've just gone down 1-0 to nil against a team we wouldn't expect them to.
Yeah, YMCA looking for that vital win that they need in that group. Petr Cech just at that back stick, when you isolate up against that fullback, he's got that leap, he's got the height, he's got the strength, the green time as well, just to ensure that header. A fantastic start for YMCA as we move back over to the FNATIC Raptors game, where I was going to say before the game, did FNATIC start off strong? We saw them in game 1 looking good, but Raptors said no, we're going to carry on our fine form. And it's quite funny now because they are literally just playing to just have fun. They're going to top that group.
And what's going to be very important for the rest of the teams in Group A now is you sort of look at that Raptors game and go, not really important. Let's beat everyone else. We need to get points off the other teams because they're clear. If you can nick a point against Raptors, fantastic. But it's those teams around you that are really important. And just got to show that consistency in the Club World Cup has gone out the window. Team like Ninja Pyjamas, great performance last game, 1-0 down against KROWMX Esports.
Yeah, that was a bit of a shock, wasn't it? We just saw that one go in live. As we return to this FNATIC game as well, lots of goals going in now, so we are trying to keep abreast of them all. Let's just stay on, go back to this one where we got the goal a short while ago.
That's Napoli finding their feet after losing their first opening game to TG.NIP. I'll tell you what, there is an even bigger story unfolding. If we can get over to it in Group A, Team FUTWIZ, YMCA, 24 minutes in against a team that has never played in an E-Club World Cup before, has not won a game in the E-Club World Cup, beating Team FUTWIZ. They spoke about the mental side of the game potentially for Team FUTWIZ. They're in a tactical change now. They're ripping up the script and they've got to do something because they're 2-0 down in 25 minutes.
Speaking of being 2-0 down, that's what FNATIC are right now. Against Raptors, Twisted Minds, 2-0 up inside 30.
The crowd's going wild in here, and we're going to stay on these because Team FUTWIZ, I'd like to get back in that one and see if they can make a comeback. They're still in a pause, they're changing some tactics. Still on 4-4-2 here though. Rich, what do you think they need to do?
I'm not sure what they need to do. The question I've got for you, Al, YMCA play a very, very direct Route 1 style of play. You saw the goal that they conceded, stick to the back post and try and win the second ball. Do you have to know that you're coming up against that, change the way that you play? You can't play attacking FIFA all the time if you know you've got 3 6'7" giants at the back stick going to punish you.
Yeah, and that's the problem at times when you run that 4 at the back. At that back stick, you've got a traditional fullback. Whereas if you run the 5-4-1 or the 3-4-2-1, which we see so many people have, you have those 3 centre-backs which just give you that little bit more of a chance to compete in the air with the likes of Petr Cech, Čavić, whoever it may be. As that chance comes through.
Get one back, FNATIC.
One back for FNATIC. The Raptors fans not going to be too happy with that.
They're booing the goal.
Yeah, they will be. I wanted to say, with Tex as well, for FNATIC, do you think this is something that he's probably not had all too much in his career, where the fans that are here, they don't want Tex to win, they don't want FNATIC to win?
I don't think any of the teams have had that, Alex. Never had booing, have they? But we're not often that we're treated, are we, to a great audience, I guess. Well, back on this one, Hollywood would like to get another good result to back up their first one. Ooh.
About that prediction I made, Hollywood winning all the games. Sure about that one as Team FUTWIZ, we just joined the game there as a goal goes into the back of the net. 2-1 now the scoreline. It was 99 Pele with that goal. Made the change, made the pause, score straight away. Positive signs.
There's two big games, I believe, here. The FNATIC one needs to get it, and Essentials are up against EXEED. Again, we said, didn't we, a little bit about EXEED. They need to find something. They found nothing as we're approaching 45 minutes on that one, but FNATIC, can they get something else before half-time? Let's just stay with them before half-time. We've got 4 minutes left.
Oh.
Alex is getting nervy. No, that
I got excited.
attempts were broken down there.
Did someone scare you?
Oh, it's, yeah, a little bit of a shiver.
Well, just off screen, I don't think you'll get to see it on the replay here, but Team FUTWIZ just conceded a penalty. And you'll be happy to know they did save that penalty in the end. It was an interesting penalty decision, to be brutally honest, but YMCA had a brilliant chance to be 3-1 up at the break. This game's in half-time. XRAPTORS Twisted Minds leading FNATIC.
Yeah, let's go then. Jump into another game. This is going to probably stay 1 up, and obviously Esports are on the attack. There's still a bit more time to be played in the FUTWIZ game though as well. They've got about 5 more minutes to see if they can make anything happen. Obviously they just had that penalty shot against them.
A lot of gasps.
I'm just seeing volleys, I'm seeing lovely skills. I'm just getting very excited. Very, very excited. As we move over into the Napoli game, R9 just bringing that one down. Again, that cross coming in, that's so useful for you to have that ability. Bring it down on that touch, firing it across the face of goal. And Napoli, after that disappointing result in game 1, looking good at 2-1 though. FUTWIZ, we know they made those tactical changes. They are on the attack with the last attack of this first half. Out on that right-hand side. We know Nick's never need them. They love the byline. They love the ability to drive, work it off across. It is Mbappe with feet. Decides to recycle. Out it goes.
Unfortunate.
That would have been the perfect time, wouldn't it, in this match if they could have got something before 45 minutes. Well, the second half then already in some of these games. In the first one, we're getting treated to FNATIC taking on the Raptors. Raptors then have been leading most of these games. I don't actually think they've been a goal down in the last 6 matches. They always get the lead and they just keep it. So this would be something new if FNATIC were to come back on them here.
Yeah, well, they started off the day yesterday 2-0 down against YMCA and then pulled that one back. They've looking strong ever since. However, just to talk about, Team EXEED are currently 1-0 down for Essentials. That goal went in at the first half. I mentioned it, Richard. I said if Team EXEED don't find a result here, it really does start to get questions between both of those players.
Plenty of time left for Team EXEED.
You believe in Oberon, Virgil, right now?
He has to, he's got a prediction. But they've got to top the group somehow.
I think everyone believes in Oberon because you know what he's achieved in the past, but possibly not in just Virgil because he's new. So, yeah, divided there in the camps. Maybe we should toss a coin for it. No, let's not do that again. Right, FNATIC then. Other matches getting back underway. Let's jump over to the FUTWIZ one with YMCA when we have a moment.
Oh my! It's a big chance here. We see Hollywood and FC Basel. Huge goal just to put us a little bit of separation. Not only in the game but also in the group. Hollywood were trying to make a resurgence and it's not to be. Back on board with FNATIC and the Raptors.
I don't know if we have the powers from above to request a replay from that Team FUTWIZ YMCA Esports matchup, if possible. The chance that they just had. Have to see that one on the replay at some point. As we said, KROWMX Esports drew their first game here in day 2. So far looking to have an unbeaten streak to their play.
This is what we called for, Brandon, a little bit earlier. FUTWIZ.
Okay, well let's see if we can watch this one all the way through. Watch this attack play out if we've got the highlight for it. I think we do. Here we go.
Talk me through what I'm seeing.
The Team FUTWIZ do have an attack here. Just watch how it's a bit of a defensive disaster class, to be honest, here from YMCA. They've built up on the attack nicely here. And to be brutally honest, please take the replays here. Where is it? Where's the bad pass?
Well, maybe we should come out of this because something else has happened as we've been trying to find this replay.
I think we're 2 minutes too late. We need the 49th minute if
story
possible.
through the replay. They've got to score. It's 2-2. Hollywood got one back. 3-2 now with FC Basel. Not long left to play though. 20 minutes on the clock. Hollywood need at least a draw to keep their Club World Cup really alive. The gap's starting to just become too big between 4 and 5 in Group A.
I love how close this match is. You would never have expected Hollywood to get a couple of goals and a win, would you, after what happened yesterday? But this is important, but I think FUTWIZ is really important as well. They're 2-2 YMCA. I'd love to see what's happening over there in that match. Let's have a look how the FUTWIZ boys are getting on.
Yeah, let's jump across. Well, I tried to save my replay of dreams. Unfortunately, wasn't able to, but we can confirm that it is 2-2 in this game. Team FUTWIZ did find an equaliser after being 2-0 down, and keep in mind, and saving a penalty early into the game. This is live footage in their match now as they build up for an attack, and he's defended well by the Finnish esports side. YMCA esports still in the game.
Well, someone else got an equaliser in the FNATIC game. It was the English team. Let's jump into there and see if we can see that goal then. They levelled it. 2-2. FNATIC, Raptors.
Yeah, and suddenly it's gone all quiet in the crowds. As you can see, I think you might have here's a chance. YMCA snapshot. 20 minutes left to be played in that game. Alex, as you were going to say,
I just feel like you might have stirred the crowd on right there because
I'm sure they can't hear it. I'm sure they can't, but maybe they can.
So that's 2-2. We know another game went to 2-2. I'm not sure we can see that FNATIC goal to level it over Raptors. We can hear Raptors. They're getting behind them now. They want 3. This was 2.
This was the second. Lovely switch of play. In on goal, FNATIC. Keep your composure. Slot it past the keeper. Every single game at this current moment in all the matches is either drawing or separated by 1 goal. It is incredible what we're seeing here.
Well, one British team on the comeback. That's FNATIC. Ninjas in Pyjamas, they've levelled it. Let's go over to FUTWIZ though, because they got a crucial goal a few moments ago.
And it's all about that tactical change. 24 minutes into this game, Team FUTWIZ were 2-0 down. They were looking like they were going to be 0 points from 6 in day 2, but the tactical changes worked wonders. Ethan Nixneb back cooking in the final thirds. 15 minutes left in the game, and they are in cruise control. Finally, are they back on the hunt now to get through this group?
I'd be really interested to know what did they actually change from that, because they didn't change formation.
No,
they stuck with their 4-4-2. Did they just say, if we can stop those crosses and if we can get the ball into that attacking third ourselves, you back Nixneb and Ethan to create those chances? Maybe just being a little bit more aggressive in what they wanted from that play.
Well, let's have a look then at Hollywood and FC Basel. Massive chance there, just went missing. 3 minutes left on that one. Hollywood FC Basel, only a couple of minutes, the clock is counting down.
Not enough screens in front of me to see everything. There is so much happening. Team EXEED getting an equaliser with 5 minutes left on the clock. How big of a point could that be in qualifying?
Well, 90 minutes then ticks over on this matchup. I think it's a little too late for Hollywood to get anything from this one. Unfortunately, it started so well in match 6. This is match 7, and they falter at their second hurdle of the day.
I'm pretty sure what you didn't see at home, you missed a penalty. 88th minute, Hollywood had a chance to level it up, and the goalkeeper guessed the right way. Heartbreaking. It's small margins like that, small moments that separate a qualifying and a group exit.
Well, you could argue a point at least keeps their dream alive. That loss there now, maybe, just maybe.
The gap's getting too big.
Yeah.
Mind the gap.
Well, Napoli, well, they were just continuing their dominant fall. This is the penalty, though, Rich was chatting about in a short while ago.
86th minute.
This was crucial, wasn't it?
It's a Stonewall penalty as he steps up. Guess the right way, tip it out. It's just
so unfair, isn't it? We always talk about penalties being unfair when it comes down to that for a point. Team Mullet, Ninjas in Pyjamas. looking like it's going to be a draw. 90 minutes, that will probably end as it stays on the clock like that, but we have some action. 83 minutes
time,
in the FUTWIZ game.
Bit of time in between
So
FUTWIZ.
that's going to be the last, that's out of play now. Let's go over to FUTWIZ.
Yeah, well, they've just had a ridiculous double save to keep them into the game. They might be on for a match winner now if they can find a way through the back. It's a huge coming together.
Still on.
YMCA just about hanging in there. There's 4 minutes left of this game. What it will do is it will FC Basel and FUTWIZ join on the same point tally in second place, second and third respectively, of goal difference and head-to-head playing a part in that. Can they make something happen now? The Finnish esports organisation, they win. No, they don't. It goes for a goal kick. It's in their hands now, Team FUTWIZ, to see this one out.
That round of applause you might hear coming through is a full time between Raptors, Twisted Minds and FNATIC. 2-2 the final scoreline. Point split for each side as we enter the final couple of minutes for Team FUTWIZ to potentially get a fourth and put this out of sight.
Will be the last chance of the game. Added time of 1 minute. Is it enough time to get the ball forward for YMCA? They tried to get through, but what a turnaround and what a result that is for Team FUTWIZ. 2-0 down after 20 minutes. Some would say that's a real momentum change, a real mental shift for those guys now. Another win on the board, and what, I think Nick Sneb said 13 points to be enough. They're on 12 and they've still got 3 games to play.
Shows massive bottle as well, to pause it, to change it, and to get a result out of it. Like, that's the sort of thing that is tournament defining, really. If you go on and lose that game, you've then lost, what, 4 in a row, I think? You're starting to think, are we going to bottle this? Are we going to win 3 and then not qualify? Big result.
Well, I was looking behind because I wanted to see if Sven was going that way. I want to hear actually from them. I know we heard from them beforehand. They said they were feeling still confident. They wanted to play their style. I want to see how they managed to change that match around. So like Brandon said, 12 points now for them. FNATIC on 11. It's Raptors on 17 at the top of the table still. So that's round 7. A couple of anomalies there. Ninjas in Pyjamas as well, not being able to continue their form. Had settled for a draw, Alex.
No, they didn't, but I also think as well, they started off the day really strong. They're going to be happy enough with the point there, just knowing that it's top 4 that they're trying to aim for. Yes, they would have wanted to top that group going into it. They had a massive result in that first game. Get that draw now, it's just about getting through and getting that top 4, which I'm sure Renzo will be saying to the 2 players.
They did fist pump each other, didn't they, on the back of that, looking like they were content enough with a point.
I also don't want to be a walking stereotype, but a lot of the time in the groups, it is 1-point games and not 2 points lost. Like, if you're leading 85th, 86th, 87th minute and you go and throw that lead away, you're thinking, oh, that would look so much nicer with 3 next to it. You get a point, you move up in the table, it's better than none.
Yeah, and that bottom of the table separated a little bit now. Essential 7, EXEED 7, and then GBX 6. So not much movement between the bottom 3 after 7 rounds of fixtures. So can we call it yet? Can we call Group A yet? I'm just going to go into Group A. 3, YMCA haven't got enough in the locker. 3 points at the bottom. Are we saying they're not making it through? 3 matches still to play?
I've got to stay neutral as a temporary admin and referee.
I don't think they will.
They're not making it through. Hollywood on 4 still got a chance?
No.
So that possibly then looks like in Group A it's sorted. Raptors, FUTWIZ, Basel in 3rd and FNATIC. Basel in 3rd, Spen's with them. Spen, do they think they've done enough so far to get through to tomorrow?
Let's find out, Rachel. Guys, do you think you've done enough to get through now? You've got 12 points, you just got to win in that last game, maybe knocking Hollywood out in the process, but that's not your problem. You've got to concentrate on Basel. You feeling good that you're going to make it out the group?
Yeah, I mean, we're playing amazing. We should have won the first game, to be honest. I think we're through mathematically. So, yeah, let's just play for seeding, hopefully not meet Leipzig in the next round, and let's just do it.
Can you target first place still? We saw XRAPTORS, they are human, they've just drawn another game. They're still not lost, they're the only team still playing in this morning session that are unbeaten. You've obviously got to play them again still. Do you think you can beat them and maybe nick top spot?
Hopefully, like, they have an amazing crowd here, so it would be really nice to maybe quiet them a bit. But, yeah, that's not on our mind. On our mind, it's just to play, to win, and to get a good seat.
Great stuff from Basel. They really have been very good. Obviously, it's what the E-Club World Cup's all about, especially the real-life football teams being represented well. Now I'm going to throw over to Mike, who's absolutely miles away. He's with the YMCA boys, and he's just there.
and we haven't had this opportunity to kind of be side to side, but it's just the way that we worked out. Obviously joined by YMCA, very tough loss there. How are you guys kind of feeling in the camp? Yesterday you had a few draws. Today I thought you were going to get on the board with a win there. You were leading early. It didn't work out for you. What's been the biggest struggle?
Finishing. We've been grading a lot. I think we have the most XG in our group, I think. Just played well. Just, I think the pressure has got to us a bit, but yeah. Just got to keep thinking positive and see how it goes.
FIFA can be kind of cruel in that way. And going into these remaining games, you have to win out, obviously. Are you going to see any changes, any shifts, anything more dramatic going forward, or pushing bodies or formations?
Not really, no, I don't think. Just have to find that one little notch on the finishing, and yeah, should be good.
Well, best of luck to you guys. Hopefully you guys really stir up the group a little bit. We're going to send it back to Rachel. I'm sure that they've been talking about all the mathematical equations, and if Richard's over there, he's probably saying the word permutation way too many times. I apologize.
He hasn't yet, Mike, but I'm sure he will in a moment's time. Yeah, we're starting to try and calculate everyone's probability of going through to the next round. YMCA, well, they take on FNATIC next. We'll actually show you the standings, so then I can read through it so you can get a feel for exactly what's unfolding here in groups A and B. So YMCA, Mike just spoke to them, 3 points. They're looking to find something in terms of finishing. I'm not sure it'll be enough. The only game that's going in their favour now is the FNATIC one. That could turn it a little bit, but probably not enough. But Richard is here to talk about those permutations, Rich.
Isn't it just, it's quite poignant really that the Finnish team are struggling with finishing. The one thing that's letting them down. Group A are pretty much there already. I mean, Hollywood will have to produce something magical
like
really.
from Hollywood, right?
Yeah, but I just don't see it happening. For me now, everyone is playing to not finish fourth. You finish fourth, more than likely you're playing RB.LEIPZIG first knockout game. So it's going to be really important where you stand in Group A compared to that first knockout match.
If that stays like that, FNATIC RB.LEIPZIG, round of 16, yes please, get me there now.
Well, I'm going to introduce now Lee Demon-Smith, who's just joined us on the sofa as well to chat through. Lee, I wasn't going to bring you in under that because we didn't know you were there. And you've been like, who's just joined us? So you've just seen then those two group standings as it is going into round 8. What are you reading into YMCA and Hollywood's chances? That's what we've been talking about quite a lot.
Yeah, I mean, obviously 3 and 4 points, you're pretty much in trouble. You're going to, well, you have to win both games and you have to hope results go your way. So it's kind of that horrible position. Also for the teams facing them, they're also in that dangerous situation of they've got nothing to lose anymore. It's one of those horrible situations. You could come against Hollywood. I mean, Mark 11's a decent player. He's in all competitions throughout this tournament. So they could just throw anything out there, some sort of random shots, you know, maybe just go for the long ball, start doing the big through balls. They may just catch you off guard. You know, the random factor is always what catches pros off guard because they're used to like the tried and tested, as it were. So it could shape the group, as you said. You know, let's face it, 4th place we know is going to be facing number 1 in Group C. Or well, we don't know, but everybody else told us. Nowhere out there doesn't tell us, but the teams are telling us. Nobody wants to face RB.LEIPZIG right now. They're deadly.
Hollywood, though, have a tough matchup. They have the Raptors next, Alex. Will they throw the kitchen sink at it? Will they change it up? They've got to also contend with the 12th man, the audience.
Yeah, and I think for that, like, we know how good they've been so far, and the crowd are behind them. As I said, they pretty much know they're top in that group. That means they can go out. When they've already been playing with the freedom that they have, they now have even more freedom. They've got nothing to worry about. They know they're going through. They know they're looking good. Yes, you could argue some teams, they might, you know, go, oh, we're going to relax a little bit. We know we're through. But when you're the home team, and when you have that crowd here with you, I just don't think that's going to happen.
Well, the games have started. We're obviously now in match 8 for A and B. It must be so nice to play with such freedom if you're the Raptors. While we jump into the first game on stream, though, FNATIC YMCA.
Both teams, very different stories at this current moment. We talk about Hollywood as well and Raptors. Hollywood, yeah, you might not go through, but to beat them, to silence the crowd, maybe to give it a little bit back to the crowd as well, tell them to be quiet and shush them.
If I was them, I'd be Aussie, Aussie, Aussie.
Hey,
oi, oi, oi.
You'll get some enjoyment out of that.
Should we do that? Should we go and start it?
FNATIC on a little bit of a mission at the moment. Maybe they wanted to catch Raptors potentially as well to finish top of the group.
Is there a storyline here building in this Group A though? Right, Raptors are through, we know that. they're the only unbeaten team still. Is there a little bit of like, let's go and be unbeaten? Let's go and set even a bigger statement out there to the rest of the teams as we go into the knockouts?
I think so, and also, do you remember last year, it was obviously our Riders, they were on 25 points. Is there a little bit of something, well, they were defending champions, can we get similar or more points than that to end day 2?
Yeah, possibly that could be on their mind, and I think as well, if they make it through to the knockouts unbeaten, we know RB Leipzig, one of the favourites. Surely we have to be looking at that and then going, at least haven't lost a single game. They could possibly go all that way.
Can we have a quick look at the FNATIC game then? So we've got the goal over there. Lee, important for them to come out firing early on, FNATIC.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, after yesterday, we were talking about, what's happening today. They've just been absolutely phenomenal. I mean, they even managed to pull back the Raptors game they were 2-0 down to. I think they're starting to feel it, and it's a dangerous time with Diogo and Tex. If their teamwork starts to gel, they absolutely could kick on here. But this would put them into third. It would put them over Basel, right, if I'm not mistaken. And that's where they want to be. They want to start getting that third, second place. You want to avoid Leipzig. You want to avoid. I mean, we don't even know who's going to be second up. That Group C is just so wide open, but you want to just get away from Leipzig.
I mean, Raptors have been unbelievable. Best team we've seen. What do they get rewarded as it stands? Atletico Madrid Riders. First knockout game. Right, it's brutal. It really is.
The thing about that is causing panic now for anyone in Group C. Like, we don't want to finish. We want to get through, but we don't want to finish fourth.
Just seen a massive goal go in as well for Team XRAPTORS. That flick on from R9 against Napoli Esports. Is it time for Oberon and Just Virgil to step up to the plate and start performing at this tournament? FNATIC though going through again. It takes Diogo. Yeah, they're just looking like they're doing their business.
Group B is where majority of the action is right now. That's where the places are still to be made up, and there's real opportunity for teams to crumble and teams to go through.
Yeah, we can say on this game for a little while, EXEED is doing exactly what they need to be at the moment. Napoli, though, started to come under pressure. I said actually beginning of the day they hadn't been troubled that much yesterday. They didn't lose yesterday, but came out with 11 points, a lot of draws.
Yeah, the thing is with both of those players, they're so young and they're coming out with just a complete freedom to say we want to do what we want as we see a vital error. Oberon just saying to Virgil, let's calm down, let's keep doing what we're doing. That there though, that isn't good enough. You can't be laying that ball out and giving it to Oberon and Virgil that easily. They will punish you. Napoli Esports, going back to them, they're young players. They're just playing with complete freedom that yes, not a good start in this game. I'm excited to see how they carry on.
I think there's an angle to talk about with Napoli as well, that they're a team that have just focused on this tournament. Individually, they haven't done anything really. Yes, they played in FGSs, but, and Rich was saying yesterday as well, it's an advantage if you can do that. Just put everything into 2v2 FIFA, because no one's playing 2v2 FIFA. Maybe they'll probably stop playing after maybe even the EA Sports Cup back in January.
Yeah, definitely, and that's something that always comes into account when you're looking. The 2v2 teams are not the best sort of ones, are normally the players that maybe don't focus as much on that 1v1 side. Yes, maybe we see a bit of a difference with Tuga and Andoni, but for the majority of players, if you're not there for this 1v1 FIFA E World Cup in the next couple of weeks, you put all your eggs into that 2v2, it helps you out massively.
Are we going to see a comeback like we had from Team FUTWIZ? They've gone two goals down after this goal to Basel. Alex, what are they doing? Why do they keep setting up on the back foot in the opening stages of each match?
Well, we saw from Ethan and Nixter with that interview with Spencer. He said that we like to play attacking FIFA. We don't always want to go out with that 5-4-1 and put numbers behind the ball. Nixter and Ethan, the way they play best is getting that ball, getting forward. Now, obviously, if you're allowing your opponent to have more numbers in that attack because you don't have those numbers, it is going to put your backs up against the wall. However, YMCA Esports, the Finnish team, Richard said they're not finishing their chances. They do exactly that there with that Trubella from range, putting themselves at least back in with a shout against FNATIC.
Yeah, puts FNATIC under a little bit of pressure, doesn't it? As they lose that 2-goal cushion, it cuts to 1. Well, this is back on the FUTWIZ game. The FUTWIZ boys, like we were saying, they just yet struggle, don't they? They want to play their style and none of these teams are allowing them to.
Well, they're working on it, They're back got one back there, so I mean, they went 2-0 down before, right? They came back 3-2, which seems to be their way today, I guess. Speaking to FUTWIZ earlier, EXEED though, they're on it right now. They seem to be kicking into gear, which is something they absolutely missed yesterday. They were faltering all the way.
something as well in that FUTWIZ goal that they just got back against FC Basel. We saw a player lock. You don't always see that in 2v2 FIFA because it can be a little bit confusing for your teammate. NIXNEB and Ethan, although yes, they have gone 2-0 down, that just shows that they are still confident in that ability. In the interview they said, let us just play, let us have confidence. We know we can create chances, we believe in ourselves. And they're doing it.
EXEED 3-0 up. They on their way through, are they, Rich?
Potentially so.
Some of us have got on top of the group, right?
Yeah, some of them had. I thought they'd exceed expectation. Unfortunately not.
To be fair, that group is wide open though.
I would
They can still get top.
How do you exceed expectations at the top of the group?
What? Exceed? I think we're going to win it.
Anyway, right, 45 minutes on the clock with the Raptors Hollywood, and we get a goal as it ticks over, and you can hear who it's from. Wow, on the stroke of half-time they got that goal. That's the fans, they're loving it. Just puts themselves one goal up. It was quite interesting that Hollywood could keep them at bay for 45 minutes as well, Brandon.
Absolutely. I mean, look, this is, as we've already discussed, this is crunch time, if there was ever crunch time for Hollywood to try and make something happen. Yes, impressive they've been able to hold them off for this long, but right now, Raptors twisted. They just want to be unbeaten, don't they? Right, I think this is a 20-point match. If they win this one, they're going to be trying to set precedent of what's to come in the knockout stages.
Yeah, exactly. Well, FUTWIZ, let's just stay here a second and see if they can do anything for the last kind of couple of moments of this game. It's 45 minutes on the clock. Corner kick wasn't to be in that game. Still trailing at half-time. Another interesting matchup here, if you can hear me, and the crowd that we have assembled in the arena. Team Ninjas in Pyjamas Essentials. It's essential, isn't it, for Essential to get a few more points. They're obviously 7, 7 and 6. EXEED and GBX Esports.
Yeah, it is extremely tight in this group as we do see Oli Ito, Levy David, that little fist bump, and they find themselves 1-0 to the goods. I think for Levy David and for Oli Ito, they're second in the group right now. Although, yes, we said that previous game they'll be happy with that point. They still want to keep going and trying to get that first spot in their group. Napoli Esports, we know, are losing 3-0 to EXEED as we jump over to...
You heard some cheering. You might have thought, oh, Raptors have scored. They're actually saying, well done to Hollywood for this ball right here. Took it around the keeper, simple finish into the back of the net there. I like it.
I mean, it's the first time they've done that because they've been booing everyone else.
Yeah, but they're through now, they don't care.
Just FNATIC they didn't like.
Yeah.
I'll tell you someone else that will want to give them a good game, and that's FUTWIZ.
Oh, that was close. Let's stay on this one. This is quite dramatic, and obviously it gives us a good vibe because the atmosphere in here is great to go with this match. So it's one apiece here. These Raptors.
Oh.
No, not to be. They're still in ball, still in play. Hollywood though now. Can they counter? On the attack here. This is probably their best chance though on the counter attack. Rich, from the Raptors team for Hollywood.
Yeah, you would say so. It all comes down to sort of really, as you say, that it's finishing to the back of the net. There's no reaction though because
now they're booing.
Yeah, I'll let them know about it now. It's near on impossible for them to go through at this point. So it's a real tough situation. Speaking of Team FUTWIZ, slot across the box, finish into the back of the net, 3-2. They like coming from behind.
That's an area where NIXNEB and Ethan just have so much confidence in one another. When they drive towards that byline, they know where their teammate is every single time. They look for that cutback, they get it with ease, and again, the comeback, maybe, FUTWIZ.
And if they do get that equaliser, Alex, NIXNEB said 13 points would be great. That is what they'd have in the group if they were to draw this game.
Yeah, for sure. They will want to keep pushing on, though. They don't want to finish fourth in that group and face up against possibly RB Leipzig.
Is the comeback on for Napoli over Team EXEED? Team EXEED, they had a 3-goal advantage over Napoli. Napoli have just pulled one back. Is there enough time in that matchup?
I think for Napoli, they started the day atop the group, so they're They've come in a little too comfortable. This would be a double defeat straight away. Obviously, EXEED, needed the points at the start of the day. Obviously, the game will go on the screen there for Hollywood. Their repercussions are they have to win everything, and they have to get FNATIC to lose, which they're not. So it's a null and void point. But for Napoli, you can see it was a decent goal to come back, but EXEED seem to have hit their stride now, I feel.
I think the one thing that's important on that point as well is, look, Napoli did 11 points from 15 yesterday. You can have a bad day. You can have a bad day too. Maybe get 2, 3, 4 points out of 15. It still gets you through, and I think that's what we could be looking at here with Napoli.
Yeah, exactly. They'll actually be level, won't they, after this, if Team Hooded Ninjas in Pyjamas keep their lead, 70 minutes on the clock of that, then they'll be level, and then it's all to play for the third and fourth place teams.
There's one team that have taken their foot off the gas, and that is FNATIC. We'll give you the update from that as soon as we can. They're up against YMCA.
Team EXEED then, just in a pause at the moment. And speaking about them, Napoli having a bit of a slower start to day 2 than they had yesterday. Ninja Pyjamas then, we've got a pause for Essential. That's just queued up. They're trying to make a few last minute changes in the last 15 minutes or so of this game. Hollywood then, this is the Hollywood story as well. They have still got the lead over Raptors. Raptors won't want to be beaten by this team.
Only team to potentially beat them as well, Rachel.
Then that kind of is heartbreak for me. Team to beat them and may not go through.
I mean, at least you could say maybe beat the winners.
You can take that home, can't you? Well, the fans, maybe they think if they make some noise, we'll get them on screen. They're trying to help their team level this game. Hollywood know, though, it's a massive game for them. Like Brandon said, even just to be able to say they beat one of the best teams in the world.
We haven't seen Raptors find themselves down so far, as we do see that equaliser from YMCA Esports. Just driving through with Pele. Raptors, as I said, they went 2-0 down in that first game, they pulled it back, they've not been behind since. Now, for the players, it's quite loud in here. How do you even have that conversation between one another? Because you weren't next to each other, but the crowd, yeah, they're trying to gel them on. You can't actually have that conversation of, okay, we need to do this, we need to do X, Y, and Z to try and find our way back into this game. It must be extremely difficult.
It must be difficult. It's even difficult for us to hear each other as Lee's waving his cue cards at me. Where are we going, Lee?
YMCA, ironically. We were talking about Hollywood, obviously needing FNATIC to lose. Obviously they're playing YMCA, it's another team 3 and 4 points at the bottom of the table. FNATIC got 9, right? So, it's a case of FNATIC needing to lose a game. They were 2-1 up in this game, and the Finns, I love the Penguin celebration every time they score, by the way, have banged in another. So they are suddenly 3-1. This is actually almost a go sign for YMCA and Hollywood. Hello.
Hello, yes, Napoli are knocking on the door, aren't they, in that game, Team EXEED. This, though, is the one that's making all the noise. Raptors, the local Saudi side, and their local fans are in here supporting them up against Hollywood. Goal then, the first goal of the game in KROWMX, the match over there with GBX. Deadlock only got broken as the 80-minute clock ticks over.
It'll be vital, that one. KROWMX we're in qualifying. Obviously, that group is within, 2 points between about 5 teams, I think, at the moment. A win there in the 82nd, that's just about what they want, really. Perfect timing for them. For FUTWIZ, it's a little scary, We were talking about the fact, obviously, BASEL, they talked about they wanted to avoid LEIPZIG. This is going to push them up to second.
Well, 5 more minutes here. Looking to be undefeated with 2 games left to play. Can they make this happen?
Look at the closing stage of this one. Let's stick with it for a few minutes. Hollywood against Raptors twisted. Yet to lose a game in Group A, but for Hollywood, as we know, it needs to be some sort of Hollywood story if there's going to be any way.
It'd be an epic story, because it means FNATIC would fall out as well, right? It's the only team that can fall. The only team they can catch is FNATIC. I don't know what the head-to-head or goal difference would be, because I'm sure it would fall to that, because they'd be on equal points, but
It'd be a heck of a story.
A goal just got in between FNATIC and YMCA. We'll give it to you as soon as we can. Added time in this one still. Hollywood looking to beat the hosts here. Last chance of the game, they run out of play. It will go for a goal kick, and that should do us.
3-2 for a long time in this game. FNATIC knocking on the door, and they finally got an answer. Driven pass into the feet and a finish against the finish with 9 minutes left to play. It's a real sucker blow for YMCA, but with that point, probably puts FNATIC untouchable.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? It takes them up to 14 points. So it would mean they leapfrog over FUTWIZ and BASEL. How do they get on in their result there?
3 minutes left.
That's 3-2, so they would be on similar results, but it means FUTWIZ are the ones that falter then in Group A. EXEED and Napoli, that's still going on over there. There's a goal to bring you. We're just waiting for the end of this one. FUTWIZ BASEL.
Had an equaliser as well in a game. It happened about 20 minutes ago, so it's already been and done. Essentials actually pulled the equaliser against Team Hull at NIP, so that game ended 1-1. That one's been finished, so still some of the late running games going. The one right here, is XRAPTORS really stepping it back up. This is what we like to see. Certainly some of us that have got top in the group love to see it. Napoli looked unstoppable yesterday. They really did very well. Young team, very excited about being here. But for XRAPTORS, it's great to see them starting to step up. Today's the day to shine. You know, you don't win anything in groups, but you don't win out if you go out in groups either.
This is the story though, isn't it?
Especially, Rachel, as well, when you have to play against a team that you qualified alongside. The fact that they're in the same group, both being the two Italian teams in the E-Club World Cup, it's one hell of a time to turn your form around. And they're about 1 minute away plus additional time from seeing that one out as we look at FNATIC. YMCA in the dying stages here. This one's been a pretty end-to-end game as well. 2 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, YMCA just haven't let FNATIC get away with it, have they? Every time FNATIC go in the lead, they just peg them back again, level. 3-3 at the moment.
There's going to be a free kick just on the edge of the box. Late drama.
Played it short. Shot tries to come in. FNATIC defend it well. Any time to follow. They have a counter-attack to play with just 2 minutes left. They give possession back to the Finnish side. Can we see one last chance being created here? Maybe it's relevant from the edge of the box. Not able to do that, and Virgil van Dijk will get that one clear. 1 point shared.
Well, a lot of points shared then in the 8th round of fixtures here today. FNATIC, Kex there, going to it like this to Diogo, saying what went wrong at the end. We're not really sure. They did have to settle for 1 point between YMCA. Been chatting about FNATIC. Spen's down there to speak a little bit to the boys. He was just going like this, Spen. He had his arms out saying, what went wrong to Diogo, did Tex? Maybe you can go and ask them why they kept giving away the lead and they got a draw in the end to YMCA.
Yeah, let's find out. So they did stop YMCA getting their first win of the tournament, and I sense that the mood in the camp's a little bit negative, but you shouldn't be, boys. You're actually now 6 games without a loss. You lost your first 2, but you haven't lost since then. Yeah, you've had a few draws, but it's been 3 draws and 3 wins in your last 6. That's not bad form, Tech.
That's why I hate group stages. You just draw games. I want to play best of 2s, so let there be a winner. Last year at the World Cup, I think we won 6. No, not World Cup. Club World Cup, we won 6 and drew 4, I think. Like, we just draw games. That's why I don't like best of 1, but yeah.
It also means you're hard to beat, which, if you get into the knockouts, is a good thing.
Yeah, it's like even, what tournament was it? Masters at the start of the year. We were the worst qualified team out into the knockouts, and then we beat LEIPZIG. So, like, we are a knockout team. We just got to get there.
Exactly, you just got to get there, and that's what is the task in front of you now. You're sitting on 12 points. You've got your level with FUTWIZ Europe right now in that joint 3rd spot, which is the final spot, because you've got Basel ahead of you on 15. You've got the Raptors guys ahead of you on 17. They have just lost their first game in the tournament to Hollywood, who we're going to hear from in a minute, because you've still got to play those guys, and they're still not completely out of it. What have you got to do just to seal the deal now? Is it as simple as getting 1 more win?
Yeah, well, first of all, don't lose this game to FUTWIZ, because we're tied, but we've got the head-to-head advantage. So if we lose that. So don't lose that. And yeah, as you mentioned earlier, negative energy is mainly for me because like I expect more, and like in my opinion, we're better than these teams we're drawing to. So that's more it. But as long as like Donnie said, as long as we get through, like I do also believe we're a knockout team, best of two, different game, completely different game.
The next two games are, I wouldn't say knockout football because you guys are in the driving seat, you just need to get that win. But there is a world where Hollywood can catch you, especially if they beat you in your game, you don't get that win against FUTWIZ. So, very important games, particularly the FUTWIZ game. Last question, we spoke to Tex yesterday, both of you. He was a little bit maybe, he actually said the words, we ain't going through. But you're playing like you are going through. What have you done in the time that's passed since to get him in that positive state of mind?
We haven't done anything really. Like we tried switching formation, but like this game we went back to the old formation. We haven't really done anything. Like yesterday, it just wasn't working. Like sometimes you have a day in FIFA, I guess, that it doesn't work. And today, I know we haven't lost. I think we can be better, but obviously, like it's a lot better than yesterday. We were on 1 point after 3 games. We got 5 after 3 games this time, so it is an improvement. But it's about getting through these last 2 games, and tomorrow we go again.
Great stuff. Heard from the FNATIC boys there. Slow starters, maybe, yes, but very hard to beat. 6 games unbeaten is no joke. Let's head over to Mike, because with the Hollywood boys, who might have a Hollywood ending coming up.
Well, technically, I've taken one of the seats now. I've joined the 2v2. I love an underdog story. I'm joined by Mark. We've gotten up to 7 points now. Is there optimism in the air?
There is. After I saw the fixtures coming up, this is hope. Next game we win it, and we're out in it for sure.
So this is a situation. We've got FNATIC playing against FUTWIZ. They're both on 12 points. You guys are on 7. If you win your next game, then your final game is against FNATIC. There might be a situation here where you can actually control the outcome.
Yeah, hopefully FUTWIZ do win against FNATIC, then we have a very good chance of qualifying to top 4.
Unrelated, but I want to know what players have made the biggest difference, because we've seen a lot of new players introduced, and we see them in all sorts of different lineups and different approaches to the 2v2s.
It's got to be the 3 shapeshifter teams. They're insane. I've got like Laris playing center mid, his long sleeves, it's a bit weird, and then conceding goals to Petr Cech and assists. That's a hard one, but definitely the shapeshifter cards for sure.
Side note, I love Petr Cech as well. Well, we're going to send it back to Rachel. We're having a little break here. A lot of the players ran to the restroom. They're going to come back, and we've got a lot of action to unpack here to see how these groups finish up.
Yeah, and that team there, they, like Spen said, that is the one we have to watch now. It's getting exciting in Group A. We now have 5 teams for 4 spaces. Remember, only 4 can go through to tomorrow when we get to see the knockouts. It is mathematically impossible now for YMCA to go through because FUTWIZ there sitting on 12 points. It is just between Team Hollywood. Is that likely, Brandon?
Well, this is the point now, Rachel, because YMCA, yes, they're out the tournament, but they can still give a massive hand to any of those top 4. I mean, mainly FNATIC and Team FUTWIZ. They win that game against Hollywood, everyone can relax. Top 4 is already done and dusted. But the last here in Group A are interesting. FNATIC play Team FUTWIZ, Hollywood play YMCA, as we know, and in the last round of games, it's Hollywood against FNATIC, Team FUTWIZ against the Raptors, top of Group A. I mean, it could happen. We're already starting to build that storyline.
Well, let's keep the standings here then. Let's quickly talk about Group B on the other sofa with Alex and Lee. The bottom of this, everything's still to play for, both of you.
Yeah, definitely all still to play for. Essentials gaming just 2 points off. That all-important top 4 that you need. Pretty much anyone can be dragged into it there. JDT, GVX though, it is looking a little bit more unlikely for them. They need to try and pick up 2 wins to give them.
Yeah, Essentials last-minute equaliser against TG.NIP was pretty big. I mean, I think they'd have been sunk without that as well. So it's sort of a lifeline, effectively, but there's still a lot to play for. KROWMX obviously just cruising through to win. It's really a case of where they're going to finish, I feel, for those 4, and whether Essentials can throw the hat in the mix.
Yeah, only 6 points remaining, 2 more matches for all of these teams. And remember, guys, if you want to just get in touch with us, you can do. Just use the hashtags FEWC. This one, though, has already come in. FECWC as well as another one. There's a lot of hashtags you can use. So that LEIPZIG and Alito partnership for Team Hollywood is just too good. Well, We speak about that a lot. Maybe they're agreeing, the Saudi fans as well. We speak about the team, don't we? Team Hullet, Ninjas in Pyjamas, that great partnership, and it works so well between Levy and Ololito. It's been building over the past couple of years, and we actually caught up with them earlier on in the week just to hear why and how their partnership works so well.
I'm Levi de Weert, I'm 90 years old. I play for TG.NIP and this is my third competitive season.
My name is Ola Arbin, I'm 21 years old. I play for TG.NIP as well, and this is my 5th season, I think.
I think in FIFA 22 last year was when 2v2 was introduced, and then we needed to create the best team. Olo at that time was signed at Ninjas in Pyjamas, but like Renzo and all the coaches at Team Gullit were still like coaching him. So that's how the collaboration came for a 2v2 team called TG.NIP.
Yeah, pretty simple.
I have to start at his mental ability, I think, because he can play like as the worst and still he will scrap it through and make a tournament to qualify himself. That's something I respect really much about him.
I think Levi is very creative when it comes to attacking. When he gets into the box, I'm just putting my controller on the shelf and let him doing his stuff, you know. I think one of the most underrated things people don't realize about him though is that I feel like he's better in defense than he is going forward. I think Dutch guys are a bit more direct when it comes to communication, of course. I think Swedish guys are always not really saying what they really want to say. So I think that was something that we struggled a bit with at the start, but definitely, I mean, we've been playing with each other now for 2 years.
In terms of communication, I think we are maybe the best team. We just tell each other everything in game, and even other teams say, how can you talk that much and focus, but we are just used to it now.
Well, they're such a successful duo, those two, and they're also great footballers in real life, aren't they, as well? Both had great junior careers. I believe Ololito had a bit of an injury, and that stopped him in his career to being a footballer, and he thought, what am I going to do? I'm going to transition to be a pro FIFA player instead, and we speak about how much that knowledge of the game helps, doesn't it, when they come out here on the virtual pitch. But talk to me a little bit about their characters. We all know them so well. Levy is so direct, isn't he? Like Ololito says, he's the one that kind of shouts and screams a bit more than Ololito. He sits back and mulls it over in his head before his emotions come out, boys.
Yeah, he does. I also think with, as individual players, Ololito and Levy de Weert, they have such high expectations of themselves. They've both won tournaments, and that's something that not a lot of people can say. You have to put yourself with someone with that same mindset. If you're Ololito and he's playing with Brandon, it just wouldn't work, because then you've got a player who is.
Well, we can make loads of TikToks.
He'd get sick of you by the end of the week. It just wouldn't work. So they've both got to be aligned, and I also think arguably the biggest key of this team is Renzo behind them, giving them that extra sort of 10-15%, the Team Hullet foundations, the Ninjas in Pyjamas sort of level of team that they are, just taking it to the next level. It's one of the 4 or 5, I would say, super teams that we have when you've just got 2 players and you've gone, play together, and it works.
Obviously, Richard was talking, Alex, about taking him to the next level, that being Renzo. How does he do that? Does he sit down with them after these matches and does he kind of highlight some areas of weaknesses? Obviously, you're a FIFA analyst yourself. How would he go about doing that?
Yeah, that's something between the two players. When you've got Ollie and Levy, who are both so good in their own departments, sometimes you're going to pick through analysis stuff that you want to work through with them. But we know at these tournaments, those two players, when they play together, they know what they need to do. At times it can just be, look, like yesterday, you were creating lots of chances, but you weren't scoring. For a player, when you're not finding the back of the net, after 2 or 3 games, you start to get a little bit demotivated. Renzo then just steps in and says, look, you're doing what you need to do. Eventually, you will find the back of the net. And that's exactly what Renzo does. It just kind of keeps them in that right mindset to go through and eventually get those wins.
Yeah, Lee, do you think the fact they play for Team Hullet under that umbrella adds a little extra layer of pressure as well?
Absolutely does. I mean, obviously he was present. Was it 2018, 2017, right? When Gorilla won it.
He also came to the Champions League even before.
If I'm not mistaken, that year. But yeah, I mean, obviously that was the start of the growth. I mean, I'm old enough, unfortunately I don't think any of you are, to have seen Ruud Gullit in his heyday, and obviously he's a beast of a player. It's why for, I mean, the best part of like the decade with the icons that he's been used as like that main central midfielder. That's quite a legacy to have under your name. Obviously I know NIP from the FPS scene and everything else that they've been pretty much, they've got such a pedigree in terms of like winning mentality. To bring the two together, it should bring great support to two very strong players. And as you mentioned with the coach, I mean, it's not a case of, both these players have won something, so it's not a case of like trying to control them, you're an event nerves and stuff that some of these coaches will be dealing with new players. It's a case of, as I say, bringing out the best of them, how to get them training best at events and stuff like that, to sit them down and make them do practice games, because they'll be practicing with obviously teams from Group C and D in the spare time. So it's a case of just getting them maximising what they can get out of the players.
Yeah, and it's great, isn't it, as well, to see teams continuing year after year. Sometimes, I guess, if you don't get the results early on, you go and shake things up when it's, you know, in its infancy, and actually you should just let that team breathe a bit, and that's what they've been able to do.
Well, it's one thing that lacks in FIFA Esports, isn't it? It's commitment to players' contracts. Every player's contract is going to be 12 months, realistically. Yes, from a business savvy point of view, you get a new game every year, meta changes, players changes, life changes. But, you know, for the few clubs that are out there that have got long-term agreements with players, you are seeing them that can invest more. They can have boot camps, they can have just more people around them, and I think that's a great example of what we're seeing here with TG.NIP.
Yeah, we don't see that too often. We do have a tweet, we'll continue this conversation as well. We've got FNATIC, obviously they've got a long-term partnership. Come on, FUTWIZ, we're getting a little bit of support for those guys. Looking good, Demon. Okay, is that his mate? Who is it?
You know OD? You don't know OD? So
who is it? I'm asking you.
Is the man that created Team Dignitas,
Oh,
along with myself. 2001.
I didn't know, because you're older than me. I didn't know that.
Yes, he's the original man that ran Team Dignitas, who used to have FIFA players back in the day, a long time ago.
2001?
2001.
Black and white days, wasn't it? We didn't have colour on the screen for that. Football, no chance.
Actually, we didn't have video streaming, is what we didn't have. It was all radio streaming, where Shoutcaster actually came from, so that's where...
It's also Sling Nursery.
I thought you were playing on the Nintendo, right?
Hey, I was a world champion back then, I'll have you know. We'll go back to old, is that Aggo back on here? We'll try and get the old boys back on quick.
Oh, well, yeah, we will have Agger, obviously. He is around and about for us, giving his opinion. Obviously, world champion back in 2014. That was quite a while ago. I love hearing the stories as well when he does come on the sofa and just give his insight into what it took back then to be a world champion. Well, let's talk then about what we're going to see then. So we've got 2 more matches still to be played. You got 17 points for XRAPTORS Twisted Minds. Are they going to get the 20s? I'm thinking that's quite likely. We were chatting a little bit about last year. 25 was the record from Movistar Riders to top their group going into day 3. Let's have a look. YMCA, we're talking that story. If you're just joining us, possibly unlikely to go through. And then in Group B, Napoli, they were great yesterday, 11 points. Actually only added 3 more points today. So that's the story there. 11 points, only getting 14 today, Brandon.
We said that, didn't we? Really good day one, 11 out of 15 points. You can afford, with 4 going for out of 6, to have a bad day too. Is 14 points enough? I think it will be.
But does that make you lose the confidence going into tomorrow that you faltered on day 2? You're trying to claw back the form you had on day 1, Rich?
I'm going to say no, for the simple fact that when I was speaking to Oberon earlier on today...
Where was he, in the lobby of the hotel?
We were catching up, and he just said, when you get out of groups, it's a new tournament. You play a different format, you play against different teams. It's almost an A side and a B side. You get through the groups, and then you can go, okay, now we can start to ramp up the prize winner. We play 2 legs, we play more familiar, we play in a different style of FIFA.
Just a text said exactly the same in the interview with Spencer, right? He was talking about best of ones. I'm all about the group stage for knockouts.
Yeah, everyone loves 2 legs. Obviously, we play that a lot in the regular series. So, well, we're back then, aren't we? The break has been completed. They've had the little breaks, and now we are back into round 9. 2 more still to go. These are the final 2 rounds to see our 4 clubs from each group who make it through to tomorrow. Well, we're on Hollywood one. This is vital. Let's stay here and let this one breathe a little bit, Alex. Hollywood are looking for 3 points. They're looking for the upset. They could really change things around in Group A.
They are indeed, and for YMCA, they know they are down and out of this tournament. They can go out, and it depends how you want to go out. You can say, get this game done, I just want to go home, or let's go out with a bang and see if we can pick up our first victory of the tournament. Hollywood, though, they need a miracle. They need to keep the pressure up, find the way, and they're looking to do that down at the bar line. But defender is there.
Yeah, exactly. Hollywood, that's the story. 7 points in 5th. Can they make a miracle happen here in Saudi this year at the Club World Cup? Right, well, this comeback is on for them.
It would be bittersweet if YMCA is the team that stops Hollywood going through. Like, both teams just knock each other out. It would be a bit of a bittersweet story. But, I mean, they talked about it. This is their chance. This is their moment. It's all in Hollywood's hands. Well, not quite in Hollywood's hands, because it's obviously down to FUTWIZ FNATIC as well. But it's mainly in Hollywood's hands.
I was going to say that. We've been in here this game with nothing happening for 12 minutes now. Should we go into the match which could affect this as well? That's FUTWIZ taking on FNATIC. They've kicked off as well. We can just watch and see tactically how this unfolds for a few minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll keep my close eyes on these Group A games, because you're right to say, Rachel, there's a lot that holds on them in terms of whoever wins this game, you could argue is they're safe, they're through, and it will be more of the question of if Hollywood beats YMCA, that game also underway in this group. The storyline we're building is that Hollywood still could qualify. It would be a miracle. 6 points needed would put them on 13. We'll have to wait and see how this game plays out.
Over in Group B, you've got Essentials versus JDT GBX. That is basically a must-win game for Essentials. The other top 4 are all playing each other, so there's an opening for them to get in there. They did obviously get that vital equaliser earlier on, but for Essentials, this is a must-win. JDT GBX looking like they're fading away out of this one. There is still a chance. It's a definite roll of the dice, but like Hollywood, really. But if Essentials can pick up a win here, they've got a last chance shout in the next match.
Yeah, they can't afford to let a gap appear between EXEED and Essentials. But obviously we're sticking at the moment with the Group A fixture. FUTWIZ and FNATIC, that all English affair. We were treated to that again, weren't we, yesterday? And actually it was FNATIC who got the better of FUTWIZ. Only one goal in it.
Yeah, it was, and we saw FUTWIZ come out and start so strong yesterday. They pick up those 2 losses at the end of the day. A little bit shaky so far today, but they do find themselves 1 to the good against FNATIC. And I think for FUTWIZ, if you are going to beat FNATIC, we know Nick Stevenethan want to be on that front foot. Tex and Diogo's defence is actually one of their strongest points as well. We know they can be great in the offence. For them to pick up that 1-0 lead early on can just relax their nerves a little bit. We saw them go 2-0 down in their last 2 games and have to pull that one back. And they did it once. They unfortunately just fell short in that previous game. However, Tex Diogo, they know that 4th spot in Group A possibly sees a matchup against RB Leipzig.
Opening goal coming in this matchup, as you can see, it is TG.NIP. We just obviously saw and talked about them quite a lot there, Olilito and Levy. Definitely feeling it, it seems. And that's a bit of a downer for EXEED. EXEED still in that 4th place spot in that group, you know, with potential chances for Essentials to chase them down. It's danger time.
Well, that noise signals a chance.
Yeah, there was just a huge chance in the game. FC Basel against Raptors Twister, which has got this crowd on their feet. We'll see it again. Potential in a replay. There was a goal breakthrough over in Group B. It's team GPX Esports. They desperately need that win. But back to the storyline. Sorry, Raptors did just hit the post. 30 minutes on the clock there. Still 0-0 against FC Basel. And the other game we haven't seen as of yet is Hollywood's 0, YMCA Esports 0. Remember that YMCA can still play their part in this group. Although they're not able to go through, they can still shake things up.
Yeah, we'll stick with this one then. Essentials. It's essential that they get something, isn't it? They're on 8-6 of GBX. And it will mean they will leapfrog that side.
Yeah, sticking with Group B as well. Obviously, lots going on in this one. You know, we're talking about JDT Essentials. They are the team that are trying to get in there. But there has been a goal at the top of the table. We'll hopefully see you in just a moment as this group it really is quite wide open, honestly, this group. It's not one that's open to win, but a team that absolutely looks like they are putting their name in the hat is Napoli. They are top of the table right now. This would take them to 15 points, if I'm not mistaken, in that group, which it was 17, so that would definitely put them in there. That's like a done deal. We'd have them. We were saying 14. Mike's gone with 13. It's in there. Actually, technically, yes, he said 9 and 10, didn't he? But we'll let him off that one.
Someone's called it, really. Someone's called it, really, Napoli.
Did you? Did you call it?
You had them top of the table.
I did.
I said Team Hullet Ninjas in Pyjamas, and they are doing a great job at the moment, aren't they, over XRAPTORS? It's a battle between Napoli and Team Hullet Ninjas in Pyjamas. I'm going to just welcome, I know it's under some matches, Aggie has joined us then, just to chat through the last two fixtures of today in Group A and B. Aggie, everything still up for grabs here in these two groups. It's looking likely that Group B, Napoli, Team Hullet Ninja Pyjamas are going through. As we get a penalty in what I was then about to talk about, Essentials and GBX. Well, a nice cushioner there for them.
Yeah, I mean, Group B definitely wide open, still everything to play for, and this is where we get to the stage of the competition where it's really exciting. Every team has everything to play for, and we'll start to see those emotions now. We'll see the feelings, because we'll see winners and we'll see losers. It's what it's about.
Yeah, it's hard, isn't it, as well? If you're coming all the way over here to Saudi Arabia and you go out in the group stages, no one wants to get grouped. Not the best way to go out. Well, Tech still chatting, being vocal, isn't he? There, this is a story we've been building quite a lot though, Hollywood. YMCA. Aggie, you've been impressed that Hollywood have found something, found a second gear in day two.
Yeah, I mean, it was now or never really, and they still have a lot of work to do, and they still need a lot of results going their way. But they have to win this against YMCA. But I think it shows great mentality from them that they managed to still be in the run after, let's say, a poor day one, let's be honest. So they still have the opportunity, but obviously out of their hands right now.
Yeah, really poor day one for Hollywood. I think we're okay in saying that. Brandon, you've put your eyes on a couple of games?
Yeah, just be focusing mainly on the Group A games, to be perfectly honest, Rachel. FC Basel 0, Raptors Twisted is still 0. This game is an attack on the main stage. Oh, how have they missed that one, Hollywood? With a huge chance to try and get the breakthrough. And the only other game, that is on my mind is Team FUTWIZ against FNATIC. That one is still 1-0 to Team FUTWIZ.
In this game, Hollywood, we know Mark's here in the next two tournaments. E-Nation's up next as well. Do you think that gives him advantage representing his country, Australia, where he knows what went wrong here in these group stages? Do you think that's something that they can take over into that national side of play?
I mean, you say that, I wonder what it will look like at the E-World Cup. You know, he's had multiple days here in Saudi Arabia to get things around. But on the opposite side of that, how much of a boost will it give you if he did get to the knockouts? He did have a good run in the knockouts, because then you can experience those emotions of group play.
I guess Aggie, it gets him familiar as well with the whole setup here, doesn't it? When other new players come in and they just come to the venue for the first time, they don't know how it all works. He's been sat, hasn't he, as he gets a goal in that pod for a couple of days already.
Yeah, definitely. It's all about settling in, and you need to do it fast. And experienced player or not, this can't be an excuse on day two. Now you have felt the crowd, you felt the atmosphere, and yeah, as we've seen here, Hollywood just getting that crucial lead, and at the same time FUTWIZ beating FNATIC right now, which means that it might come down to these two teams here.
They play each other. They play each other in the last game of the day. FNATIC will take on Hollywood. Yes, there's goal difference, and there was a head-to-head game when they beat them yesterday, so goal difference it will be. We're going to have a little bit of a deeper look into that.
Anyone ever think we'd be sat here on day two saying there's a chance that FNATIC might be on their way out? I mean, there's a lot to do, right? Did you think that was a conversation we were having?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you from all the noise at the atmosphere.
Did you think there was ever a chance on day two that we'd be thinking that FNATIC may be in the conversation of possibly going out? Still a lot of FIFA to play though.
I'd say you asked me from day one. I'd say they didn't have their best day, but the way they started this day seemed like that they were definitely getting over that edge. But right now, I mean, it's not looking too bright. And which position do you prefer to come into? Just winning a match, as Hollywood is doing right now, or do you prefer to be in that position where you don't need to win the match, but just to draw?
I hate to burst everyone's bubble. There's a 7-goal swing between Hollywood and FNATIC. So, I'll be honest, I don't think it's happening.
It's got to be a lot of goals, yeah.
-6 as it stands for Hollywood, +1 for FNATIC right now.
Never say never.
They've got to win all their matches and FNATIC not get any points, and then they will go obviously above them on 13 points. So that is the only way they get to do it. Yeah, well, Alex is drawing our attention as the halftime whistle goes on the matches in Group B, and in particular to that JDT GBX game.
Yeah, it's the bottom of the table clash, and we were talking about, you know, you don't want to take each other out, but it's looking like that's happening. Essentials are getting absolutely hammered in that game at the moment, so that's gonna really open up, especially with the fact that it's looking like TG and Napoli are going to sort of stretch themselves in at the top of the table now. So it was opening up their chances. Obviously, XRAPTORS were in 4th place before this one, but with JDT, you can see it's now 4-0. So they've been banging goals in for fun, which is maybe something they're going to find their feet, find their rhythm, but have they left it too late? I'm pretty sure they have.
Yeah, it's getting really close in Group B. It's getting so exciting. It's all change once again. The final 3 spots keep changing every time we play a match here. It's going to come down to match number 10 in Group B. It's out of 3 teams now. Can't wait to see who goes through. It's always unfortunate we say bye to 2 of them. Basel and Raptors here. Pause for Basel. Have got the lead. Again, not something we've seen that often over the local side. Lee?
I was just thinking that actually puts EXEED in trouble, right? Because that would put JDT 1 point behind them, I believe.
Yeah, exactly, it would. So kind of a bit of a leapfrogging, bit of changing of the guard at the bottom of Group B. So this one, yeah, this one has been finished now. I say we've still got 20 or so minutes, but Essentials Gaming got lots of work to do in that one.
So we established that for Hollywood, they need a 7-goal deficit to try and make their way into that top 4. However, we saw FNATIC, Diogo said, we have to make sure we get a positive result against FUTWIZ because of that head-to-head. Now, should points level up and we see FUTWIZ and FNATIC maybe on that level points, well, it's then going to go down to goal difference because the head-to-head's gone both ways, which then means one of those teams, FUTWIZ or FNATIC, should RB Leipzig have the day that they had yesterday today, that is what we will have in that round of 16.
It does come down to it, because if Hollywood get their 3 points, they're on 10. FNATIC, they're losing at the moment, they say on 12. 10 to 12, well that's 2 points. If Hollywood win, they are still going over FNATIC. So that's as close as it is. It will come down to who wins that game and who goes through. Which is pretty exciting, guys. We have a bit of drama, don't we?
We should be clear. There's no clarification on who they're actually going to play. It's only the players that have told us this. They are absolutely nailed on the A plays C and B plays D, but there's no official paperwork, as far as I'm aware, that we have been given.
Exactly.
There's also still a chance that
always got to cover your back, mate. Always got to cover your back.
There's still a chance the Raptors might not even top the table today. 2 losses now on the bounce as it stands, with 8 minutes left to be played, and how different their day 2's ended. Spoke about ending on a bad run of form going into knockout play. It's never going to fill you with confidence, is it, Aggie?
Definitely not, and I actually believe that Basel and Raptors will switch position after this if the result stands. And Basel, I mean, a team that we may haven't spoken up about, relatively new players coming into the scene, but the eSports team itself have great traditions with the likes of the Stranger and Nicolas.
Another great example on that, Aggie, as well, of 2 players that haven't had brilliant individual seasons, quite lowly ranked in Europe, but when it came to this 2v2E club, all eyes on it, that's where all their energy's been.
Well, let's just see out this game then, shall we? 8 minutes left on the clock. Can Hollywood keep this lead? They're looking just to make it a bit more comfortable, but YMCA not giving up yet. They didn't give up a little bit earlier, did they, as well, when they played FNATIC?
Remember, they don't want to just keep the lead. They've got to score more. They've got to get scoring here. I mean, obviously don't want to let YMCA bang one in. The Finns have scored quite a lot of goals, but they need to get scoring here.
There's 1 minute left in Team FUTWIZ FNATIC. FNATIC off screen have got the last attack of the game. If this stays as it does, or if they bag a late goal, which they did do, I'll tell you that for a fact. FNATIC have just equalised in the last kick of the game. I think now we'll see it live as it went in. They had a corner, the ball bounced around on the edge of the box. I'm not sure who bagged the goal, Tex or Diogo, but regardless of it, it puts them on 13 points, and it puts us back to that original point about that too big of a goal deficit, really.
Well, that does exactly do that, Brandon. It means now Hollywood, if they keep this in the 88th minute they're on, they get 3 points, they take it to 10. FNATIC got a point there, 13. 3 points in it, the goal difference is big.
Added time to come in.
The local fans are willing Raptors to a point as well over Basel, but the whistle's about to be blown in this match.
Full times across the board. Hollywoods, they will pick up 10 points on the board, but yeah, as we said, we've tried to build the storyline and it just can't happen.
So a couple more matches still being played out.
Yeah, this one being JDT. Essentials got one back, but that is not actually the main story of the group. So obviously, while JDT, that's going to put them on, what, 9 points with obviously a clear win here. Important part of the rest of the group is the fact that obviously EXEED pulled one back against NIP as well, which will almost certainly secure Napoli at the top of the table, I believe. I think they won their game overall.
Yeah, this is the one that Lee was talking about.
I think it was 1-1. I think Napoli drew in it.
This is the match that Lee was just chatting about there. So another point for both these teams here, for EXEED and Team Ninjas in pyjamas. So that's pretty much it for all of these matches. FNATIC and FUTWIZ, 90 minutes on the clock. Just playing out added time there. There we go. So share the points as well. All the matches have been finished then in match 9 for both A and B. Aggie, as you heard him, he is sitting here there. And we just saw Nick Sneb kind of sighing off camera just to lose 2 vital points.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, they're going through, and that's what matters. I mean, they haven't had their best day, but now they can breathe, and I think that's what matters. They can prepare for later today, just watch who are they going to play. Obviously still have 1 game left where they want to finish on a high, but at the end of the day, just get the job done and be ready for knockouts.
I think there's something else on that game as well, to your point, Rachel, is like it's a UK matchup, isn't it? It's a UK FIFA matchup. They don't often get that opportunity to go head-to-head that regularly in normal competition. So maybe disappointed in a 1-1 draw, but look, as Aggie said, the bigger picture is group's done, we're in the knockout stages, we've got 1 more game to maybe test something out, maybe go up an extra spot or 2 for the seeding and come back fresh for tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, without talking about Group A, let's talk about Group B then. The Malaysian team of GBX, they had a great match. I think they got 5 goals in that one. Did get 1 back for Essentials. They got 1 back in the end, but that does now put them up to 5th. They're still holding on. Can they claw back a couple more points in their last matchup? Then they can get themselves into that 4th position. 4th position is what all these teams are looking for. Team EXEED at the moment hold that 4th and final position. GBX, though, the ones to keep your eyes on as we go into the 10th and final matchup. And I believe Spen is down there with the boys from Malaysia to chat to them about that amazing result, Spen.
Yeah, it's a really big game. Now I'm here with the guys from JDT GBX. You just played Essentials. It was kind of like a knockout game in a way. If you didn't win it, it was probably not going to be enough. Likewise, if they didn't win it, they can still get 11 points, but I don't know if they can go through. You guys can definitely still go through if you win out this last game. How are you feeling?
Yeah, we're feeling quite confident. Obviously, a big result against Essentials. Now, we're playing against one of the best teams in the tournament, but after this game, I'm pretty confident in what we can do.
Yeah, I mean, your form's been sort of up and down. You started off with 2 draws yesterday, then you went and got a loss, draw, loss, but today a win, loss, win is a little bit more positive. You've put 2 wins out of 3, so what's changed?
Yeah, I think even yesterday we played quite well, but we just didn't have that cutting edge. I think, as you can see, 2 wins today instead of 3 draws yesterday. We're turning the draws into wins, and now one last game, one last knockout game for us, and yeah, we'll see how it goes.
What would it mean for you and the organisation and the country you're representing as well to get out of this group and see how far you can go?
Yeah, obviously we're trying to do better than last year where we finished in the top 16, and it would be probably a big achievement for us, especially for these 2 new guys we have here. So yeah, it would be in the world for me.
Well, listen, you've put yourself in a great position. Fantastic work so far. One more big game to go. Good luck. Essentially, as he says, it's a knockout game. If you can get the win, or they can get the win, they can progress. Do not sleep on JDDGBX. Back to you guys.
Such a tongue twister, isn't it, Spen, that name? But yeah, they were just saying there, it will mean the world to them if they can not only get through, but then get better than the round of 16, which they achieved last year. We've got to wait, though, to see if they can get through. It is between themselves and Team EXEED. We'll have a look at that now, exactly how many points both those teams are on. Let's just draw your attention to Group B. That's what we're currently chatting about. So it is between Team EXEED 11 points and GBX 9. So EXEED now play Crow and GBX play Ninjas in Pyjamas. Tough matchup for the boys from Malaysia, Brandon.
Absolutely, and I think what they were saying with Spencer is like people don't realise how little opportunity you get from Asia in these tournaments when Europe takes up so many. You get to it, I think Rich was touching on it yesterday, to be in the best 24 teams in the world is still a ridiculous achievement, let alone extending your tournament for an extra day or 2. And they've got to do everything they can to try and book that top 4 place in Group B.
And we've mentioned the Hollywood story. 10 points, they could get 13 and equal FNATIC and FUTWIZ, but the goal difference is a bit too much, Alex.
Yeah, the goal difference is a massive ask there in Group A. As we see Hollywood on 10 points, they are going to be up against that with 5 goals. It's a big deficit in FIFA, especially over 1 leg. If it was 2 legs, maybe, just maybe, you could argue it. Where I think the attention is in that group for FNATIC and Team FUTWIZ is ultimately just about who is going to finish in that 4th spot. Because we look at it, we've seen Basel manage to overtake Raptors and take that 1st spot. That 4th spot in Group A, we're going to have a massive, massive team going out in the knockouts at 16. If it's going to be FNATIC or FUTWIZ.
We've talked about Group C, it's obviously the group of death, so I guess wherever you finish in that top 4, you're facing the top team, there's no doubt about it.
Yeah, but the FNATIC and the Hollywood, that's a match-up as well for me. And it would be even more heartbreaking if Hollywood were to get the win over FNATIC, feel the same points and still not go through.
And you look back on what? 1 piece of defending for FUTWIZ, they don't concede the 90th minute, Hollywood go through. That's just how cruel FIFA can be sometimes.
Finest margins. Aggie, you must have had experiences when it comes down to goal difference before in your career.
Yeah, many times, and it's very hard, and you're trying to maybe pause the game a little bit more than just once, just to make sure that everything is going your way. There's so many things you need to be aware of, but I actually think that it's doable for Hollywood if they catch FNATIC off guard, because I know the goal difference is big, but it's a head-to-head. So whenever Hollywood scores a goal, you also take a goal from FNATIC, which means it's 3 goals if my math is not totally off the break.
Well, they played in round 5 yesterday. It was a 2-1 win for FNATIC against Hollywood. If we're looking at that as one of the head-to-heads.
But we're obviously discussing what they're discussing.
But to be honest, I'm confused.
I don't know what they're discussing because it was
maybe. Can we try and send
theories out there?
Can we try and send Mike or Spencer down there just to put a microphone in, and maybe then we can hear the conversation, or maybe speak to Diogo.
I'll take this there now. It's just they're all going in there.
And just to see or hear what's going on there. We're just chatting around it, but sometimes it's nice just to shove a mic in there. You don't have to ask any questions and just see, but they all look a little bit perplexed, especially Denman there.
We might be getting an insight. I can see Mark LeBel on the move.
Well, yeah, it's great. It comes down to 13 points, possibly a piece. Ben is there. I can see him behind me. He's about to pop into shot and possibly get a little bit of an insight, a lowdown. Spen,
You want some scurry.
you got a lowdown for us, please.
Look at that.
Yes, I'm trying to understand what's going on here. So they're having some sort of conversation, guys. Can you tell us what the chat's about?
Basically, if we lose and FUTWIZ lose, there's a three-way tie, and we're trying to work out who, like, what happens.
You've got obviously head-to-head comes into play. Then you got goal difference. What that?
And then FUTWIZ would have lost to us, beat Hollywood, and Hollywood would have beat us. So it gets a bit techy.
So you sort, yeah, it is getting a bit confusing. Do you have any interpretation on this?
I would seem to beat them 2-0 and we're through.
So that's what you think it needs, a 2-0 win. So he's got a big smile on his face as well. He's confident.
Pressure on me. If they lose, that's a choke from them, not from us.
These guys are called Hollywood. They're going for the Hollywood ending tech.
Yeah. You're trying to get something out of me, Spencer. I'm not giving you anything.
Let's go to Ethan. He might give me something then. Ethan, where do you guys come into all this?
You get nothing out of me. Just 1 point. I don't want to put myself in this equation. 1 point and we're out of it.
You just need to avoid defeat. Obviously, that's what FNATIC need to do as well. And Mark's kind of right. Hollywood are in the sort of driving seat here, because if they go and win their game, am I right in thinking if they win, you avoid defeat, FNATIC go out?
I genuinely have no idea.
No one knows.
We don't know what's going on.
There's a lot of moving parts here. There's a lot of different, permutations, as Richard likes to say. But ultimately, yeah, Mark is right. From the Hollywood perspective, they've done so well to get themselves in this scenario. They've just got to concentrate on winning, apparently 2-0 or more against FNATIC. And then we may have a little bit of maths to do. Anyone seen Carol Vorderman? Back to you guys.
Well, Spen, I actually think we need Richard Buckley, the referee. Surely, if anyone knows what's going to happen, it's him. Where is he when we need him? I don't know. Anyway, he's not here on the couch, but we will bring you updates as and when they fly in. But FUTWIZ have a really tough draw as well, Brandon. They're taking on Raptors.
Yeah.
But Raptors are on the back foot, lost their last two matches.
But isn't it ridiculous that we sit here, we start today with Hollywood with 1 point, and now they're going into a game where they can still qualify for top four. This is why I love a bit of group play sometimes.
Richard Buckley sat where you are right now, Brandon. He said it with chest, and he went, Hollywood are going to win 4 out of 5 games today, and they're going to qualify.
Yeah, they wanted, didn't they? A lot of points on the board, and they're pretty much there over the line. They have to win 2-0. Is that a big ask against FNATIC now? FNATIC know what they're after, Aggie?
I think the pressure is on FNATIC right now. They've been at the qualification spot now and is still there, while Hollywood didn't expect to be in the position, like they couldn't allow themselves to expect that after their day one. So they're just coming in now, and they know that they just have to win the match, while FNATIC, they are feeling the pressure a bit more. I think it's going to be very interesting.
Lee, FNATIC under pressure, surely that's where FNATIC like to be, under pressure. They perform when the pressure's on.
Yeah, but for me, why are they discussing it? Like, they shouldn't be. They shouldn't be in their minds. Like, if we lose this 2-0, then they might go through. Like, for me as a player going into that final game, should just be, we're going to win. We're going to win. Like, we're at 1 point, it doesn't matter, we're through. But the fact that they got those permutations going in the back of their mind while they're playing a game is pretty scary. Like, get your focus on. Just win this game, and you're done.
So for me, what you're saying there, that for me plays into Hollywood's hand. They're
Yeah,
like, right,
absolutely.
cool, 2-0, that's it.
He was just sat there chilling, watching them all figure it out. He's just sat there with a smile on his face. Not quite sure where he got 2 goals from. I think he needs to look at the table again. But he looked pretty confident.
Yeah, well, you've got to be confident. Well, the referees, I hear, are actually discussing that. So maybe we'll get clarification, because apparently they're not sure either. If they're not sure, the players aren't sure, we are definitely none the wiser up here on the couch. That's why I've got a bit of a delay before we do get into these final matches in groups A and B. Well, it doesn't come with the greatest confidence there, Brandon. We don't really know what's happening.
It reminds me a little bit like last year. E-Club World Cup, there was a group, wasn't there, with the Saudi teams. I think it was Mar that was playing, wasn't it? And it was literally just like this. It was literally like this. They were there in the booth and they were going, are we through, are we not? They were waiting for anyone to wave them down. Hate to say it, we're going to be in that position potentially if Hollywood win 2, 3, 4, 5, 6-0. But it's only one game of FIFA. It's a lot of goals. It's a big ask.
Yeah, maybe we can just get playing and then we can figure that out as the goals go in. We're hoping there's a lot of them. Well, that's the story, isn't it? We're going to talk that up all day in Group A. We can have a little look at Group B. It's a bit more clear cut there, isn't it?
Well,
Essential Gaming's.
I mean, let's just say clear cut. It's actually probably more open, if anything.
Here we go. Leah's here.
Yeah, for Group A, it's on a knife edge. Effectively, Hollywood have to win and something happens. Whereas this one, yes, JDT have to win, but we could see XEED fall out. as the games get ready to go. You can see the crowd get excited. Essentials, I mean, in theory, could come through. It's still a goal swing against Team XRAPTORS. This group at the end is wide open. One thing that is looking like it's safe is obviously Napoli, TG.NIP and KROWMX. They look like they're all through. It's all about whether XEED can limp through on fourth.
Yeah, and it would come into play again, wouldn't it? If XEED lost and Essentials won, that would mean they're both on 11.
Alex, do XEED qualify?
Yes. They are
confident.
What's going to happen is XEED are just going to grind their way through into that top 4. Come to knockout FIFA tomorrow. Ober and Virgil, they're going to perform. That's right.
Right, I'm not sure when the matches are starting. Hopefully, imminently. Yeah, I can see them kicking off. And the first one that is kicking off is FNATIC taking on Holly. We've got to go there. We've got to see if the boys from Australia can get these 2 crucial goals and not concede to FNATIC. This is where we're going to stay for probably quite a lot of this last round of fixtures.
Yeah, well, they played yesterday in this exact group matchup. Result finished 2 goals to 1, but if anything we've learned, Alex, 24 hours in FIFA Esports is a very different story.
Well, we know that Tech says he's not a massive fan of these single-leg games in the group stage and the way that they ran, but in terms of the entertainment value and what we get to see, we have twists and turns every single way. It also gives the opportunity for someone to not have a great day 1 and still find their way through in day 2, or vice versa, which we have seen from a few teams here and there. FNATIC, though, they know what the job that needs to be done. Tech Diogo have been here time and time again, maybe more so in the latter stages of the tournament in knockout FIFA. For now, it's just about getting into that top 4 and finding out who they play in round of 16. Hollywood, though, Mark and Negatron will be happy to see that they were looking down and out yesterday. They've come through today so far. They've picked up victories. They've played well. They've backed their ability, and they've given themselves a fighting chance.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it's going to be exciting, so do stay with us to see who's going through from Group A, as we get a couple of goals, I believe, in Group B, Lee.
Yeah, first goal of the groups coming through. Get it on your screen here, and it is a pretty big one because we were talking about the chances of qualifying. Well, it is TG.NIP stepping up the gears as the tournament gets towards that knockout phase, and for GDT, GBX Esports, they needed to win that game and they are trailing now. And in fairness, they're up against probably, arguably, the toughest team of the group, but there's more goals.
This featured matchup very quickly. Aga, if you're in this game, how difficult is it from both sides mentally to try and get yourself locked in?
It's such a hard task, especially for FNATIC, because which foot do you stand on? Do you try to go for the win, or do you try just to protect a draw? And luckily for them, it's an experienced team. Maybe.
Legal chance there for Hollywood. What a save in the end. It's a corner to Mark and Nazar. What a day they've had. They beat the chart toppers in Raptors' Twisted Minds. Here's a highlight from a game that we have missed. It's FC Basel. We know they're already through. They're looking to cement their way forward in a better position in this Group A.
Yeah, Group A then. Well, FNATIC, Hollywood, no one's broken this deadlock here. They want to get 2 goals. They need to start doing something sooner rather than later. FUTWIZ as well. Let's just actually start. They're a little bit behind, aren't they? Against Twisted Raptors. We heard that start because the fans went wild. Right, let's stay with this one. FNATIC.
As it stands right now, it's been Hollywood. They've been able to create a couple of chances, Alex. It's certainly warning shots fired at Diogo and Tex.
Yeah, for sure it is. Hollywood have that freedom, knowing that they have to win and they have to score goals, so they can just be more attacking in their play, looking to send extra numbers forward. FNATIC will be a little bit happier to just be patient, have the ball 5-10 minutes here and there. Tex and Diogo, that chance, if it does come, I'm sure they will be very grateful if they can, as we see it out with Mbappe, the fancy feet. Shot counts, so reverse elastico. It's so difficult to see Tex and Diogo in that area because what they can do, it's hard to read.
That'd be frightening, isn't it? Corner to come, and this is where they scored the all-important equaliser, which put them on 13 points against Team FUTWIZ. in their last matchup. What can we see here? A bit of player movement off the ball, which in towards that back post, 2 hands on it from Edwin van der Sar.
Well, we did get a bit of a moment, didn't we, over in the Essentials Napoli. We thought we were going to break the deadlock over there. Ninjas in Pyjamas then, GBX. Exciting game happening over there in Group B.
Yeah, absolutely. We talked about the fact that they need to keep themselves in it. It's all about whether XRAPTORS lose their game and whether GDT can win their game. Well, at the moment, it's looking like things are getting a bit better for them. We're getting on your screen here. You can see it was the deadlock finally being broken. It started off well. A lucky rebound when things are going to go your way. That's where you need it in the final game of group. So 1-1. They're still going to win that game though. Still a long way to go.
Yeah, well, we're same with this one, but obviously we'd quite like at some point, if you can, jump up to Essentials and see how they're getting on against Napoli. Big match again for them. If they get the 3 points, they're level with EXEED. Yeah, see what can come from this free kick then for FNATIC.
Yeah, well, they play it short, trying to find something, but in the end it was completely done wrong. We hear there's been a goal in the Group B game. Lee, which way has it gone?
Well, this is going the way at the moment. Against the plan. Against the plan. KROWMX bang on in. And Alex, I think you and me had EXEED. Rich had EXEED top of the group. I know that for sure. No, you had Napoli, right, didn't you? Yeah, this is not going the way. I mean, it's going a great way for GDT, GBX. They've still got to win their game, but that is a chance. That is a chance. 1-0.
It's going a great way for Essentials as well, Alex, isn't it? The fact that EXEED are down, if Essentials can get something here, puts them in the driving seat.
It does indeed. However, there's been a bigger story.
Oh, it's just happening everywhere.
A bigger moment.
It's all going off. I mean, this is why you love groups, right? This is the end of groups. This is what you absolutely love about it.
Well, Napoli looking to end day one in the perfect form, but someone else looking to rip up the script is the Aussie boys, who will be making all the noise if they can qualify through. It's Hollywood that lead by a 1-0 just before the 40th minute mark. Lovely step overs into an exit, and it is Hollywood that lead by a 0 against FNATIC.
I mean, such a good timing for them to score that goal as well. Just applying the pressure and just buying themselves time, because according to Mark from Hollywood, he only needs one more goal. So having an entire half to get that, just putting all the pressure over on FNATIC now.
I think as well, Aggie, going in at half time, this for FNATIC, Tex and Diogo looking at each other and actually saying, we need to switch on.
Yeah, I mean, I was a bit surprised when I saw the players at the briefing just before. They seemed really calm, considering that one of them will go out. Yeah, they definitely have to turn up now.
Big equaliser there, EXEED. Tournament lifeline effectively for them. Puts them a point currently. We're only at the halfway stage, so long way to go still.
Long way to go. EXEED then, good point for them just before half time. Lots of the matches then are in half time at the moment. Basel have just got started again, as have FNATIC. So Basel leading YMCA 1-0, and FNATIC, this is the story we have been following. Hollywood, they think they need 2 goals and not to let FNATIC score at all. We're waiting to see if that has been confirmed by the powers that be here in the arena. I think they need 1 more. FUTWIZ though still haven't got anything in the game between Raptors. So this all eyes on these 2 teams. Worlds apart, aren't they? FNATIC, obviously based in England and the UK, and Hollywood, based over in Australia. They know each other well though, these guys. They're round about the circuit. Mark came, didn't he, to London as part of that Dire Wolves squad. Team of the Season Cup last season. Had a good run there.
Yeah, and also on the flip side, that Faray Nazar, he played in this tournament last year in Copenhagen, was grouped. He won't want to feel that same feeling again. He was playing for Order Army, I believe, at the time. So both have experience in this FIFA Club World Cup. They need goals though, and they need them desperately now.
another goal for Raptors? No, they're just cheering their side on. Right, should we go over to Group B and see how things are going on? I believe that Essentials have just gone another goal down, which is not great for those guys. They're playing Napoli.
Yep, stretching the lead here. Well worked goal, get themselves 2-0 up against Essentials, make themselves safe, looking to try and top out that group as well. You know, they came into today with 11 points, they were already pretty safe sailing, but yeah, it's been a great performance from the Italians in that group and coming out on top. More goals to come though.
We do have a goal elsewhere, and I feel like this is a team that we haven't spoken all too much about, and they've just gone on a rampage today, and it is FC Basel. They are 2-0 to the good against the already down and out YMCA Esports. Basel have overtook Raptors in Group A. They've just quietly gone about their business, Aggie.
Yeah, definitely, and yeah, taking the first place there, while Raptors just applying the pressure with the home crowd on FUTWIZ, who's still in a shaky situation, so to say.
I think there's a couple of stories folding as well in Ninjas in Pyjamas and the EXEED games, because GBX, they have to win, don't they? And EXEED really need to win as well. There's a lot of different calculations happening over there. So let's go Ninjas in Pyjamas though. Possibly just put that nail in the coffin as I was speaking about
them. You sensed it, Rachel. You sensed it coming, I think. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot going on. The tournament's starting to liven up now because we're in this final group stage. But as you can see, it is unfortunately Team Hull NIP, well, fortunate for maybe them, that scored an absolute banger with the man Rude Hull himself into the top corner. That means GDT, they have to get back, they have to get an equaliser, and they have to get goals. YMCA banging in a goal there against Basel as well.
Back on this one, obviously we're getting a few more goals around the grounds here. That is 4 goals now, but we don't need to jump there because it looks like it's done and dusted for Napoli over Essentials. Yeah. Essentials will remain on 8 points, it looks, as we approach 70th minute mark in that game. So it comes down to GBX and EXEED for that final position in Group B.
The biggest problem for these players is they don't know the scores. All they know is their game. For Team EXEED, they're up there 1-1, all tied still, scared for their tournament lives. FNATIC are in the same position. They don't know what the score is in the other game. For all they know, Raptors, with the crowd cheering like this, could be hammering FUTWIZ. FUTWIZ could be winning. They have no idea what is going on. So they just have to try and focus and play their own game. But at the moment, you can see there's a bit of trouble. Is this a penalty? Was that just a foul?
Off topic here, very quickly. A team from England that are looking to ensure they're in the top 4 is Team FUTWIZ. They lead Raptors, looking to get the revenge on the home side by a 1-0. We'll give you the goal as soon as we can see that.
So that would mean, as it stands, Group A, Hollywood would be knocked out. FUTWIZ go away from FNATIC, and if RB Leipzig do what they need to do in Group C, FNATIC, RB Leipzig, round of 16.
Perhaps a revenge game, it was a repeat game, that's for sure.
So Team Ninjas in Pyjamas just got another one. So again, 70 minutes, 3-1 over GBX. It's looking like their campaign may come to an end during this matchup. They're currently on 5th at the moment. So this is the FUTWIZ matchup as we were just discussing this. FUTWIZ then taking the lead in that one. Napoli, we know what's been happening here. 4-1 though, just concede against Essentials. Essentials getting a possible consolation goal there as we approach 80 minutes on the clock. The big story though still is between FNATIC and Hollywood. They're currently on a little bit of a pause, probably just assessing their options, the dying moments of that game. Not long to go to decide all of these. So FNATIC and Hollywood, we can jump back into that when we get a moment. 15 minutes left for Hollywood to get another goal. FNATIC to break through and cement themselves as round of 16 competitors.
Especially for their past history in this tournament as well. What, FIFA 20 was a top 4 finish. Last year, top 8, losing to MGCF, the Brazilian side. They've got rich history in this FIFA E Club World Cup. I mean, look, as far as Tex, he won the tournament in FIFA 19.
Who would you want to face out of these groups? I've got to be honest, I'm looking at the teams in Group C and D, especially obviously the likes of Leipzig. I don't think they fear anyone here right now, especially in a team that could come out.
Landers doesn't.
No, he doesn't fear anyone.
Celebrations you're seeing are directed straight at Team FUTWIZ in their booth. There's shushes, there's all different celebrations going on. And this is the goal that they scored. Somehow just got it down. But you can hear what that goal means to that lot. They are into the knockouts regardless. And they'll be getting louder and louder as we go into the knockout stages.
I've never seen such a small group of people make so much noise. I've been in arenas with 40,000 people and it's not been that loud. Deafening stuff.
Yeah, there's about 50 people just supporting this one local side, which is so amazing. Team Ninjas in Pyjamas, Alex against GBX, having a great end to their round-robin group stages.
For JDT, GBX, that is going to be their tournament here and done. They'll be disappointed not to see themselves make it into the knockouts like they did last year. However, yesterday, 3 draws just didn't quite get those wins over the line. We said how draws at times play a massive factor whether you make it or not. And for them, that will see them out. Back to the game now. FNATIC Hollywood. Hollywood need to grab at least 1 or 2 more, Rachel.
I feel like the fans are chanting at them now that their teams through need more goals. Need more goals. I'd love to see some more goals in this match. Just made it exciting either way. I don't really care which way it goes. I just want some more drama from this Hollywood ending.
Well, let's see how it plays out. 3 minutes left. As it stands, it will be the 2 UK esports organisations that are in the same group going into the knockout stages here in Riyadh. Here's FNATIC now to tie the match up. It's a bit of a coming together at the back. And Hollywood be able to pick up possession again. Full-time result between FUTWIZ and Raptors Twisted Minds. And here's a big chance now for Hollywood. Last kick of the game. Are they going to score? It's a massive save from Edwin van der Sar. What a save that one could it be.
The goalkeeper movement there from Tex is outrageous. Playing that bluff game with the attacker and just moving him across. Easy as you like. Consolation goal for JDT, GBX. As we said, their tournament. 2 minutes of added time, it's a big ask.
They're still on 2 goals, right? So there's no way they can get 2 goals back in 2 minutes. As quick as I'd like to think they could be. The home fans delighted. And you know what? They've got another 3 tournaments of this. You know, Saudi Arabia represented, Abu Bakr obviously in all 3 tournaments. We're going to be getting this all week long.
Yeah, I believe we've still got a couple of moments still left to play in the FNATIC Hollywood game. Not many, it's seconds. That's all we have there. As the crowd are loving it, stirring that. But what's cooking? Right, let's get back to this then. This is the last chance for Team Hollywood. Pressure's on these boys. It's now or never.
Yeah, added time of 2 minutes looks to be up, and it looks like Hollywood's E-Club World Cup could be up or not. What a moment that is!
The Aussies have jumped up in their seats. They are banging on their console table there. What have we just seen? FNATIC can't quite believe it. We can't believe it. We don't know what is happening.
It seems like he thinks that's it. Mark and Adazar think that a 2-goal win is all they need.
This is it for that game. They said they wanted 2. We don't know, but I have asked if we can get Richard Buckley down there amongst it all. He's in his referee outfit. Can he give us an update? This is something we haven't seen for a while. Brandon was saying last year we had a similar encounter. We want to get some clear confirmation of who is going through. This is drama. If you're just joining us, it was between FNATIC and Hollywood. They're now both on 13 points. It was going down to goal difference. We weren't quite sure. I'm going to now go down to Rich. Rich, what are we seeing? Tell me the story.
This is absolutely ridiculous. I'm live on the stage. I've been looking at the permutations. If Hollywood won by 1 goal, they would have been eliminated. If Hollywood won by 2, they go through. They scored 90th minute. It's over. I mean, this is it. Look, the Ogo text desolate. They don't know what to do. The permutations are in. FNATIC are out. This is absolutely insane. Everyone on the stage is sort of bewildered. We don't know what's happening. Hollywood go through. The Hollywood story has been scripted. It's been directed. And the co-stars, the leading actors, Mark and Nagidi, fair play, because you have done something that I didn't expect, that no one else expected. Unbelievable scenes. This is the FIFA Club World Cup, live in all its glory. I mean, guys, take it away. Back to you, Rachel.
Well, as it stands from Richard there, he said that FNATIC are going out. Hollywood, maybe at that Hollywood ending we've all been bigging up, they got 2 goals over FNATIC. FNATIC didn't score any. That's exactly what they thought was going to send them through to the round of 16. Mouths are open here. We're all a little bit in shock.
Go and find out what's actually happening.
Well, Spenny's about to do that. Spenny's about to do that for us, because in the table I'm looking at here, FNATIC have dropped down to 5th. Spen, you're there, you're amongst it all. What on earth has unfolded? What's Mark saying?
Rachel, we were literally just trying to work out ourselves whether we're through. We're trusting in the maths genius of Richard Buckley. We believe the Hollywood boys have squeezed through. I'll say it again, with the Hollywood ending into 4th place. They had to win 2-0. We just spoke about it before the game. You said with a smile on your face,
that's what that
we're going to have to win 2-0. And just what you did.
Look, I came in, I did not expect this today. We ended on 1 point yesterday. We were terrible yesterday, but today's different. We won 4 out of 5 games. Should have honestly won all 5, but it was amazing from us today.
Everything you said needed to happen happened. You said to Mike earlier, we need to win 4 or 5. You won 4 or 5. Listen, to get out of your groups after opening games, 5 games with 1 point is mad. But you can't count these boys out, particularly Mark, who's qualified for all 3 events over the next 3 weeks. You've still got a chance of winning all 3.
Of course, and I've never been grouped or switched in my life, so it's just meant to be, I guess.
He's never been grouped or switched. That's an unreal stat. Let's cross over here to the Getatron. It's not a one-man team by any means. This is an unbelievable unit that somehow found a way to get through. How are you feeling?
Oh, I'm feeling over the moon right now. Like, honestly, there's so much emotions rushing through my body right now, and it's just so good to go through.
So obviously you've done the objective of sorting it out. You know, a bad day 1, changing it for a good day 2. But day 3 and 4 are ahead of you. What's the target?
Honestly, like, we're just going to live through this now and then see how we go, like, regroup, just gather our emotions again. We're just so, like, excited to go through, considering the circumstances, and yeah, we'll just see how we go through for tomorrow.
You guys are from Australia, but you're called Hollywood. What's the reason? Is it because you play with Hollywood ending 90th minute goals like that?
No, it was a Pro Clubs team created originally, and we just took it to E-Club and then used it. So,
well, I think it's got new meaning now. It's a scripted, you could say. But well done, boys. Fantastic stuff. What stat that is, by the way, he's never been grouped or swift in his life, and that record is still going. They ain't leaving. Back to you guys.
I love it. He knows how to get out of groups, doesn't he, Mark says. Amazing story unfolding here in Saudi for this Club World Cup. The Aussies have just knocked out the Englishmen. It's kind of what's happening, isn't it, in the Ashes as well? Anyway, let's not talk cricket here. Let's stick with FIFA Esports. Mike is standing by with the Raptors, who've been flying high. Mike, how are they feeling after finishing all their group stages?
We just talked about the heroics there, maybe one of the biggest collapses we've seen. How about a team that's been consistent from day 1 to day 2? How does it feel? Congratulations, you guys are advancing.
Thank you very much. بدي أقول لك إن ألف مبروك على التأهل. من اليوم الأول إحنا مستوانا كويس. وش تقدر تقول عن اللي سويته اليوم؟
أول شيء بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله تأهلنا من مجموعة جدا صعبة. الصدق إن كان طموحنا نتأهل بالمركز الأول، لكن الحمد لله راضي عن مستوانا خصوصا اليوم الأول. ممكن اليوم كنا تعبانين شوية عشان كذا ما قدمنا المستوى المطلوب، لكن المجموعات مرحلة والأدوار الإقصائية مرحلة ثانية تماما. نتمنى دعمكم، ننتظر دعمكم بإذن الله أن نفرحكم إن شاء الله.
So basically, he's thanking everybody that came here. We're so happy to be qualified from the group. We wanted to qualify at the top of the group. Today we weren't as good as yesterday. The players were a bit sick, but group stage is one stage and it's done. The next round is going to be a new tournament.
And coming into this tournament, we talked about you guys being ones to watch, but we didn't necessarily think that you'd lead the group and so forth and so on. Do you feel that the team was like maybe underappreciated, underrated? They went under the radar. They didn't get the respect they deserved. You could make that sound a lot less words.
Sure. يقول لك قبل البطولة كنا متوقعين العيون علينا، لكن ما حد كان متوقع إننا نتصدر مجموعة. وش تقدر تقول يعني؟
بالعكس احنا كنا متوقعين ان نؤدي اداء نفس اللي شفتوه افضل. سخنا جهزنا للبطوله بالشكل المطلوب. كنا نلعب ضد افضل الانديه في العالم وكنا نؤدي اداء جدا ممتاز، فكنت واثق ان مستوانا راح يكون ممتاز زي ما شفتوا، وباذن الله راح تكون الادوار الاقصائيه افضل بكثير.
So at the start of the tournament, we were ready. We believed in ourselves. We started and prepared very well for the tournament. We played against top of the top in the world, and we were good at it. So we came into the tournament believing in ourselves, and the players are saying that you will see a much better version of Twisted Minds in the round of 16.
Well, even better. I'd love to hear that. I know Spencer's sitting by. He's got more competitors to talk to. I don't know who Spencer's with at the moment, but I know that he's posted up somewhere. Oh, he's actually behind me. Perfect. There you go, Spencer.
Yeah, I'm just behind you, Mike. We haven't actually had a chance to talk to KROWMX yet because there's a bit of a language barrier, but we've done a bit of work off camera. Let's see if this works. They've got through in their group, by the way, with 13 points. So I'm with Divine here. So, listen, you made it through. Well done. What was your goal for the tournament?
Bueno, nuestro objetivo es salir campeones, es el máximo resultado. Y yo creo que eso tiene que ver mucho que ir por el máximo resultado permite dar lo mejor de uno mismo.
Basically saying that the only thing to aim for is to be the best, and to be the best you've got to beat everyone. That has to be the thing you aim for, but they have to be at their best if they're going to do it. That's Espanol. Hablo Español. Back to you guys.
Chatting to the Mexicans like you do. I love that, Spencer. Obviously, I don't know, well, actually maybe he does. He's been on holiday recently. Maybe he went to learn some new language on his little break. Well, I don't even know where to start with unravelling what we just saw in Group A. If you're just joining us, FNATIC, I am gutted to tell you, are out of the competition. They just got knocked out in their final match to Hollywood. We weren't quite sure of all the permutations. Apparently they needed 2. They were after 2. Look at the clock. They got it in dramatic fashion. Aggie, tell me about the heartbreak that FNATIC and the fans of English esports are feeling right now after that.
It must be surreal and hard to understand also the way it's happening in the last second, but I think when they are going to reflect on it, it's not the last game here where they are losing and going out of the competition. It's between all those 10 games they've been playing and haven't been playing up to their standards, let's be honest. And they brought themselves into a position in the last round where they had the opportunity to go out, and that's what happened. So heartbreaking for them, but also there can only be one winner in the end.
Alex, it was even more dramatic, the fact that we had that pause as well. 90 minutes have been played, we're in that additional time. About 40 seconds have been played. We said, we think it's done. We'll just go back to it because they're on a pause, and then that happened.
Yeah, I'm sure FNATIC thought, that's it, we're probably just going to be done and dusted, but they kept it alive. Negatron and Mark, they just said, we're going to lay that ball into the box. The beautiful thing, Lloris just turned his man with ease to have that confidence in yourself, knowing if you miss this chance, that's it, your tournament is done, you're out. I can't imagine the emotions that them two have right now. The only thing that they're going to be thinking about tonight is who they've got coming up in that first round of the knockout. But for now, celebrations.
And this could have knock-on effects. Don't forget, Texas here for the World Cup. But that's not for another, 9 days? He's going to be sitting, dwelling on that, just stewing on it? That could have some negative effects on his tournament later on.
Well, I'm sure it will, especially today. He'll have to kind of just regroup from that, won't he, if he comes back and plays, like Lee said, in a few days' time. Well, that's confirmation then of all the groups, A and B, after 10 rounds of fixtures. So BASEL kind of went under the radar, finished on 21 points. Raptors are through with 18. FUTWIZ and Hollywood are through on 14 and 13 points apiece. FNATIC finished on 13 points, but it did go in terms of goal difference and head-to-head in the end. They sit in fifth place and they're out of it, as are YMCA. 4 great points they managed to get. Group B then, Napoli, 18 points sends them through. as 16 points allows Team Hullet Ninjas in Pyjamas to make their way through to the round of 16. KROWMX, we heard from those guys, 14 points, delighted to make their way through to day 3. Team EXEED then, they clung on, didn't they, I'm going to say, for dear life on 12 points. Had a bit of a up and down couple of days for them. We do say goodbye though to JDT GBX and Essentials Gaming. Wasn't to be for those two teams. Brandon, quick word then on EXEED. They managed just to claw their way through, didn't they, in the end?
I mean, the EXEED story's still on. It's still on. You know, if they go and win in the knockout stages now, no one will be thinking back to this group stage. They'll be worthy champions, but it's going to be a mountain to climb. They are through, though, top 4.
Basel, quick word on those guys. They kept going under the radar. Oh, sorry, so we're still on there. He's very attentive here. He's just going to want our rubbish. It doesn't matter. Whatever happens, they are great. We said that. They're so great at just helping us whenever we need them. It's so lovely to be here in Saudi, and they're really treating us well. Well, let's have a look at that. We just saw that. Come on, FUTWIZ, looking good. We saw that a little bit earlier as well. Great support from them. They are through. Yeah, anyway, let's just go back to what we were speaking about. Basel went under the radar, didn't they, Aggie?
Yeah, definitely not anymore. They will be one of the teams to watch now after that performance, and a big club with a lot of history. So yeah, really looking forward to see them in the knockout.
Well, let's move our conversation then on to a little bit later. We go off air and then we come back again at 10 to 8 to see these two groups, C and D. We're looking for a Riders comeback, I'm going to say. Riders Atletico Madrid, they are wanting a comeback. It hasn't gone their way. They're in 4th as it stands in Group D. Well, that is as tight as it could be there. 4 points separate the top 4. Well, guys, Aggie, Brandon, Lee and Alex, thanks for keeping me company and helping me through that little bit of maths I had to try and figure out there. That was one way, wasn't it, to end out Groups A and B. Hollywood. A Hollywood ending from the Australians. They make it through to tomorrow. Well, come back then and join us in a few hours' time. We get to do it all again, this time with Groups C and D. You're not going to want to miss it. We'll see you then. Bye-bye.
go out, we start moving. Running through it all that dope, we ain't losing. We ain't gonna fall back, no, we going in. Ain't nobody stopping us, only option to win. So we take it all, never fall on gas. And we going hard, no flaws, all facts. If you wanna call it a bluff, let's dance. But you better trust that you stand no chance. We on that next level. We on that next level. We on that next level. We on that next level, no capping. Ain't nobody quite as good when I'm rapping. When I hit the stage, the flames they start flying. Ironic, the king of the jungle, but not lying. Wouldn't be as good as me if I stopped trying. Better just pick a corner and start crying. When I'm crashing down, I was born for the throne. I look good in that crown. Running through it all that dope, we ain't losing. We ain't gonna fall back, now we going in. Ain't nobody stopping us, only option to win. So we take it all, never fall on gas. And we going hard, no flaws, all facts. If you wanna call it a bluff, let's dance. But you better trust that you stand no chance. We on that next.
Well, that was when we said welcome to Hollywood. That was the moment of our afternoon session here. It sent Hollywood through to Dreamland and FNATIC crashing out of the competition at the group stages. If a picture says 1,000 words, those guys looked shocked at what's unravelled here at the FIFA E-Club World Cup 2023. Drama in the house. Welcome back then for the evening session here. We've got Mike LaBelle and Richard Buckley alongside me. We have these two guests in the house. They're causing upsets left, right and centre. Mark and Negatron from Team Hollywood. Boys, you believed the dream was still alive. Most of us wrote you off yesterday, 1 point from 5 matches. You said in your pre-match interview there, we're going to win all of them. You won 4 today in such dramatic fashion. The first question I have for you, Mark, there was that pause, wasn't there? 90 minutes on the clock, 1-0 up over FNATIC. We'd preempted they needed 2. That was the permutations Rich was saying. Was it your pause or was it FNATIC's, and how did that unfold?
It was FNATIC's pause. Unfortunately, I had a 1-on-1 to win the whole game and then I missed it and we got a corner and they paused and my head was already gone, but luckily they paused and great game a little bit and then we scored from the corner.
Negatron, was your goal as well?
Yeah, it was.
What did you feel like when that went in?
Like all the emotions came out, as you can see on the camera. I was just like going insane, he was going insane, like it was just crazy goal.
At 90 minutes then, did you think the dream had gone? It was dead in the water?
It was definitely over. Like the ball wasn't like a side, like my brother was the ref, I want to go home, and then I see, oh okay, we've got one more chance, I pass it to the ball, he takes the one, it's a goal.
Yeah, when we had the pause cues, when you missed the opportunity, not to run it back, but I guess it's a positive story at the end of this anyway. Yeah. I said, that's it, that was the chance. Usually you don't get to run that back. You missed your opportunity, 90th minute. Write the script, didn't happen. How does it feel? I think this is the craziest moment that we've had in the E-Club. I was reviewing some moments, I was like, I think this is it. You had 1 point, I repeat for everybody at home, 1 point coming into today. Everything had to kind of work for you. You needed draws when the draws happened, you needed losses when that happened, and potentially we had the permutation god, he was refereeing everything there. We have enough time to go shopping for you in between.
Was that a question to him?
I don't
Or
know,
what was that?
I was distracted. I'm looking at him. How does it feel to have this moment? This will go on forever in FIFA history.
Look, personally, after the first day, I'm like, it's alright, so I'll focus on E-Nations and the World Cup, but then I messaged him saying, Nigeri, let's go, we can win this, you know? Like, after the first game, we got a bit of hope, and then we came up and showed it.
Well, Rich, just the standings are going to come up, and then we're going to ask your question as well. So Going into this, let's just kind of rewind slightly. It was going down to FUTWIZ, Hollywood and FNATIC. FUTWIZ and FNATIC were in the driving seat, and it was all down to Hollywood. Could they get 3 points? And then there's a bit of goal differentiation there that came into play, and it also came down to head in the end, Rich, and that's how, I guess, it ended. Hollywood 4, 13 points, and FNATIC Rich.
Yeah, it was very simple in the end. Win by 2 goals and you're through. I mean, two very quick questions. First one, where on earth did Hollywood come from? What's the name? What's from you two? Where did that come from?
It was a Pro Clubs team initially, and then we decided, like, we had no team, we were both free agents, and we just decided to pick up the team randomly off the Pro Clubs.
And secondly, Mark, last year you said you did it 120th minute with Dire Wolves to qualify. Just like the late drama?
I just love it. I can't get grouped or Swiss. That's what happens. Like, it hasn't happened to me yet. Hopefully for E Nations and the World Cup doesn't happen as well, but we've still got this tournament to focus on.
Yeah, let's hope not. Never been grouped. I love that. Well, we'll move on now to groups C and D. Hollywood, we're looking like that you're facing RB.LEIPZIG, boys. That's not the best round of 16 matchup, is it?
Yeah, you don't want to reverse them. And as an Ultimate World Champion and the Wonder Kid, it's not a great combination, but like, it is what it is. We came fourth, so we deserve to verse the best team. They're the favourite. Friendlies, we don't want to talk about it. We lost a lot.
No comment.
That says it all then, doesn't it? They don't really know. Anyway, let's move on. So, Group D, APOGEE Poland as well, leading the line at the moment. Who else have you been really impressed with in Group C and D?
Probably Waves. Waves are impressive. Fuma and Stingray, I think they're probably top 4 favourites. Them with LEIPZIG, I'm very impressed by them for sure.
I've been impressed with GOLIATH actually. They put us some good results yesterday, like clutch results against AJAX as well. So if they can do it again.
Is the comeback on for Riders?
Oh, Phil, he's 2-0. What do you expect?
Have you spoken to them? Surely they need to learn a thing or two from you guys.
No, they're locked in. We haven't had any conversations yet.
Are you guys going to be sticking around then to watch these matches?
Yeah, for sure, 100%.
For sure, as should you guys at home. Let's have a look then at who we're going to see first up today. Group C, Goliath. The boys said they were pretty surprised with how they've been performing. The South African team taking on Ducks America. Riders, we mentioned them, they're sitting 4th in the table. They're taking on the big boys, RB.LEIPZIG, and then SPQR and AJAX, that Brazilian derby there, Mike.
I mean, there's a lot to appreciate when you're looking at Group C. I agree with them as well when you talk about Goliath Gaming. Kind of went under the radar. You talk about South Africa. We've known these guys that are competing there. We're looking at Bianchi, we're looking at Kalen, but they're come together. They brought it yesterday, and I hope that they're kind of able to repeat that. It really disrupts the group.
I mean, Goliath also a little bit like you two fellas as well, coming from your own country, representing pretty much the whole region. Do you fancy him? Think they'll do it?
I do. I had a very good first day. I saw they could have got a result against Ducks America early on, but they did choke a little bit. But today, I think they're confident.
We've seen this happen a lot. I might be getting ahead of myself, as I usually do.
He always does.
I do it a lot. Because I just remember throughout the whole pandemic period, that's when we met, you could only play on the weekends. I think you grew since then as well. You look taller. You know, I just think you got taller. Maybe because he was sitting down playing before and now have stood up. But is it possible? Is it feasible? You're going to Hollywood, maybe a move in the future depending what's happening with FIFA Esports?
Maybe. I wish it'll take a while, like a lot of money for that to happen, but it's definitely on the cards. I won't put it away right now.
Well, let's quickly then look at the Group D fixtures before the teams come out onto the stage. DC United, they're against Wave. Mark said he fancies them. Man City Esports, they're sitting in 4th in that drop zone, we're calling it. They've got a lot of work to do against BRONDBY, who are the standout from yesterday. APOGEE Poland, they're 9 points next to their name. They take on Team Flash, who are sitting bottom of the pile with 3 points as it stands. Mike will be looking at DC. These guys are looking at Atlanta, Wave and Goliath Gaming. Rich, who are you looking at?
All the teams. 6 points. 6 points from 6th to 1st. It's 2 wins. And I mean, we've seen from this morning, I think the draws, if you pick up draws, you will go out. Like, drawing is not good. You just get those 3 points, push on, try and really sort of make it easy. You don't want to be going to the last round either with permutations on the line.
Oh, not the permutations.
SPQR then and Flash, they're on the bottom of the table like you guys. Can they come back like we saw from you?
Of course, anything's possible on the second day. I wouldn't put it past. SPQR are very good in friendlies as well, so I could see them back in top 4.
Negatron, money on for the whole thing? Please say yourself.
I don't know. I'm not sure. Anything can happen, but yeah, we'll see.
Not so confident, but they are possibly facing RB.LEIPZIG in round of 16. Thank you so much for joining us. Good luck tomorrow. We cannot wait to see what drama the boys from Hollywood bring tomorrow. Right, A and B then. We are down to our final 8 from those 2 groups. Now it's time to see who continues here at the FIFA E Club World Cup 2 tomorrow, where their knockouts come into play. Let's welcome then our teams from Group C and D. Atletico Madrid, they are getting cheered into the arena here by the local fans. Tuga, Tuga, that's the chant we're hearing, Mike.
He's a likable guy, professional, full on in every single way. I'm sure he'll be prepared. I expect him to get through, no problem.
Yeah, we got SPQR boys here, just sending a bit of a note to their fans. Good luck to those guys who are sitting bottom of their table. As we saw earlier, anything can happen. It's FIFA Esports. Shells and Ryan, they're also sitting in 4th. Rich is giving them a round of applause here. A big day for those 2.
Yeah, big day. They're in the hunt, that's all they can be. They're in striking distance. You're not marooned at the bottom. That group, it's going to be very similar to what we saw in Group A. In my opinion, it's going to come down to the last game, just for the simple fact that no one's pulled away yet. You've sort of got a cluster of teams. A win in one game, a couple of results go your way, you can go from 6th to 3rd.
Absolutely, we see the Ducks boys there as well, big day for them. Well, we talk about the people in the danger zone. I feel like I should sing that one, I'm not going to. Spen, who are you with, which one?
I'm with the riders, Atletico Madrid riders to be precise. And listen, there's a lot of people looking at you guys coming into today. You're just in the qualification spot. Currently Tuga sitting in 4th spot. Tuga and Andoni, of course, this is the reigning champions. That's why everyone's got their eye on them. What have you got to do to make sure you have a slightly better day than yesterday?
Yeah, we saw our problems yesterday. We analyzed the game, our strengths, our weaknesses, and I think we are prepared for this day.
Clearly you did put some momentum together yesterday because you lost your first game, but then you drew 3, you finished with that one and only win. Obviously a few more wins today and a few more points will get you out of the group, but do you need to get higher than 4th in order to win this competition?
Yeah, absolutely. We need to get, I think, more points than yesterday. I think 6 probably won't be enough, but I think we are confident. Our practice games went really good, and I think we are going to get out of the groups.
Well, these guys have been there and done that. They know exactly what it takes to win a tournament. They've just got to get out of the tournament ultimately. Come with me, we're going to talk to another team now who are in a very similar position. Different group, but sitting in the same position, 4th, just in a qualification spot. And that's the City boys right now. Of course, Shells and Ryan. I just talked to Tuga and Andoni about the fact that they're just in that position. You're in the exact same position right now. How can you improve on yesterday? You were kind of like laughing about your performance, particularly in your first game yesterday. What's the vibe right now?
I mean, if I don't laugh, I'll cry. But I mean, the vibe is we put all the effort in. We worked really hard for this event leading up to it. We put all the time in today. If we play anywhere to our ability, I'm sure we'll be fine in the group, but just hopefully a better performance from yesterday.
Things can change really quickly, Ryan, can't they? Because you're playing BRONDBY up next. They're a couple of points ahead of you. But if you beat them, you'll go ahead of them. And you are 2 of the probably most experienced E-Club World Cup teams in history, I'd say, BRONDBY and City. Does that make this game a bit more important?
Every game is important, obviously. I know that's like an easy answer, but like as you said, we saw earlier, Hollywood came from nothing on day one, managed to get qualification on day two. So obviously, day one means something, but day two, you have to put in the performances to make it through.
Talks to the coach Eveni as well. Like, so you're in fourth right now, but what success looked like for City? We've seen City win the treble in traditional football, trying to make it the quadruple here. So I'd call it anyway. What do you need to do to be successful? Is it just getting out of the group?
Yeah, I think like wins in this format is like essential, to be honest with you, because 3 points, I think most games end up as a draw. So if you get 3 points, you're laughing really. So hopefully a lot better start today, get 2 wins and we should be good.
Couple wins could be enough for City. We've seen it before, haven't we? Draws can feel all right in the moment, but actually cost you. You've got to get those wins, even if it's at the cost of a couple losses. Wins get you out the group, and let's see if they do that. Riders, City, lots of other teams to get started. Back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks, Ben. Yeah, a couple of wins, I'm not sure about that. I think they maybe need a few more than that. Man City 5 points, Riders on 6 at the moment, obviously a lot more than we saw from Hollywood. We've got 2 extra guests joined us on the sofa as well, over here. World champion and Brandon Smith.
Not me, I'm not the world champion.
But yeah, I always love hearing the interviews before they get going. Both teams actually really confident there, Aggie.
Yeah, I mean, and then they have all right to be so. Mixed day for Man City and for Riders, but it's 2 such experienced teams and 4 experienced players and coaches as well. So I mean, they know what this is about. They know that today is the day they're going to perform and get past the groups.
Crucial first game for both of them, BRONDBY and then Riders.
Absolutely, I think Spencer was right with what he said in terms of they are the most capped teams, aren't they, this tournament. BRONDBY have won 2 E-Club World Cups. Yes, it was many moons ago, but then for Man City, they always seem to get here. We just need to see the extra step in that performance. Let's
just then go to our first feature game in Group C. Let's have a look then where we're going. Goliath against Ducks. Negatron said he fancied Goliath. He was really impressed with how they got on yesterday, Mike.
I'm going to throw this out here as well. If it stays similar to yesterday, Goliath will be scoring the first goal and they're going to be up 1-0, and we'll see if we keep that trend or if we're changing energy today. But that has been part of their storytelling, their theme. A couple of those games they didn't see out. They were able to get a draw out of it, but they weren't able to convert or have the game management at the end. But I've been super impressed with Goliath Gaming and the fact that they're fearless.
I think Goliath Gaming as well, like, they're the only spot in Africa. There's only one spot from Africa that's come from them, and they're here every year. They're grinding away. They're one of the few South African teams that are heavily invested in FIFA Esports, and it's always good to see them back on the world stage.
And they're not only representing Goliath, they're representing their entire region, and it means a lot to them. We've seen them speak about we want to create more attention on our region. We want to show the world that we can compete, and that's what they're about to do right now.
Okay, well, that was Ducks, though. They've got a throw-in. Oh no, now it's back with Goliath. Always a cagey affair as we start the opening 10-15 minutes of this game. Well, we'll leave that there then. Let's feature one of the games in Group D, Man City, BRONDBY. This is our featured matchup for our first round of fixtures. Round 6, remember.
And to touch on what Brandon was saying, if you're a fan, oh, what a knockdown, what a finish, what a goal. BRONDBY on the board. I was going to say, I don't think it's enough that City gets out of the group. I need a big run. They've been on that cusp. We talk about them a lot. We know Shells, we know Ryan Pessoa, but we're not seeing them in semifinals. We're not seeing them in finals. We need to have that extra push. Otherwise, I think you have to start to revisit. Maybe there's a better partnership.
Ooh, who would you switch out?
I just think for both of them, if you're not able to put together those types of runs, that's the expectation. You're not teaming up if you're at that level and that level of credibility and experience to just get to the tournament. You want to be winning events.
Yeah, it's a big statement there, but yeah, one that might prove to be true. We actually just saw what happened, didn't we, with FNATIC in that camp. If you don't get the results, Mike, Richard, you're out of the organisation. Do you want to tell everyone the news?
Yeah, obviously you saw Diogo quote tweeting Texas tweet saying free agent for next season. So quick moves in that regard. Obviously disappointing, as it always would be, to not go ahead and into the knockouts with such an organisation as FNATIC are, and also when you are partnering alongside Tex, you expect wins and championships, and it's just not really ever been able to get over the final hurdle with Team FNATIC.
I also question if maybe there was a release portion of his contract based on results at this event, because I've never seen a release That happened 30 minutes after the game.
It's a bit interesting that.
We've both been in esports a long time. I've never seen something like that happen so quickly. And it's not as if these guys don't like each other, they haven't been working together, any of those types of scenarios. So I was just wondering if there was a contractual obligation or some sort of release clause based on results on this event.
Quite possibly. Well, we're sticking here then. Riders, RB Leipzig. This is a massive game as well. Leipzig very much in control of Group C. Man City and Brondby though, there's a lot of noise in that game.
Yeah, I don't know if you hear it as well, the Saudi fans, big Man City fans it would seem as well. They're the team that are getting all the love at this current moment. It was an equaliser for Man City, corner whipped into the box, big header, the big man at the back post, Vanja Milinkovic-Savic, still 6'8" of him.
With a breakthrough then in this derby too.
Oh, lovely little scoop turn there, near post finish. And AJAX taking the lead against SPQR. SPQR really needs to show us something. Because I have an expectation. I'm so used to seeing Brazilians do well. I know it's a Brazilian affair, but still. Get some points on the board, make this interesting, shake the room a little bit, win some fans, we can get some energy. I need some electricity. I want to hear a lot of vamos.
We want to see some dancing. We had that, didn't we, from the boys last time?
Maybe some sunglasses, it's summertime. Give me a seasonal special.
I'm saying one thing, a World Cup isn't a World Cup without Crepaldi. Where is he? Crepaldi, tweet us, let us know you're watching. I'm sure he will be watching this Brazilian derby from the comfort zone home somewhere. Well, let's jump into. It's noisy. I don't think they're completely behind this game. APOGEE Poland team Flash has top taking on bottom there.
Seems like they love Man City and they love Atletico Madrid.
I need a backstory here. All the Saudi fans have turned into Tuga fans, or they were Tuga fans. I just don't know the origin of that fandom. We got to send somebody in there. Richard, you can blend in your referee jersey. I think you should go over there and check it out.
They do like Riders and RB Leipzig. This is a massive game though. Can hang out and see what they were screaming about. That's what they were screaming about. Riders taking control of this game.
1-0 yesterday. RB Leipzig beats the Riders in maybe the longest game of FIFA Esports I've ever seen. And today it's a pretty quick turnaround. Riders needed points and they're delivering, Brandon.
Well, RB Leipzig yesterday, 13 points out of 15. It's not a bad showing, is it? Some other games that are currently underway. No more updates from them. DC United 0, ATLANTIDE 0, and APOGEE Poland 0, Team Flash 0 so far.
I was speaking before we got live with this evening session to Goliath Gaming out there in the booth. We were talking about points and what we're expected. He says the one thing that we need in this group is RB Leipzig to keep beating everyone. So they're away. We don't have to worry about them. If they start losing points to other teams, then it starts to become, okay, well, they're getting back in the mix now. And after round 8 or 9, if they're already through, you might be able to nick a point off them. If they need to win to qualify, it's a scary fact.
Well, you've got world champions against world champions in this one. World champions in 2v2, and then, like the boys from Australia said, you've got a world champion and a wonder kid. Scary prospect that, isn't it, Aggie?
Definitely, and we also saw it yesterday as we've been speaking about them getting 13 points in the group of death and just kind of smashing all the opponents. It's definitely main favorites right now, and Hollywood will be looking at this group and really follow it to see if RB Leipzig will continue with this, and that's exactly what I believe we just saw here, and they are back in the match.
They said they were going to be sitting by watching. Have they brought a coach to them, Hollywood, or are they texting someone behind the scenes?
I think they're actually having analysts behind the scenes, and they're also doing their own analyzing, obviously. And I mean, they will already know what Umut and Anders is capable of. It's two of the most well-known guys in the community, so they know what is expected them potentially, because obviously they haven't won the group yet, but it's definitely looking like they're going to do.
As well, Aggie, I said, what's your head-to-head record against them? They said, in friendlies you don't want to know. Do you sense that as a bit of a sign of weakness? Obviously they haven't got the best results in friendlies. Is that playing on their mind a bit, or would it if it was you?
Well, I never really thought too much about friendlies when I was practicing. I mean, it's a different game. that extra nerve, that intensity isn't there when you're playing. You tend to be a bit more loose. So personally, I never thought about it, and don't think a lot of the players does.
I'm going to quote Ryan Pessoa, friendlies don't matter. That's what he says every time. I mean, Mike, you've played in many a games. How much are you reading into it?
Not at all. I just don't think you can replicate this environment at home, and then even more so, it's an online match often for a friendly that doesn't even matter. It doesn't have anything in it. You don't have that adrenaline, kind of as August was saying. The hair on my arm's not standing up. I'm not feeling something extra. There's no additional pressure. So I don't read into it at all.
Well, let's read into this game then, shall we? Goliath, Ducks. Nothing broken as it stands. Is the attack on for Ducks? No.
Yeah, they'll be hoping for a better group than they did last year in Copenhagen. Zizinho brought a new teammate on board this year with Neat, forming this Ducks America side. They kicked off day one with an important win, in fact, as we jump across to this game. Still 0-0. APOGEE Poland against Team Flash.
Yeah, it's obviously the leaders, isn't it? APOGEE Poland and Team Flash bottom of the pile. So it's quite good from Team Flash to be able to just kind of hold this at the moment, Mike.
Team Flash showed a lot of moments of the stuff that we like. Some of the extracurriculars, you'd have a fantastic goal, but the consistency wasn't there. Some of the structure wasn't there. Some of the game management wasn't there. And that could come down to experience. I know we keep stressing it, but this is a big arena. Bright lights, a lot of voices, multiple commentary pairs everywhere. There's so much happening all at once. Easy to be distracted or to let the moment get to you.
You're not really allowed on the stage before the tournament starts. I managed to sneak on there in the referee's outfit. And I was stood there by the Team Flash booth, and Renzo was actually in there just going, guys, like, you showed real good quality yesterday. Like, this is good for you. I'm like, Renzo, are you working double duty? Like, what's happening?
He's trying to get a little more hiring.
I think he was just sort of stressing what we're saying here. They are a fantastic side, but it's just not been over 90 minutes. They've showed it in glimpses. And again, sort of a glimpse that's coming through, but that quality at the top of the table will punish you.
Classic curse to the commentator as we have the opening goal going the other direction.
Yeah, APOGEE Poland going ahead then.
And the Polish gents have been super impressive. We talk about different teams here. I don't think anybody came in with a bunch of backstory. We know Furman, we understand some of the accomplishments, but they didn't get that headliner type of notification. We didn't shout about them, we didn't put them on a pedestal, and they've kind of just consistently done the business thus far.
I actually had an interesting talk with the national team coach from Poland, XRAPTORS, when I was in Zurich for her game. And he said that Furman and Zalewski, we should definitely keep an eye out of them. Obviously, Furman went to the final at the E-Nations Cup last year, but Zalewski is an upcoming player who's definitely showing his worth. So, I mean, we should definitely not sleep on them either.
And Mike enjoyed this one. DC United going 1-up, Mike.
Yeah, I talked to them beforehand. They were in good spirits. Seemed like they had good energy. They weren't going to change a lot of things dramatically from yesterday. A very defensive approach to the game, kind of passive in terms of taking in some of the pressure, but they're looking for those deep counters, and they're trying to be clinical. We're talking about Agit Power and King CJ from DC United.
Yeah, absolutely. And the boys are well from Australia. They said don't sit on Wave. Wave, Stingray and Fuma are such a great pairing. They walk around this place with such confidence as well, like they expect to get what they did last year, Rich, kind of to the final stage of this competition. But they didn't get together, obviously.
Yeah, Stingray, obviously, a great performance last year with Saf. In this group, they are the favourite to go through. They are the favourite to win this group. I don't think that's unfair to any of the other teams in it. However, just because you're favourite on paper doesn't mean anything at the end of the day. FNATIC were probably favourite for a few people to not only win the group, but go far in the tournament. And last time we're going to see them, Brandon.
Absolutely. I think the one thing that we have to talk about off the back of that is, look, they've had 2v2 experience at ATLANTIDE Wave, but in their league format, they were lucky in the E-League One.
So it's like 1v1, 1v1, 2v2. Like it's not
and a lot of time together.
2v2,
a lot of time together. You know, playing FIFA. A really good team, and look, we have to keep an eye on them. 9 points from 15 yesterday is not bad going at all.
Yeah, well, we can say they topped the group, didn't they, with APOGEE Poland? They were both on 9 in the end. It was BRONDBY who came a little bit lower down in third with 8 points to end that day. Right, we're sticking with riders then. LEIPZIG is getting a bit tense here. 1 point each. You were chatting to him a bit earlier, Mike. Did you have much to say?
Not too much. Right now I'm telling you, I'm actually dialed on the DC game. I got to see what's happening here. I'm trying to start out the right way today.
Well, should we get the DC game on the stream then, so we can see a little bit of what's happening there?
This is a great point for RB Leipzig, a terrible point for Riders. You're 1-0 up, you're in a good position, you get a win against top of the table, it's maybe 3 points you didn't expect to get coming into today. It's just, we said it earlier, and I'll say it again, draws don't really help you if you're 4th or 5th at this point. If you're top of the table, 13 to 14 points, yeah, fine. It probably guarantees you.
To your point there, it just depends what you're looking for as well. I don't think this draw is so bad for Riders. You get some confidence, you're building it, and they might nick something late. We don't know. They're known to see those games out to a certain degree.
Yeah, they were winning.
But either way, I still see them getting out of the group, which is the most important thing here.
Well, let's pause the thought in that. Goliath Gaming then. They get a goal in their encounter with Ducks America.
Oh. Wow.
This is the story that people didn't write. No one had Goliath Gaming in. That means 2 of those big players, big teams, big clubs go out.
Looking around going, where's the cheering and shouting? Where is it going to? I know. Let's go over to... Sorry, Mike, we're going to jump away from DC. We're going to go into our features. Match-up here, Riders, Leipzig.
What's worse than a draw, Richard?
0. A loss. You know about a loss.
81st minute, RB Leipzig, and they've looked, it's got to be said, they've looked the most dominant team, I think, this far, or at least most feared.
Yeah. Well, a lot of people that
Basel did such a good job as well. They finished on top in that group. If you're talking about going into everything with Raptors, they just did it a little quieter.
Let's have a look if we can go and jump up to Man City when they just stopped their pause. We can see what's happening in that game.
City on the ball, extra pass across as well, indeed. 2-1, huge for Pessoa, huge for Shells, and they need these types of results, especially considering how good Brondby looked yesterday. City's bringing a different package.
It's a great win.
But it's not done yet. Don't get ahead of ourselves.
15 minutes.
A team that have just squeezed out a win there as APOGEE Poland. 12 points on the board, that will be. They will go top of the group if DC United can hold out this result here. I think one thing we have to say about DC United, I'm sure Mike will love to hear this as well, they were the team that stopped complexity getting to this event. They could say they took that NA spot this time round. Looks like they'll be picking up a big 3 points here.
I'm not mad about it. It's a great start for the day. And again, another team that I don't think got a lot of recognition. People weren't hyping them up, especially considering some of the big names that we have. You have so many players from Europe where it's got to be said, most European players get a little more, if you start making events, you're getting a little more exposure. You're getting some more eyes. You're making Brandon's TikTok, and those TikToks are going viral. And people are seeing it and they're saying, these must be the guys. And Brandon's just not featuring the American players. I don't know why.
Tut, Brandon, you're getting told off here anyway. Anyway, we're going to go back to, do you feature the South Africans, Goliath, in your TikToks?
Hollywood might get on now.
Oh, Hollywood might. Goliath, how do they get on? What are they going to do?
Might get in there. It's not sure thing.
Final stages then of Riders, RB Leipzig. Riders need another goal. Rick said they need a big point here.
Yeah, they absolutely do. When you look at what they're delivering here, RB Leipzig, a third goal is detrimental to Riders. Off the post, rebound goes in. Anders is off his feet. Can we get... He's won the crowd over. They were chanting Tuga at the start. They're now on board with RB Leipzig.
They just don't stop Leipzig. I mean, we saw some of the team today, Raptors just slowing a bit down after they secured their spot. But Leipzig just seemed to continue beating their opponents, and then in the group of death as well. I mean, we're definitely looking at the all-time favorites to win this competition right here.
It's brutal, isn't it, when you go up against them? They always find a way through, whatever the circumstances, even if they go down, like we saw their Riders couldn't quite hold on to a point.
So we got to give so much credit to RB Leipzig, and I'm telling you, I'm talking to other competitors, even earlier on, the morning sessions, the afternoon sessions, they were saying, I don't want that matchup. I don't want to see RB Leipzig.
Man City then, they went ahead, didn't they, a short while ago. They've been able to hold this lead. 87 minutes on the clock now. Brondby, they were a big club to be reckoned with yesterday, 8 points on the board. Aggie was telling us about how good this club is, the quality they have in that side. Ryan Basura and Chelsea come out firing then today. Couple minutes to hold on.
It will only be their second win as well, Man City, of the group stage so far, so such an important result for them. I say that.
You were saying?
And that's
You know what, I might as well resign.
That's been the Achilles heel of Manchester City. This partnership, this team, their game manager, they don't see out matches. They've been there time and time again. We've talked about it. I'm just calling a spade, a heart a heart. August is agreeing with me. If there's one major critique, they got to see out the games.
We just
they're
saw
doing
that.
the business, but they're not handling the business at the end. It's a soft handshake.
We just saw that, didn't we? We just saw that earlier on in groups A and B. No one's learning. Right, Spen is down there with all the reaction for us from Goliath Gaming.
Guys, I'm here with the lads from Goliath, and listen, we talked yesterday about maybe people underestimating you guys a little bit, talk about the group of death. I think now, not only are you in a great position to get out of the group, you could really look up and see how high you can finish. I mean, you're 6 points off of top, but you're in second position. What's the aim?
Yeah, you know, I think it's to win every single game and to possibly win the group. Obviously, we want to qualify out of the group, but there's nothing wrong with winning everything. So for us, it's game by game. We're going to try and win everything, and I'm just so proud how we've fought the past couple of days and the character we've shown. So yeah, hopefully it can continue into the next couple of games.
Representing South Africa and the whole continent of Africa really well. Do you think that the idea of you flying under the radar is now maybe stopped and people are going to take you a bit more seriously, which might mean harder games?
Yeah, most definitely, but we love the challenge, I would say. So bring on the next game. We're playing the world champions next. We managed to get a draw and hopefully we can do one better today.
That's right. Good luck, guys. They're up against Riders next. Right, I'm going to head up here now because I want to talk to the lads from BRONDBY because it was absolutely kicking off. They just played Man City, and I tell you, I saw Shell score. He stood up, give it the big one towards BRONDBY. He's getting right. I mean, they're only there, so City are there, BRONDBY are here. He was really animated in his look over to the BRONDBY bench, but then BRONDBY, I think, got a late equaliser, and they were giving it back. So we've got to have a quick chat with these boys. BRONDBY, there's some serious energy going back and forth between you and Man City. Talk to me about it.
Well, it was a very important game. First of all, they're right below us in the table, so it was a very important win. And yeah, they shouted some things and we shouted some things. It's a part of the game, you know, no bad vibes at all, you know.
Yeah, they're below you in the table, they're below you literally as well, just there. And as I mentioned to City earlier when I spoke to them, if they'd beat BRONDBY there, they would have sort of jumped over them in the table. But you've stopped them from doing that. It was a 2-2 draw, it was a late goal. Talk me through it.
Yeah, it was very important, a very close game. As I said yesterday, they're very good. But yeah, very important point, and hopefully we win the next one.
Okay. That was the most, I would say, ferocity between two teams we've seen so far. But we've also seen Anders getting the Saudi crowd really going in that last game against Riders. It's all kicking off. The energy's good. I'm loving it.
Thanks, Ben. Yeah, the energy is exactly where we want it. It is high, and it is keeping us very much awake and excited to see how these final 4 matches go. I want these guys to continue making some noise. Right, back to this story then. We mentioned, if you did join us at the top of the show, it's a bit of a story about FNATIC. So Tex and Diogo teammates, and this is what Tex just tweeted after that. Really disappointing final tournament, but it's one of them. It's been a good ride for Diogo Mendes. It wasn't meant to be, but that's life. Thanks for everything these past couple of years, and your family, and wish the best for you all. That obviously relates to this from Diogo Mendes here. I can't say enough about how much I've enjoyed playing 2v2 with him, meaning Tex. Sadly, the last dance turned out to be the worst tournament ever, but I want to thank him for all he's done for me and FNATIC for giving me the opportunity. Not sure what's next, but I'm a free agent next season. So we were discussing it here. It's massive news, the fact that an organisation has let a player go so suddenly after finishing a tournament, and also not just finishing a tournament but getting knocked out in such dramatic fashion that it's caused us all here to speak about it quite extensively on the show. We don't know. Mike mentioned it could have been like a contractual agreement. Don't make it through to the knockouts and you're out of it.
But I think that's it. I think it has to be something like that.
It has to be, Mike. Yeah.
They don't make those types of emotional moves, especially think how large of an organization FNATIC is. It would be odd to me if there wasn't something written in the script that, hey, whenever this is done, whenever your tournament is completed, this message is already going out. I think they knew. I think both competitors knew. It sounded like a planned divorce.
Aggie, no one's, in your opinion, no one from FNATIC would have called Diogo after that. It's got to be what Mike said. They knew the little things they had to tick off in the season to continue their path with FNATIC next year. Didn't do that, so he's just expressing what he already knew.
Yeah, I think it's something that has been coming for a while. It's something that has been in the plans, and this was their last dance, so to speak. And as they're tweeting both of them, it didn't go out as they expected or hoped. And then, yeah, they're free to say kind of an official goodbye to each other.
Well, I've loved watching Tex and Diogo. They've become such great friends, a great partnership to watch. They always cause a little bit of drama. They like to stir the pot a little bit. You never know what you're going to get from Tex, and we have to wait and see if he gets a new teammate next year, Rich.
Yeah, I mean, look, I've been in many positions as a football fan, supporting Barnsley FC. We get relegated. 20 minutes later, tweet comes out, manager's sacked. We don't have a manager in this case. The person that unfortunately goes is the player. So disappointing that they've moved in that way. Obviously, heart goes out to Diogo. I'm sure he'll land on his feet, and I'm sure an opportunity will come his way very quickly indeed. It's a shame that they've not made it far because they're a fan favourite, and I think people a match-up maybe between LEIPZIG and FNATIC in a quarter-final and a semi-final would have been great for us.
Yeah, I mean, most professional sports have performance-related contracts, and that's basically what this is, right?
And think how close they were if you really date back. Beginning of the season, we had the EA Sports Cup. They made it to the finals, and you could argue they would have won that final if they didn't get an early red card, if you'd want to date back to that game. It was kind of a wild circumstance, and would that have shifted the year?
Well, we're hearing then, as we move on, because that's a lot of chat about those two players. It's unfortunate, but that is professional sports, of course. So we've had one round already, round 6. There's a pause behind us. You may have noticed we're talking a lot. An infringement has possibly happened in the opening round of fixture, so they're just having a little look into that. Maybe the referee needs to go down and get confirmation of that. Richard, maybe you can go and see what's happening.
I'm happy to go down.
Well, we can look at the tables. Maybe you can get off the seat and have a little looky-looky. Is he allowed? Anyway, we're going to send him off to see if he knows what to do. Let's have a look at the tables. Right, so after 6 rounds, RB Leipzig 16 points, Goliath 10. They have Ducks America 7, Riders 6, and SPQR on 3 points there. D then APOGEE Poland. Yep, nicely done. Continuing at the top. They've actually pulled away, haven't they, from Atlanta Wave now, who got that first round loss there, Mike, which you didn't expect. BRONDBY, DC United, it's all changed, isn't it, in Group D? Man City and then Flash still at the bottom of the table.
And I actually think City's the biggest loser out of the group. And that might sound maybe a little bit against the grain just because they didn't even lose their opener, but the fact that they were ahead, they've been in that position, they could have set the tempo for the day, controlling the day. You build on that momentum, and both those guys seem a little bit affected when they have a bad beat or a bad loss or something of misfortune.
Yeah, exactly. What happens then to Wave? What happens to those boys after that first round defeat?
I don't know if it's that big of a deal for them. I feel like they go out there, they play FIFA. They don't talk to each other. If you watch them play, they both have their headphones on. They're not having a discussion. We realized that Fuma speaks perfect English. Didn't know that, but they don't. It's an odd 2v2. You watch these guys, you're hearing reactions, you're hearing chatter back and forth throughout the game. That's not one of those teams.
So I went down.
Okay.
I had a look around.
That was quick, by the way.
I don't know if we can get the camera up to a stage, just around the BRONDBY booth. There's a lot of movement. And there's a lot of people standing around and lingering. I'm hearing that potentially there could be something with the Man City BRONDBY matchup. Maybe some violation in squad. We'll have to wait and see. However, on the stage, that's where a lot of it is sort of kicking off at the moment. So we'll get official confirmation for you indeed, but just keeping you up to date with everything that's happening and try to paint the pitch for you at home where you can't see everything that we can see from our stage.
At this stage, though, it's still speculation. Just to recap what happened in that matchup, BRONDBY, they got that last-minute goal to take it 2-2 over Man City. We were all saying they just need to see out these matches. The boys in blue, they couldn't do that then in their first round. So that's what this bit of a delay is relating to at the moment. So just on pictures there of the two guys from BRONDBY. Aggie, what are you making of this? Maybe a bit of an infringement in this match. Do you see anything untoward?
I think there was a lot of screaming and shouting, and I'm not sure exactly what happened. It's emotions, right? I mean, we've all been through it, and I hope it's nothing serious. besides that, yeah, talking about Man City, because I totally agree with you, Mike. Like, they dropped 4 points now in the last second. You would expect two such experienced players to have like a plan to seal these games out. It's not only those two, it's also the coach. You have to be like, happens once, full on me, happens twice, full on like the entire team. I mean, they can't happen again.
I'm not a negative Nancy. It's just been a reoccurring conversation. I'm not. I'm watching FIFA. I'm observing, and then I'm commenting on what I'm seeing. It's not even a subjective view from me. This happens far too often. Maybe that is subjective, but it happens. It happens regularly with these two.
Richard?
I feel like I'm digging myself a grave. I'm digging a real hole. Can we get a zoom in of that? He's like, I do not want to make anybody mad. I'm not saying anything.
I've got a commentator, Brian, maybe again. So yeah.
He's got a TikTok lined up, and it will go away if he gives an opinion.
I need them to get through. Please get through.
Okay, well, we're waiting to see, aren't we, what happens there. Maybe we can have a look at, see who's playing who next as well. I can tell you who's got who next in round 7. So let's have a quick look then. Group D, next up, Wave take on APOGEE Poland. DC United take on Man City Esports. BRONDBY take on Team Flash, still looking to get off the bottom of that table. And then in Group C as well, hoping I can get the exciting fixtures for you. It doesn't look likely at the moment. I'm not being able to tell you where we're going, but it looks like it's actually come down to Goliath Gaming now, who are having a bit of a discussion.
So your fixtures for that round: Goliath Gaming against Atletico riders, RBLZ against AJAX, and SPQR against Ducks America. Those are your 3 matches in that round. But as they were saying yesterday, Rachel, Goliath, they've got a point off Tuga and Andoni. They might be able to go the extra step further and get the win this time.
Yeah, well, we'll have to wait and see. Goliath, then we'll know exactly what happens. So Goliath, I'll quickly run through who they're going up against. Goliath are going up against Riders / Atletico Madrid. They are, of course, our defending champion. While waiting for this, shall we get to know a bit more about those two, Tuga and Andoni? Well, here it is.
Last year it was like a perfect year because we were the A Club World Cup champions. We worked a lot for that moment.
Thanks to Tuga and SP as coach, because he had a plan.
We were thinking game by game, step by step. We knew that we were one of the best teams in the world, and the confidence from there was always higher and higher. I think like we were the best team with the best points of every group stage. We were perfect, but we needed to keep doing things well. We managed to get to the finals, and it was only on that moment that we think about it being champions, but we managed to keep concentrating on the game, focused, and the gameplay was on point, and we become the E-Club World Cup champions. But right now, we think that is history, that is past, and right now we are focusing on these tournaments.
It's the same mentality. The prize pool not change anything. We will win, and the only thing is the trophy.
People start realizing and start looking to us in a different way, with more respect, seeing us the team they have to beat, playing us because they know that we are the world champions and we are coming for the back-to-back. We are prepared, we are even better than last year, so beating us, it will be difficult.
Yeah, it could be difficult. We were chatting, weren't we, yesterday about, we think the level of all the clubs has just taken another step up as well. Mike, it's going to be a really tough ask, isn't it, for those two to defend that title, but I kind of think if anyone can do it, is those guys. They're so mature, they've been around for so long, and they work so well together, and let me add, they're two super nice guys as well.
And I mean no disrespect to Andoni, but I just have so much belief in Tuga winning and qualifying and getting the job done. I feel like I could play with him, and he's so good at seeing out games that we would make it happen. He would have to take me on, all sorts of problems, and we would still get some results. We're not going to win this, but I'm just saying we'd get some positive results. I got Tuga, my confidence is going up. Tuga. I feel insured. Like if he was a bank, I would want to invest in Tuga.
Tuga has that though, doesn't he, Aggie? He has that, the fact that he's come from this army background. So he like stamps his authority. He knows discipline, doesn't he? He's a very disciplined kind of guy.
one of the most disciplined, if not the most disciplined. And I remember I hated playing against him when we were competing. I always knew what awaited me. Such a long and tiring battle playing against him. And it's the same feeling the other teams will feel when they're playing against him and Andoni. So what accurate describing Tuga. Not sure he could carry you as well.
Somewhere. We might not make it that far. We'll go somewhere. I got the Tuga carry.
We've got a couple of stats then on the screen for riders. Atletico Madrid, world ranked number 1. Great passing accuracy there. Average expected goals, yeah, 1.1. Good stats all around, as we'd expect from those boys there. And I was just walking through the players area earlier today as well, and Tuga can also have a bit of a laugh. He was playing a bit of ping pong there. Rich got a bit of skills as well on table tennis table.
Yeah, he might have. They're still not doing the business here though. Like they might not even got through at this rate. I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but
no, they're getting through. They're getting through.
They just picked up another defeat.
They're getting through. We're sharing this couch. They're getting through. I'm getting a second stamp.
They're getting through.
They're getting through.
We're all saying if we keep saying it, it might manifest it and make it happen. Yep. Right, matches are starting. Let's get
the grass is green, the sky is blue. Tuga gets you out of the group stage.
Let's get matches. Right, let's go. Where are we going first? Goliath Riders. We've been speaking about it. Let's see it. So here it is.
Just on that point, I generally can't remember a time when Tuga doesn't make it through.
There you go.
Swiss round group stages. And I think we spoke about this yesterday quite a bit. He's in that pool of players that will guarantee you World Cup finals, you know, in a 2v2 element now and a 1v1 as well. He's up there with the likes of Nicholas, Tex, the list goes on, of those players individually that will get you to those big outings, those big days out. We're back on the way for all of our games. Goliath gaming against Riders Atletico. This one was a draw yesterday. Let's see how it will go this time round.
Yeah, 1-1 was the match result yesterday. As Brandon said, it was a draw. So this is Wave. They would like to bounce back from that first round loss against top of the table APOGEE Poland here. As Aggie said, the Polish boys are ones to watch.
Oh, I think we got something here.
Nearly the opener as well for Poland. I just think somehow they've slid under the radar, and they have a lot of draws, but those aren't losses. They're a very difficult team to do the business against.
Man City, they gave away that 3 points, didn't they, in their first game? Well, they've got a first goal. Does that mean anything yet? No, probably not for those two.
Not yet. However, it just gives you confidence. Even when you're in games, they're scoring goals. If they can just tighten up a few clean sheets here and there, those 1 points will start going to 3. And draws don't really help you at this point. We've got 4 rounds left, including this one, 3 after this. You have to start winning matches, especially when everyone else around you is picking up results.
Yeah, especially such as these guys that have just gone 1 goal to the goods. We'll get the goal as soon as we can. It's from the group of death, we've called it. Goliath gaming against Atletico Riders. There's been a goal in this game. Which way has it gone? It has gone the way of Goliath gaming, looking to get the win this time on the current 2v2 world champions. This is the build-up for the goal. You can see, finds the fit of that shapeshifter Pele, little reverse elastico. Thank you very much, Goliath gaming, leading by a goal to 0. This is not looking good for Atletico Riders right now.
Not worried, but also that wasn't good defending. It was kind of
very un-Tuga-esque defending.
Yeah. It wasn't very characteristic of these two. That was just quick passing, but there really wasn't any skills. They didn't make them earn it. You didn't have some of that extra sauce that you need around the edge of the box.
I think the one thing that they're struggling with is single leg matches, especially when they're going down by a goal first. The way that Tuga likes to play his FIFA, score first and then control the game. Dominating possession in this single leg format, they're struggling when they go 1 goal behind.
If Ducks America pick up a win, they'll be 4 points clear of Riders in 5th. You've not got a lot of points left to play for, as Atlantide Wave got a 1 goal to the good against league leaders APOGEE Poland.
It's not looking great. That's a good start from those two, though. for Atlanta. Who wasn't looking great for it?
Riyadh and Athletic.
Oh, we're still going.
That's the story. That's the current champions going out.
No, but you were talking about Wave anyway. It's not looking good. I was like, who's not looking good?
Wave will go through. Both of them sides will go through.
You confused me for a moment there. Aki, take us away from that conversation.
He's starting to sound like me, so I'm happy about it.
Oh,
Everyone's going through. We have a lot of belief. Over here, we got hope.
Yeah, meanwhile, we actually have another goal, and it is for the Danes, BRONDBY. And we haven't spoken a lot about Team Flag, but their time is slowly running out if they aren't going to change something up. There's been a lot of potential, as you said, Mike, but it's just not really been enough.
BRONDBY? Yeah, they'll go through.
Yeah, you said that as well.
They're picked in my group. I put it on paper yesterday.
Well, let's go back to Goliath then. Feature matchup taking on the defending champions, Riders.
The bigger question, who goes out, DC United or Man City?
Well, it's a 1 point in at the moment, isn't it? DC leading Man City in the table by 1 point. At the moment, Man City leading DC by a goal.
I know that couch will be split.
Mike didn't give us an answer on that. So
We're going to have one of those Tex and Diogo divorces over here on this couch if you're going to ask us about DC and Manchester City. A lot of love for Ryan Pessoa, though. Just want to throw that out there. A lot of love. But it's the only North American hope that we got, the only dream that's on display. The only American in the competition with King CJ.
Well, let's go then to where we had another goal in the APOGEE Poland game, and it came from the Polish team. Leveled it up against Wave.
And speaking of another goal that's gone in another matchup, Manchester City leading 2-0 against DC United.
It's that 5th v 4th battle at the moment. Team Flash, as it stands, you could probably start to write them out of the equation. And you're sort of playing for that 4th spot with BRONDBY, APOGEE Poland and ATLANTIDE pulling away at the top of the table. Yes, one of those 3 sides could get brought back into it. It could be a scrap, but 6 points City, 7 points DC United. It's a real tough ask, as
that was that goal we were talking about.
That was the second goal, yeah, from Manchester City.
Yeah, so controlling at the moment, but we do know what these boys do. We saw
conceded last minute pretty much every game. So
what they did earlier, didn't they? Yeah, exactly, against that team from BRONDBY. Let's see if Ryan and Chels can just keep it as it is for half-time. Tick down there. Last attack for Ryan and Chels. They just kick it out right. Stays 2-0.
Got a couple more Americans in the building though today at DC United. I saw Chris, I saw Lamps here. A little bit more team spirit, a little bit more support.
I don't know. The irony is neither of them are coaching. They're not behind them. They're not on the back door window doing some cleaning. Like, they're not helping them out. As you see, Riders, a bit of a pop-up and in-house again. Look at this. They got 2 good chances. I want some of these chances.
Well, the fans are loving it still here. Let's see what's going down in the AJAX game then. AJAX are taking on the current table toppers. And it was AJAX then who managed to get a goal past LEIPZIG. Great start for the Brazilians there.
They're a team we haven't spoken too much about in terms of the question mark over them, because they didn't have the best of days yesterday. 5 points from 15 for a side that, you've got to remember, outside of this tournament, look at the national side of things, E-Nations champions. Yes, Resende was more of a coach last year, but PAG was a main character in that. They need this result. They're desperate for it.
Yeah, those two have got so much added already to their CV. This would be great, wouldn't it, to add this together for the Brazilians. Can they make it too? Ooh.
Fantastic ball over the top, just whipped in behind. AJAX, it's a big opportunity to go 2-0 up, and especially in a one-legged game of FIFA, a 2-goal swing is pretty much
Rich, that's when you
inevitable.
saw Anders getting frustrated as well.
Yeah, I don't know. I think the RB Leipzig, maybe I might just have to say to him, look, we're pretty much through. Just don't lose your head here. Just keep it calm. We're going into the knockouts.
He doesn't really know how not to win though. He's still so young. His first proper year of competitive FIFA. He wants to win every game.
I think it's his edge. that he is a little bit crazy. You get all sorts of different reactions, emotions, interception, bad tackle, concede a goal, score a goal. I don't know what he's going to do, but I'm here for all that. And I'm going to put this out here. I'm manifesting early. I'd love to see an RB Leipzig versus the Raptor matchup, all right? I think the Saudi fans and then the attention that Anders loves, some of that desire, some of that back and forth, they have it all in-house.
DC United. Can they break through the City defence? No. Should we have a look what's happening in Ducks America? SPQR, we haven't seen much of them.
I don't know what happens if Athletic Riders play against Raptors, because it's going to be a two Saudi chant going back and forth.
I called that just as SPQR had broken the deadlock there with Ducks. Sensed something was coming there. About 60 minutes had gone, nothing had happened. Let's see how they got the first goal. Oh, we're seeing it as it. We're going to have a replay of this goal then.
Here we get to see it. 60 minutes on the clock. Don't tell me it's a terrible mistake. Please don't. Pass it around the back. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Ducks. What are we playing at?
Don't play with your food. That's what they teach you. When you're young, very young.
They do, indeed. Thanks for telling everyone that. Right, SPQR then. Great for them. They're bottom of the table. They can get 3 points against the boys from Ducks America. Man City then. Let's go over to that game because your boys, Mike, are going to come back.
We're trying to make it interesting right now. We already talked about how City doesn't always close out games. You see the cut back across, finesse shot, 60 minutes, plenty of time for DC United. Expect some tactical adjustments. And you're not seeing Vinicius Jr. use that much, but look at the confidence. They're locked in there. A little head nod. Smashing water. We're hydrated.
It's cost us 2-2.
Okay, I said 2-1, but I meant 2-2.
Yeah, I think they scored back to back.
It was quick.
Yeah, we saw the replay, and during the replay, they got the second goal. It was. I don't want to say these words, but it's been pretty much classic Man City throughout this tournament so far. Like,
it sounds like you're describing Mike
goals.
is right. That's all I'm hearing over on the couch.
It definitely wasn't.
Let's see the second goal, Mike, which we just missed then. We were talking about the first.
Big through ball, a lot of space to work with. Who else? Ronaldo. Little goalkeeper movement. Comes back to him. Post, rebound, touch it home.
So I brought a drum into the arena, by the way.
I love this. I hope we can get more Saudi fans in here. I can't wait for even E Nations. I know it's ahead of ourselves, but I think it's going to be packed.
Is this 2 for SPQR here?
He is dancing inside the box, top corner, across the body, no problem. Doubles the lead, and Ducks is in a bit of a position. A conundrum,
that
if you
room is
will.
wide open. I mean, anyone can go out, except for Leipzig.
It's not a drum, by the way, it's fireworks, just being told.
Wait, they're shooting fireworks?
Up into the night sky for the victorious group of Group A.
This might be a first time in FIFA history. We've got fireworks out front.
Apparently Hollywood went and bought some.
Well, that was the second goal then for Wave against APOGEE Poland, for Stingray and Fuma.
How impressed have we been by Group D? It's pretty much it's open for the top team to go away, but I did not back APOGEE Poland to be that side leading the pack, Brandon.
No, but I think one thing that's so interesting about that APOGEE team is, look, they're a Portuguese esports organisation, but they've just made an investment in the Polish scene. They've got, look, in the nice way possible, who's playing in this Polish esports team at a national level, an E-Nations level. They've picked them up, and it's working out wonders for them as we join that game now at the perfect time as they find an equaliser against Atlantide Wave to tie the game up at 2-2.
That was dirty. That had some of that extra filth. That nastiest that you need, or that nastiness that you need, I should say, inside the box. Little skill, reposition, throws them off, 75th minute. We got a lot of tight games in this round as well.
Head just went down there for Fuma. This is the one that matters, especially for you two on this couch over here. America taking on England, DC taking on City.
I think we should just leave it here. I think we should just leave it here.
The battle for fourth, as it currently stands.
Watch this then for a minute. DC then. Let's see if they have what it takes to break this City team down. A lot of other teams have managed to, haven't they, in the dying moments. 10 minutes almost left to go.
The Man City thrown away a 2-0 lead.
You're asleep on that couch.
First of all, I was a bit distracted.
Are they going to concede? They don't want another point, surely. Why can't they hold these games out then, Mike? What are they doing against DC that's gone totally wrong?
Not being able to hold on to the lead is a big problem. It's the same situation with game management. A lot of space to work with here. You can feel the belief from DC. Whipped in cross. Can he find somebody? Not quite. Second man. Goes for a player lock on the first time. Doesn't quite connect. DC might even look the more likely. If you're Manchester City right now, you should be holding for the last shot, last possession, last build-up play. Secure that opportunity.
It should be such a common reoccurrence, leading in games and conceding goals late on, 3 points dropped, 1 point gain for a lot of these Man City results.
Especially in best of one FIFA.
You can't do it.
A 2-0 lead in best of one FIFA, you've got to look after that.
He come forward, played out wide, no real space though in that area. We talked about last attack, I think this is where we're going to see it now from City, just hold this possession and try and manufacture one final opportunity to grab all 3 points, a crucial 3 points that could put a bit of distance between themselves and DC United for that 4th place position. Such a tightly contested group.
Almost like just playing out for the draw now. They just want to keep hold of that ball.
Giving the ball away though.
DC United.
DC are going to come forward.
Oh my, DC
Here we
United.
go.
9. Power shot!
Oh, come on! Come on! Let's go!
That game there completely changes that group dynamic.
It does,
CJ and Ajit Power with a massive 3 points.
They move up to 10 points on the board. That is amazing. Let's go back to this one then, 1 apiece. I'm also keeping an eye on the Ajax Brazil game, RB Leipzig. Ajax then still leads.
Hey, Saudi fans like that. I'm just throwing it out there. We got a connection.
So 2 big games still underway here. Around the ground, Atlantide and APOGEE are drawing. BRONDBY lead Team Flash 3-1.
Ajax still 1-0 up against RB
That's what I just
Leipzig
said,
as well.
yeah. And that's the biggest biggest game there. We see this one out and they will go over to the Leipzig game after this one has just been completed.
One final chance here for that short free kick. Gives away possession. That'll do us full time. Points distributed evenly. As we head into the final 4 minutes, Brandon. AFC Ajax with a massive 3 points as it currently stands against league leaders RB Leipzig.
These though, Brandon, were the only team that made them come a bit unstuck yesterday, drew to Ajax Brazil, did RB Leipzig. So something about this Brazilian team they can't really break down?
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe it's this South American play style that they're not used to. But on the other side of it, RB Leipzig had such a good day one and obviously winning their first game here as well. As I said before, they don't really need to do anything here. They're guaranteed to be through if they want to keep that top spot, which I think they will do regardless of this result. Added time of 2 minutes, but you're going to see a huge vamos from the Brazilian booth with the 2 Ajax players. Resende and PH in, seconds away. There's PH in, you can hear it right now.
That's not a good result either, is it, for Riders? It just means the gap widens between them and going through. So all these results now to affect the results between the teams.
And I've always had a theory that you have a lot of these interchanging results because of a will to win. I wanted to ask August this. That's why you see those draws, the late game drama, the mistakes, the errors, the big moments, rising to the occasion. I don't know why I went here. I heard the fireworks again. How do you feel about that, August? You compete at the highest level, you won events. I always feel like that's why we see a lot happening in the group stage shows, that will to win kind of kicks in.
Yeah, definitely. That's also why we see like the intensity, the emotions coming out here. We also saw just Anders, like they're already through. They already won the group basically, but he's still so upset that they didn't get 3 points or at least a point. It means everything, and as a professional, you want to win every game. No draws, no losses, just wins. So yeah, very, very interesting to see.
Well, this is always also when Hollywood will be looking and going, ooh, okay, RB Leipzig didn't win that. Could they drop to second? Could Goliath just edge them out at the top? Not at the moment. Goliath on 11 and RB Leipzig on 16. But let's go to the Ajax boys then. Resende and PH in with Spen.
Yes, I'm here with Ajax Brazil. Just picked up a big win against none other than Red Bull. The Riders, wasn't it? You just beat.
We're against the Red Bull now, anyway.
Red Bull. So that was the first loss of their tournament. Not the first win for you, but an important win for you. You've had back-to-back wins now. Came into today on 5 points. Probably weren't very happy, but now you're on 11. Must be much happier.
Yeah, yesterday I think we started playing good, but like for the last 3 matches, I think we don't play good enough, to win. But also against Red Bull yesterday, I think we had chances to get the victory. But yeah, today we just play better and get the victory.
What is the secret to beating them? Because you're the first team to beat them. There's only one unbeaten team left in the tournament, by the way, and that is our friends from APOGEE Poland, who we'll hopefully speak to later. But what is the secret to beating the RB Leipzig boys?
I think they play very well, Red Bull. So to be in this tournament against these players, we dream it. So that's it.
And how far can you guys go? Obviously representing both Ajax and Brazil, 2 massive names in football.
I think we believe in our gameplay, so we can get the trophy here with Ajax and also get the trophy with Brazil again.
Great stuff, well done guys. 2 back-to-back wins for them. We're going to go up the stairs now and we're going to start talking to the guys from DC United, obviously MLS-based team. They've just picked up a massive win, and it wasn't just a win, it was a comeback from 2-0 down against the Man City boys, 3-2. What does that mean to you?
That's a huge win, huge confidence booster, because yesterday didn't go as planned. A bit disappointed. I think I let down my teammate, but today I'm showing up and I'm happy with that.
Much like the lads I just spoke to from Ajax Brazil, you've got back-to-back wins today, perfect start. You said yesterday you needed to change some things. What have you changed?
Honestly, it's mostly mental. I felt like mentally I was letting myself down, doubting myself. I know I have what it takes to win here and be the best, so I just need to trust myself and let the process go its way.
Trust the process. Good words indeed. 2 teams absolutely loving life here on day number 2. I know Mike LaBelle's very happy with that DC United win as well. Back to you guys.
Huge win there, King CJ said. You said he changed things around mentally, Mike. That was interesting, wasn't it?
Again, I think it's a huge shift for Manchester City, but also I wouldn't say that DC United is going to be a team that's full of goals. They have to kind of be perfect with a lot of their offense, the counter-attacking play. The fact they were able to get manufactured 3 goals in that game, that's big-time reassurance. That's felt like relief when you were talking to CJ. You heard that reaction. It sounded as if, okay, we're doing the deed today. Yesterday they defended okay, but they didn't have the offense.
Well, that's obviously DC United indeed. Let's have a look at who they're coming up against next then. Team Flash. On paper, that looks like quite a nice round 8 fixture for them. Man City, well, I don't know what to say about who they face. They just need, if they get the early goal, to keep hold of that win. They're going up against the ATLANTIDE Wave boys. They know, obviously, Stingray really well. And APOGEE Poland take on second place Brondby. That's first taking on second there. Let's quickly go to Group C then. See who's coming up. So, oh wow, Riders taking on Ducks. Ajax Brazil on the back of that big win, taking on Goliath, who are having a great run, and SPQR against LEIPZIG, Mike.
I think the big takeaway is Riders, Atletico Madrid in that position where they need a must-win. Have we got there? I think we're starting to run out of points that are available.
I said this about 45 minutes ago, but
they're still getting through.
They're both on 7.
I think in this game, Ducks America fancy it. They beat them in order to qualify in the Spanish region. That was the route that they took. They had to beat Heretics, Atletico de Madrid and Coy. They did that. Ducks, Zazinho and Neat. I think they'll fancy it. I think they'll look at this game and go, yeah, we can do this.
Well, we're talking about that game. It's 4th taking on 5th in Group C. They're both on 7 points. Again, if it comes down to what we saw earlier on, Ducks need a few more goals.
They do, yes. But I think their main focus right now will be, if we win this game, the odds are we're through.
Well, SPQR as well. They're not out of it just yet. I know they're up against LEIPZIG. LEIPZIG on the back of a bad result against another Brazilian team. Maybe the Brazilians had to beat them.
I think they're going to punish him. I don't think you want to go against Anders after a loss. Yeah, he's one of those guys that just takes it all personal.
Yeah, right, you are there, I would agree. In terms of Goliath Gaming, again, really just got to keep their head now, Aggie? 11 points.
Yeah, it's looking very promising. I mean, they're almost there, but that can also be the hardest part when you're so close to advance from the groups and you're just thinking, just need those last points. You can start to get a bit too eager, start to take some more risks. They just need to continue what they've been doing so far because it's been great.
What does Benny tell Ryan and Shells when they're taking on Atlanta Wave? What does he say? What does he have to say now?
If we score first, keep the ball.
Yeah, but they haven't been doing that, so that doesn't work, Brandon.
At this point, I just think there's going to be a lot of mental doubt maybe. If you're going up 2-0 games and you're throwing it away, they need to just have a bit of a check with themselves. Look, we keep qualifying for this tournament. Back yourself. You come out of one of the most difficult situations in terms of their region split. I think they stopped Team Hullet, FC Twente from getting here. Back themselves. They're here for a reason. They keep scoring goals and getting in front. Defensively, lock the door.
I think the thing that will annoy Ryan, Shells, everyone at City more than anything is if they've just got battered every game, they go, okay, yeah, people are better than us. But the fact that they're in every single game, most of those games leading and can't get over the line, you've got to be so annoyed with yourself that we know we're good enough, we know we've got the quality, we just can't get over that last hurdle.
And I still look back on the BRONDBY game. There's no excuse there. They have the ball with the goalkeeper. It's the 90th minute. Take one more dribble and then clear it. No chance for a counterattack. That's what everyone's doing here. And those types of moments, it sounds so minor, but welcome to competitive FIFA. You need every little margin.
Aggie, their plan A isn't working. What's their plan B? What should it be?
I think there are two things when you're having a lead that's absolutely crucial where Man City has failed today and a bit yesterday, is what are you doing with the ball in the last minutes? Because obviously you're not going to start kind of wasting time early on in the game because the game's still open. But in the last 5 minutes, you're making sure you're not throwing the ball away in dangerous areas. And that's what they've done in some of the situations. The other situation is switch formation to another one. Clearly it's not working, 3 games in a row. Try something else. I'll say, I would reckon that should be the talk now.
Well, this is round 8. This is our featured game. Man City taking on Atlantide Wave. We're looking to see if Man City can get the early goal. Oof, nearly there. And if they do, can they hold on to a lead? Haven't managed to do it so far today.
What opportunity for DC United. Win this game. Oh, they're out the conversation in terms of scraping 4th place.
It was a draw yesterday between Atlantide and Man City, 1-1 when they matched up. A draw doesn't do anyone any favours right now. Atlantide were thinking, let's win this and just sort of definitely cement ourselves. We don't want to get dragged into something ludicrous. Man City, if they don't win here, points could be against them come round 9 and 10.
Right, well, let's go then to the crucial game in Group C. Riders Ducks. It is 4th taking on 5th here.
Yeah, there's a lot in this as well because outside of this tournament, Ducks America, they played in La Liga this year a lot against Atletico and Madrid in regular play. They know these players really well in a 1v1 and a 2v2 level here. So we need to keep a very close eye on this game. Atletico Riders desperate. I mean, both are desperate for a win, but more so Riders just haven't had a good start today.
I feel like Ducks America, though, they've got such key players in their squad. A bit like a Man City, such experienced players that haven't found their rhythm here, Mike.
It's also a 2v2, it's a little bit different. We're talking about the success that Zinho's had in the past. That's a 1v1 setting. We talk about a lot of the recent success from NIP and with La Liga, also what he was able to accomplish in terms of even E-Champions League and going through the playoffs, getting himself into different positions. Even though the playoffs didn't necessarily work out for him, but he's been on the cusp of kind of that next step, and I still think he's growing. I don't know how everyone interprets it, but I feel like he's getting a little bit better every year.
So young still. So young. I think he's like 18, 19, and he's won 2 La Liga titles, stupid amounts of prize money.
Top 8, E-Champions League again. And it was looking good. It was looking good in a lot of that. And remember how young these competitors are. There's so many people that are taking part as well. We look at pro players. How many pros do we have in the scene? Realistically, we gotta be over 200 maybe between all these different organizations and teams and guys that are like right there that are competing in FGS.
Well, Ducks a little bit on the counter, kind of stalled a bit. So on that note, we'll go over to Flash DC United. This would just keep the momentum then, wouldn't it, with the boys from America and Canada here.
I mean, it's also a game that, if you look at the group for DC United, you go, yes, please. We'll take on Team Flash, bottom of the table. Not really picked up many points. Yeah, we'll have that game to potentially qualify and do the business when you need to. It's worked out really nicely for DC United. You don't have to win every game. You just got to win at the right times.
Well, there's big storylines to unfold. If you go to RB Leipzig's game first, if possible, you said about not annoying Anders Vergang because he'll be outscoring goals and grittying you, as he did just against SPQR. Well, we can give you an update on that one. RB Leipzig leading by a goal to nil. But the biggest story, Man City and Landside Wave. We'll go to the RB Leipzig game first and show you the goal that we missed. SPQR just not dealing with that pressure from RB Leipzig. Maybe a fortunate bounce back, but it was all about that skill move exit into the gritty. RB Leipzig lead that one by a goal to nil. Well, then here, Man City, if you're a Man City fan, close your eyes because the Landside Wave are leading by a goal to nil.
You haven't even managed to get the lead in this one, have they? Atlantic Wave got first blood.
I'm still stuck on that crispy body feint, splitting the defense. Beautiful goal from RB Leipzig. And I'm telling you, we've all been a part of it. You don't want to make Anders mad. He even went after Kyle Walker. He didn't like what he had to say. He was yelling at him during the game.
Yeah, that was when we were in Istanbul, of course, the Champions League. He was shouting in the face. I believe it was Oberon, wasn't it? When he was up against Oberon.
He was going after everybody. Tuga had brought his family. He went after Tuga's family.
Well, he's a very fiery performer. Anders very young, first proper competitive year. He's still learning, but we do like it when he gets really worked up. It does just bring out his passion, doesn't it? How important FIFA is.
You know him more than us, Aga. You've played with him, you've played against him.
I certainly know him. I mean, we've been playing at the national team, and it was practicing matches. And
what's it like when that happens, when you concede 1-0 to 1-1? How do you actually team with him? Like, do you just say, you just do whatever you want, I'll just try and keep with you?
You have to, don't you?
I mean, as far as I remember, it was his first, when we played together, it was his first kind of participation with the national team. And obviously there's a mutual respect between all the players that are there. But we also know that like we have to try to find a way to make him play his A game because his abilities are, at least in our opinions, in FIFA 21, he was by far the strongest player. So I just try to settle in, kind of. But yeah, definitely, he's a special character and he's still very young. So I'm looking forward to see his journey.
Half-time then, Ajax Brazil on the attack.
Oh,
well defended. What a
wow, that is top quality defense because the extra passing, the reading the game, just spectacular.
Well, let's jump back into a game which had a bit of action, Mike.
You'll be happy with this one.
We got DC United working in a couple ball rolls, make me smile. Green time finish outside of the boot, 1-0, 35th minute. We're cooking. Well, and it's dinner time right now. I'm just throwing it out there.
Well, if it's dinner time, what are these having for their main course?
A little tap in.
And also, Mike, we spoke about it before. You mentioned this. Like, sometimes when you get a big result, like a last-minute winner, it starts something for you. Like, it kicks something out. You start to get that momentum, and maybe that's what we're seeing with DC now.
I just throw it back to that Spen interview. You could see a smile. You could feel a different energy, a different aura around King CJ
you need a big
from
moment
yesterday.
to go far.
You knew they were going to get the results. They're carrying that energy, as you're saying. They're carrying that momentum. And mentality is so important in competitive FIFA. It might be the most important thing. Everyone has the ability at this level. It's a matter of who can put it together in those key moments.
Go under the radar a bit as well. It's nice, possibly, when we don't talk about them too much. A little bit less pressure on DC United, just going about their business, Brannon.
Well, I think the one thing that we don't know about DC United as well is that this year they beat Complexity to qualify, but last year they lost in the qualification game to Copenhagen. So the fact that they've come on a year from that, with that heartbreak from that qualification game, and put it right and got here, I think it means a lot for them to be in this 24.
And they've also got to keep up with the Atlantic Wave, because they're winning as well. So it's third and fourth, just keeping up with each other here, not letting someone get too far away. Back on Riders,
sure, yeah.
Ducks.
There'll be a lot of people at home saying, Tuga, what's happening with Tuga and Doni, current champions. This result doesn't really help either of them. A draw doesn't help anyone at this juncture.
I feel like it would be very typical Tuga and Andoni in the last round to score a late goal to secure themselves forward.
and if we can, I'm just making a request. I know it's not a high-scoring affair, but I want to know what happens. I need to see what's going to happen. We need more of this gameplay between Ducks and Riders. This is a real decider for this group to have a degree of separation.
They stay, don't they, in fourth and fifth on 8 points if it stays like this. We can watch this for a short while. We can bring you some scores just verbally from around the other grounds. Not much happening there. It's all on the defending champion. All eyes are watching this match. Let's just wait then, let this one breathe a little bit, boys.
Yeah, I'm intrigued because we've not seen that level that we expect from Riders and Atleti. Again, just on the edge of the box, can't quite manufacture an opportunity. Back out wide, Russell had whipped into the box, but it's just going to fall nicely for Ducks America. And again, we reset, we wait. Will there be a late goal? It's been drama-filled all day today at the Club World Cup, from FNATIC being eliminated in the last kick of the game, potentially to someone qualifying.
Another goal, though, around the grounds. Does come that Atlanta Wave Man City game.
Looking to return the favour for a lot of their opponents, Man City, after leading for majority of their matches.
Not enough, though. Not enough for the boys at the moment. I mean, in terms of a point, they need 2.
Yeah, they have to pick up all 3 and pick up the victory.
Yeah, exactly.
Especially with DC United winning as well.
And Atlanta, both winning at the moment. I believe, that's obviously a draw for them, but, you know, points getting away from them elsewhere. Do you want to stay with this, or do you want to go back to Riders?
Let's head back over to Riders, Ducks America. All Spanish affair, you could say. Which you saw the Riders Atletico Madrid lifting a trophy not too long ago. That was at Portaventura World in Barcelona.
I've been there before, it's nice, isn't it?
Yeah, I had a day around the theme park the day after. It was for the La Liga Cup. They were victorious, beating Heretics in the final in a great 2-legged matchup. So they've lifted trophies already this season. The one they want to get their hands on, the Club World Cup, for the 2nd year in a row. As it stands, might be getting grouped.
Well, Leipzig, then I just saw in the corner of my screen, they've just got another goal in their game.
Time is ticking.
Pretty easy. We can see another goal then for Leipzig over SPQR.
A lot of space to work with. Too much space. Little ball around the goalkeeper. Extends the lead. 3-1 for RB Leipzig. And again, kind of refreshes that they're still leading this group. They're still the team to beat.
Well, this one then is about who is at the top of the table in Group D. Is it APOGEE, Poland or BRONDBY at the moment? If BRONDBY keeping the lead, it will be that team. 12 points to 13 at the moment.
One is, you can say, 2 teams that are pretty much on their way through to the knockout stages. We'll give it to you as soon as we can. A goal from that Atlantide Wave game against Manchester City. Very important to keep an eye on that one. With so much on the line. Which way has he gone? It's gone the way of the French side. The ball's ricocheting and bouncing around the box. And R9 just somehow finding a way around Virgil van Dijk. We're joining this game live now. 20 minutes left to play. Man City desperate for something out of this game.
Desperate for something out of this game. Not a point though, Brandon. They want 3. They've got to have 3. Only 2 games left after this. 6 available points. They need some more points on the board.
And you feel for City too. I know we've been kind of critical of them, but this is competitive FIFA. Shells and Ryan Pessoa are 2 of the most likable guys on the scene. And they've had so much success throughout their career as well.
Absolutely. On the attack. Oh, that wasn't what they wanted there. Stingray putting his hands up. What's that about?
Match. Yeah, more than likely. Maybe just apologising.
Friends, are they sitting next to each other? I'm not actually sure that proximity in the arena. 3-1 then. Let's go back to Riders. Still haven't managed to.
Just had a couple of big chances from set pieces, no surprise. Whipping the ball into the box. Couple of headers. One hit the post, the other one with a great near miss. This is Ducks America on the attack. And just slide.
Is that missed time on the finish? What happened there? I think they had the extra pass as well. They might have hesitated, overthought it a little bit. And again, in the grand scheme of things, I don't think a draw does a lot for either competitor. I don't want to be someone that's just on repeat. Yeah, it's just not ideal.
Tudor chant rings out the arena.
I hope that he has fans in Saudi. A lot of them as well.
Ecuador doesn't do anything for these two teams, as you mentioned.
They're doing the wave.
Mexican wave? Is that what they're doing, a Mexican wave? Well, they're not Mexicans. The Mexican team, they were in attendance earlier on, weren't they, when Spen got to speak to those guys. He was practicing his Spanish.
See that runner, middle of the pitch, he's made it. Decides to ignore it on this occasion, recycling the possession. Will we get a late win, a bit of late drama potentially here. The riders Atletico de Madrid, right to left, orange strip. Dux America. It's early to play for the last attack, but I think that's what we're seeing.
Yeah, and this is the only game, really, which we haven't been able to find anything. Obviously, AJAX Brazil still leading Goliath. We know what's happening in RB.Leipzig. They're up over SPQR, and Atlanta Wave now have very much taken the game to City, 3-1 over there.
5 minutes left to play. Something has to give for Dux America. The ball bounces nicely, reverse Elastico in the box. Good tackle, good footing. And with that possession turnover, you probably think Tuga's just told Andoni, keep the ball, let's keep this last attack.
I don't need to have that conversation.
It's mental, you just know straight away. Will there be some late drama? Will there be a late winner? 3 points looks a lot more healthy than 1. With only 6 left to play for. Gigi Buffon getting a run out at centre back. There's not long left to go. If you're going to go, it's got to go now. Whipped out wide. That's going to do us 1 point apiece.
And that's such smart defending from Dux. They go with a little more of a press. It doesn't allow them to build up and get to those central positions that allow you for the entry passes. And the clock was against them, of course.
Me watching that one, Brandon. Man City, it's just not been happening for them.
Yeah, been keeping a close eye on 2 of the games. I mean, more importantly, DC United are going about their business very quietly. They're 3 minutes away from a 1-0 win. But for Man City, it's looking pretty bleak right now. You can pretty much confirm Atlanta Wave are going to be seeing this one out. 2 minutes on the clock plus additional time. Gets to the point for Man City when they look back and think, if what maybe could have been.
Leipzig, again, they're carrying that momentum. They're carrying that type of energy. They're carrying that vibe.
Well, quickly then, just to confirm, Man City then do lose that game. Unfortunately, they couldn't ever make a comeback there. Aggie.
Yeah, and I believe we also have the only unbeaten team left in the competition. Just won't give up. They won't lose. Because I believe we have a goal for APOGEE Poland, who strikes back again. We've seen them come back so many times now. They refuse to lose a FIFA match.
They do, and that was one apiece between top and second in that group.
Full-time results from around the grounds as well. Mike LaBelle will be happy. DC United back-to-back wins confirmed from those guys. They pretty much are in the top 4. You can't lie, with not many games left to be played. A massive 6 points back-to-back.
Yeah, massive points for DC. Mike's happy, Richard not so much after Man City got a loss there. Well, that's 8 rounds then. The fixtures completed just about. APOGEE Poland and BRONDBY, they're still just seeing out that game, I believe. They're not quite finished, but great close encounter between those 2 teams.
I was just looking at the groups from last year. You might like, Richard, where you're going with this. AJAX are on a move right now. Last year at the FIFA Nations Cup, Brazil were terrible on day 1. They picked up 10 points out of 12 on day 2 and flew through. Pretty much the same roster. Granted, Resende's there in the coaching position last year, but PHC just does not know when to die.
Yeah, exactly. Well, talking about that, we've still got another goal, I believe, in that Poland-BRONDBY game there. 1 more goal for the team in yellow.
Something happened. I saw August's foot started twitching. Whenever I see that August foot twitch from across the way, I know that BRONDBY's done the business. They've done something, and they've made it late. They made it great. 84th minute. These guys are offensive and offensive, and just a joy to watch. It's got to be said.
And now the Saudi locals here, I think they're just becoming fans with whoever is in the driving seat. They just love it. They just love all of the action and the drama that we are treating them to here today on day 2. It is pretty exciting. Well, APOGEE Poland then, and BRONDBY. It looked like BRONDBY were going to take that one 2-1. I think got a couple more minutes to go, 6 more on the clock. Aggie, enough time for them to keep hold of this lead here?
Yeah, but I mean, they still have a shot, and the history will say that APOGEE will get a chance to come back here. But I mean, let's see if it's the curse of the commentator. We've seen it so many times today as well, especially referring to you now, Mike.
I didn't talk on this one. I'm not coming into the curse.
Follow this. They decide to just kick the ball when there's different way. Time to come in, last chance! Commentator's curse, there you go.
Threw it out there. That was not my doing. August made that happen. These guys won't lose. These guys from Poland won't lose. Look at that.
I think they're a fan of all the clubs.
They're just cheering for everyone now, Aggie. Yeah, you're right.
Oh, great result.
I love these guys.
APOGEE Poland to make a comeback. That is something special. They say then, don't they, at the top of the standings in Group D. Sorry, look at them. They look like they have had an absolute workout over there. It was great to see them make a comeback. We thought that game had completely been done and dusted there. It wasn't to be. Well, Spencer, have you got have a time for them to catch their breath? What are they going to say about that?
I thought I was about to say to them, guys, you finally lost the game. But no, they don't know how to lose. Like Mike said, let's come in here now, see if we can get a word with the lads. Guys, you don't know how to lose games of FIFA, do you? You just keep finding ways to get points.
Yeah, that's true. We actually didn't lose any single game. We're drawing a lot, but we're still unbeaten. So
You're the only unbeaten team in the whole tournament. Should people be looking at you as a potential winner? Because I know you're drawing a lot, like you said, but when it gets, you're going to get out of the group now. When you get into the knockout football, 2 legs, not being beaten and getting draws can be quite a good skill.
yeah, that's true. If we will not lose the game, we will not. We will be world champion. So that's fact. Let's keep it up, and yeah, that's it.
Is there a bit more pressure on you now because you're the only unbeaten team, because you're top of your group? You know, it's a good group. You're keeping people like BRONDBY, who just drew with ATLANTIDE Wave behind you as well. You've got some games to go still, but should people be looking at you as a tournament favourite?
Maybe not. I would not say that it's a pressure. It's building a confidence that we didn't lose. So yeah, that's the fact. If we keep it up, we'll win next games. We have 2 more, so we're looking for 6 points.
Well done, guys. That would be an amazing story if they can finish the group unbeaten. No one's done it here. I'm going to go up there now. I'm going to head up to ATLANTIDE Wave, who have only lost to 1 game. They're sitting joint second. There's actually a couple teams on 13 points, 3 teams to be precise, on 13 points in this group, so it's still very much up for grabs. And the APOGEE Poland are only on 14 points. We've got Stingray here. So you only dropped the 1 game earlier today, but you're still looking very good. 13 points. There's 3 teams on 13 points in your group, and APOGEE Poland just ahead on 14. The group's there to be won still, isn't it?
No, of course. I mean, like I said, it's a disappointment if we don't win the group. We've not played our best today. We beat the best team in our opinion here in our group. So
who's that?
Man City. I'll be honest, everyone else. I don't want to be harsh, but no one's as good as them.
You say Man City?
Yeah, Man City and us are the clear favourites in my opinion in this group.
You know, Man City are almost certainly out of the group now.
I mean, that hurts to hear. They're obviously my good friends, really close friends.
That's why I'm wondering if you're doing a little bit of English looking after the boys, because they're sitting on 6 points. Flash obviously on 3. They've got to win both their remaining games. That would put them on 13. I don't think it would be enough because there's so many teams on 13. So I think City are probably out. So if you're saying they're the best teams in the group apart from you, look at the rest of the tournament, the other teams that are in it. Who do you fear? Who would you like to play in the final if you get there?
I'll be honest, I would love to play Twisted Minds, obviously because the fans, that's something I drive to play in front of. Something I just play better in front of as well. I'd love to play them.
Are you brave enough to give the Saudi Arabian fan base a little bit of stick if you're scoring against their boys?
Of course, I'd love to.
Watch this space. That could be what ATLANTIDE Wave get up to. They're probably going to get out of the group. I think that's fair to say. The top 4 of that group's probably decided now. But who's in what positions from 1 to 4 is completely up for grabs. And that is important when it comes to seeding in the knockouts. Back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks, Ben. Well, that was interesting, wasn't it? What Stingray was saying. Man City, he thinks, a favourite in their group, or were favourites in the group. Obviously not. Sitting on 6. In terms of performance, they may be a great team. They can't perform.
No, mathematically, it's not possible. They're done.
No, he wasn't saying they were going through. He was just saying he thought they were one of the best teams in the group, which maybe they are on paper, but they haven't ended up like that, have they, in Group D here? Man City, like Spen said, possibly looking like they're going out. 6 more points, so that would take them, well, they are going
12,
out, would take to 12.
They're out, yeah.
They're going out, so I don't know why he was bigging them up so much. Again, he said they were friends, so he's obviously just giving his friends a little
English
bit of
connection.
English connection there. Group C then, RB Leipzig have lost a game, remember, on their way to 19 points. Brazil, they were responsible for that on 14, Goliath 11. Riders still in contention, 8 as a Ducks. Both got a draw, didn't they, against each other in that last matchup. SPQR
Still
on
in it.
6.
Still in it, SPQR, yeah. That group, I mean, you would say Ajax probably through. Not mathematically, they still get caught potentially, but the chances are they're through. Goliath game in, just going to get one more. For one spot. It's going to be electric these last few games.
Group D then is completed. It's about where they finish in terms of who finishes in the top 4. It's all about Group C then, as Lee just joins the party here. Lee, you just missed the standings. That's fine. Group D is completed pretty much. It's just where they finish. This is the fixtures then in Group D. I'm looking at DC United there for Mike against APOGEE Poland, who are still unbeaten. They were just saying there, yeah, great day at the office for them.
I can only be transparent. My focus is completely on Group C now. I want to see how it kind of finishes up. We've been building, myself included, majorly, the initiative with Tuga and Doni. They might not do the deed on paper. I'm still sticking by them, but there's some question marks.
And that Riders game, Ajax is a massive game. Riders on 8 as a Ducks, the top there, Leipzig. Both really tough matchups there though, Lee, for both those two that are still waiting to see who makes it into the top 4.
Yeah, I kind of feel for Riders, they're getting away with it right now because Ducks and SPQ are kind of limping along and they're just limping over the line into that 4th place. I feel that if one of these teams steps up, I mean Ducks that's a hard match for them straight away, Leipzig. But I feel if one of them can step up in his last 3 games, there's a chance that Riders could slip out.
Well, Riders, no one wants to see them slipping out. SPQR though, Rich says they've still got a lifeline.
Oh, absolutely. You're 2 points off. You've got a big game coming up, which you would think, let's just go and do something. For me, I had Ducks winning the group in our predictions. They're not going to do that. But I think they'll go through. I do think they're going to go through.
Who's got the easier ride then? SPQR Goliath?
Yes.
They're sitting on the outside for you.
I think SPQR potentially get 3 points against Goliath. And then Goliath might get brought back into it because they're not safe either yet.
Really tough matches coming your way to decide the fate of the teams in Group C. We know Group D has been concluded there. There are still 3 teams who could mathematically make it through to that 4th position. The noise is just going crazy. It's going through the roof here. The local fans love it. I'm really struggling to hear myself speak. I don't know how the guys can hear what I'm asking.
What are we cheering for?
I'm happy that they're happy. Well, they got the hometown. The hometown kids are there. They should be cheering. I'm not gonna lie, I'm stressed out going into these games.
In fairness, they've been cheering on a lot of teams. Like they were cheering on APOGEE, they were chanting APOGEE, and they've been chanting on RB Leipzig as well. So it's been pretty good to see. They're not just supporting the Raptors when they're not playing. They are here for the day, backing the teams. I love it.
Oh, it's great to have, isn't it, the Raptors in there, actually just supporting all the teams in A and B. Well, I can see it behind me. The matches have kicked off in round 9. Go to DC then APOGEE Poland, Mike LaBelle, we'd love to see it.
No doubt about it. See if DC can carry some of that momentum. You can't really say the Polish guys have ever not been ready, prepared, focused, dialed. We can keep inserting superlatives. They just don't lose games. They have so much heart.
We can see all the games from us. I'm going to let you take this one, Mike. I'm going to watch this game on the left. I'm going to watch Group C. I'm going to keep my eyes on Ducks and Riders. Ducks RB Leipzig, I mean, this game, electric. I'll get you all the updates.
I think we should move it into the mainstream game. I need to see some of this Group C action on display, how it unfolds.
We'll do that in a moment's time as we stick with the American one. But yeah, massive game here. What have you made then of APOGEE, Lee? Why you've been sitting out and having a little watch backstage, still undefeated, the only team to be so.
Yeah, only just. They just managed to sneak one in the last game, didn't they? Last moment. But yeah, I mean, absolutely fantastic stuff. This is what you love to see, and this is what comes out of Club World Cup and 2v2s, etc. You can get that young players that aren't doing so well maybe in the 1v1. I mean, it's a little unfair for Finn because he's done well in 1v1s, but you can have these young lads come through and absolutely play fantastic. And look at the team spirit that they have. Like this is a team. Like you can all talk about 2v2s, and you can look at sometimes they're like separated, and then almost looking at each other like blaming each other. But these guys are like all up, 5 of them all sat there as a team, as a unit, and it's paying off. They're doing fantastic. Unfortunately for Mike, DC are down.
Well,
all right, they're going to get through. They're going to get through the group, so happy days. That's been done and dusted.
Right, if we can go to a Group C game, I think Riders, AJAX would be a great one to go to.
Any Group C game.
Any game in Group C would be good to go to. Riders, IFC, obviously AJAX coming into this one, Nations Champions. We heard a great interview from Resende. Obviously, he was feeling very confident after they picked up that win earlier on. But, you know, they've actually played a lot better today, I feel, than they did yesterday.
Yeah, exactly. Riders then, AJAX, it's about Goliath and SPQR and Ducks RB Leipzig. All 3 games have massive meanings as we come to the end of day 2 here. Just 2 more matches to go for each of these clubs.
Has that been one of the household or one of the run-of-the-mill type of ways that they create space here with those deep switches outside of the boot? Goalkeeper movement was on point. And not that there's ever a good time technically to play AJAX, but AJAX has been phenomenal today compared to yesterday, so it's really not an ideal position if you're a Riders fan or an Atletico Madrid fan. You're running into a team that has been getting into full
flow. Could be a chance here for that TV full flow. Good save. Steady hands. It's got to be said.
Well, let's see what's happened in the Ducks game. RB Leipzig as well. Oh, we got a penalty in one of them. Oh, it was saved. Maybe we can see that save. It's Goliath SPQR drama unfolding in that matchup.
It's headed over. Ducks America against RB Leipzig. This was the penalty, how it was given, foul in the box. And only a yellow card. Stepped up to the spot. Where do you fancy? Left, right, or middle?
Top right.
Unfortunately, you didn't see the clip. Straight down the middle. Keeper saved it, and SPQR with a big opportunity to go 1-0 up, squandering their chances as we head back into live gameplay here at Ducks America.
I want to make you look good, Rich.
Thank you, anytime. It's a working partnership.
I feel like that's been the story of the group there at SPQR, because I remember talking about them against RB Leipzig. They were the better team in that game by far, and they ended up losing 1-0. Just a one counter-attack that came out of Leipzig. They had so many chances. They hit the post multiple times in that game, but just couldn't score. You've got to feel they have to get something against Goliath. I mean, they're on 6 points. This is a tournament do-or-die moment for them.
Yeah, it really is, isn't it?
No time for draws.
No time for draws.
You're the anti-draw. We talked about it on the first day. A couple Ds on display. Dangerous draw if you don't want to see that.
Well, Tex hated that, didn't he, earlier as well? He said, I hate a draw, hate it, hate one leg of FIFA. I'm good at knockouts. Didn't make it to knockouts, did he?
Fortunately not. FNATIC, if you are joining us for the evening session, eliminated. Free kick, edge of the RB Leipzig over it. Couple of runners. Little one to the side. Huge footing for Ducks America to keep this tie level.
And very tight games everywhere right now in Group C. Definitely aware of what is on the line now for these teams.
Nil lagging.
Yeah, no goals yet.
We had one goal in all the matches?
Yeah. All 6, just the one.
That came from APOGEE Poland.
This is often the case. When you get into the nitty-gritty, things get a little more cagey. Every point matters, every opportunity, every possession, every defensive step. Sometimes teams get a little more passive as well. They're not as aggressive. They don't want to make the mistake. They go a little more risk-averse.
SPQR then with a short corner. Can they break down the giants, the Goliath Gaming duo?
everyone just seems to be defending better now as well. Like, almost, the teams have switched on a little bit more. Like, okay, let's stop messing around now. Like, we actually need to focus up now. Like, this is it.
Almost like they've played a lot of games in groups, and they're a bit more teamwork. Those easy goals are not coming anymore. SPQR, another chance for them, but just not quite working. They're not even recycling it. They just keep trying to stay almost straight down the middle, and it's just, we were talking about this August, obviously in the back room before. They're talking about like these set-up goals that you get, these nice crosses that we were seeing actually earlier on, yesterday and today, but they've just seemed to, like you said, everyone's almost gone into shutdown mode, and then they're just sort of like closing it down and just going for the route one effectively, just straight down the middle.
Well, Group C is where it's at, but there are a couple of goals coming through now in Group D. Atlanta Wave then first blood over BRONDBY. Let's go back to C matches and see what else is happening. Are they all half-time yet? They're all on half-time over there. Let's stick with this one for a short while.
A little bit of a delayed kick-off in this one, as every other game does take us into the halfway point. BRONDBY and Atlantide Wave both through in Group D, both comfortably into the knockouts. Now you're probably looking, who we're going to be facing. Group B, do you want to try and get top seed, but you're going to be rewarded with the next seed game? Like, you can sort of, not necessarily pick your poison for that knockout game, but you've got a little bit of intel on who you could be facing. BRONDBY inside the box, great play. I mean, another team, I know BRONDBY have got a great history in this tournament, 2 wins, E-Superliga victory as well back in the day. Very impressed.
I mean, they somehow always find new talent and make them grow.
Yeah.
They had the likes of Tinko and Fredberg before, which was their household names. They had Ustun as well. Then the new generation came with Klenge. He came from the academy, and he went on, I believe, coming second at the playoffs.
Yes.
Qualifying for the World Cup, qualifying for the E-Club World Cup. Then decided one way, Lasse, who also qualified for the World Cup last year. They're always finding the talent, and then they put the last percentages on them, giving them the mental tools in order to grow throughout the competitions. So very impressive from BRONDBY, and it's a strategy. It's something that they're discussing every year, how to improve. A huge club in FIFA Esports.
Back in Group C then, Rich, back to the big boys that were trying to get through and defend their title.
We've been picking this up a lot, haven't we? Stuff is happened, yeah. Draws all over the place.
Riders, Brazil. AJAX Brazil here.
It's going to be one of those moments where everybody scores at once.
You're also probably looking around as well going, okay, that's a draw. Like, you'll not be doing it in game, but maybe in a pause, just a little.
Maybe a coach.
Look around.
Coach might give you a heads up.
Coach just will tap on the shoulder. You're like, it's a goal, mate. It's been a goal.
But that doesn't help anyone though. So they, I don't know if that would just stress them out a bit, because actually doesn't give anyone an advantage.
Especially if I was going into the last game, the final game. I know what I need. It's good to know what's happening in some of the other games. Maybe not every update, but if there's a key moment, 75th minute, tell us to cue that pause. We'll wait it out. I've seen that happen at competitive events.
I'm going to have to go down if the last game.
Get your calculator out for the last game, Rich. We need you there.
You hear football players talking about it, right? They go off the crowd reaction. They're like, oh, I think there's been a goal in like that other match down south. There's different things happen. There's different ways of communicating. But Ducks up against RBLZ. It's a tough task for them, obviously, to try and keep their hopes alive, to come up against what has become one of the favourites. Obviously, you've got to talk about BASEL as one of the favourites, obviously top in the group over there. No, you're not. I'm an idiot, Mike.
RB Leipzig comes in with so much favoritism. You have the world champ, soon to have a new champion at the end of these few weeks here in Saudi. You also got Anders, who's probably been the most hyped player that we've had in the FIFA community for the last 2 or 3 years, because remember, came out of the scene, wasn't old enough to compete, undefeated, 500 plus games of FUT champs. We're just waiting. We've been waiting, and then he's arrived and he's lived up to the hype this far.
Well, let's go over to Riders then and see if anything has happened over there. No, is the answer, Rich?
Not really. 65 minutes on the clock. All 3 games in Group C, the other 2 matches in pauses at this current moment. I just got a leg grab from Mike Rebel. I thought you might have been a chance there, Bruin.
Well, your legs start moving a little bit too much for me. The couch was shaking.
Can we get the Saudis to start chanting, we want some goals in Group C? Come on, boys. No one's listening to me. Oh, well, let's go back and watch this then.
As we said before, 1 goal changes every single implication in this group.
Yeah, it's true.
It could just be huge, that one moment, whether it's even RB Leipzig getting a goal at top of the table against Ducks, and then Riders know they've got to go and win then. There's an opening for them. The door's open just a fraction. Ajax come forward. Just dinked out wide. Want to be a ball into the box. A couple of player locks inside the area. Just falls out of play for a goal kick as we go into a pause.
A couple of goals in D though, Rich. None in C, couple in D.
Again, Brondby.
I think they've scored every single game they've played, right? Yeah. And they've been scoring for fun in some games as well. One of the very high-scoring teams, but as I say, both 3, it's all about position. Is this it? Is this it?
Ducks America
coming through. One-on-one, scoop.
Oh, great goalkeeper movement.
I was just about to say, the goalkeeper movement's outstanding. And he green timed it.
Yeah.
Did everything by the books. But I wonder, they're really going to have to do some multitasking in the last round if these results stand here, because there are going to be so many different scenarios, and they have to play a game of FIFA as well and win it.
The side that we've not really spoken about, we see them here, SPQR. If they get a win in this game, they're in the conversation, like well and truly.
But if they draw, that's it, they're out. I don't think they've got a chance, because they're what, 6 points, I think,
6 and 8.
SPQR?
Yeah, 6 and 8. They're in that group.
We're looking at these games. Leipzig, a draw doesn't change where they're going to finish up. I don't know if it really gives Ducks a bump either. A draw would be good for Goliath and their affair, adding to it just another game under their belt. Riders really can't afford a draw. I mean, Ajax has a little more leeway to work with. You're just leaving the door wide open.
Goliath on 11, they're still not comfortable, but you know, another draw, stick them on 12.
I think 12's enough. 12's enough. We got a lot of guys battling with 8 points, 6 points. They haven't made it to the double digits, and you're running out of time. You only got 1 game after this.
Also, the fixtures as well in that last round. SPQR versus the Riders. That could be a win to qualify matchup. So head back underway. So many pauses in this round C matchup. It's stop and start in the final 15 minutes.
Why do they keep pausing so much, Rich?
Probably just to recompose, in all honesty. Sometimes just you've got 20 minutes left to play, you see the ball go out of play, okay, get the quick pause in, the captain has the control over that. As Ajax just crowded out inside the box.
That is what Hollywood said actually about FNATIC. I said, was it you paused? They said, no, it was FNATIC trying to frustrate us.
You take that time then as well.
The big reason that we're not seeing the goals is because neither team is committing those additional bodies going forward. You're not seeing a lot of pass and move. You're not seeing as much of some of the direct play.
Is it over top?
Oh, it's a bit too late, yeah.
And then we've had a lot of that too, mishandling of those big moments. Extra touch, wrong skill move, wrong pass, wrong pick out. And that could be the nerves, that could be the pressure. It's not what we've come to expect with a lot of these teams, but it's just been the reality of these matchups.
Ducks with quite a few step overs there, trying to keep the ball, didn't manage it. Back with Leipzig.
That could be an elimination.
You can hear what's happening, can't you?
There's an update. We've got a goal.
Let's go then. Let's go to it.
Let's have a look at that goal. It is obviously Goliath versus SPQR. SPQR currently sitting on 6 points. Goliath on 11. This would be Goliath going through in style. They'd go through second in the group if it stays this way at the moment. Because that's obviously a 3-point. Everybody else is just drawing.
Yeah, you're up there with Ajax.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ajax, RB Leipzig and Goliath all like 17, 15, 14 as it stands, I think.
And if there's a tool shed, Goliath's kind of the wrench that you threw it in there. None of us really expect them to do what they've done, And they had the consistency on both days. They score goals, they keep clean sheets, they're closing out matches. They've had the razzle and the dazzle. They have those beautiful intricacies when needed.
It's very interesting to see how they play together because Kailan is like one of these flair players that can spiral very quickly in solo 1v1s, but he's got Bianchi alongside him to just calm him down in those heated moments. Very talented player, just can't quite get it going, and the teamwork is just working for him. That's what's making it go.
It is just about these two teams now, Riders, Ducks. Nothing has changed in this at all.
It's a wrap.
Riders then finished 0-0 against AJAX, so we stick with 14 points for AJAX and 8 for Riders. It's about Ducks now. 3 minutes left.
A late goal.
Do you see it coming?
And Riders missed a 1v1. You see it roll back, 90th minute. They're rewatching it now, going through the replays. What went wrong for them?
They've also, just here with Ducks, they've been keeping the ball 4, 5, 6 minutes, waiting, holding for this final attack of the game. Spanish community would erupt if a goal goes in right here for Ducks Gaming. Out wide, couple of step overs, getting to the byline. You take a corner if it falls to you. Getting down the byline, dangerous area, good defensive work from RB Leipzig. 2-0 milled in the clutch moments.
All just get a point then, Rich, don't they? So all just edges up 1 point. It comes down to the last game, like it did earlier on. One more game still going though. Goliath, SPQR. If they don't find a point, the Brazilians, I'm afraid to say they are going home.
Even with a point, I'm not sure it's enough once they're going to get to that point. I mean, mathematically, I think it is possible. It'd be 9 and 6, right, or 7, something like that. Something around that lines. But either way, Goliath, 14 points for them. Nobody had that down at the start of the tournament. Nobody had them. This was the group of death. Oh, but SPQR in the dying moments get the through ball they were looking for. Massive, massive goal to keep their tournament hopes alive again in the 90th.
It gives them a lifeline as well. It's tricky because you're going to need help in other games and other results.
No, they're actually in the race.
Yeah,
because they put it in Riders in the last game.
Oh
if
my
they win, they go to 10.
Riders stays on 9.
Yeah.
What that did, it didn't change anything. They all just got 1 point.
They put them in the race.
They all just got 1 point because they were all draws. So no one actually got anything advantage on anyone else. That's what happened there. Nothing.
But if I'm not
Absolutely
mistaken,
nothing.
does it not drag Goliath into the danger with 12? Because if both Riders and Ducks win, does that not possibly put them in a...
Yes, Goliath are on 11. Goliath are on 11, but in terms of the bottom half, they stay as they were going into this, all different points. So now it is just 2 points between 4th and 3rd, which is Goliath.
Yeah. So they're not safe.
No one's safely. No one's safe.
Is that updated? Goliath will be on 12?
They'll be on 12.
They'll be on 12, and then the other two are
Well,
on 9.
let's have a look here, Mike, at these standings.
Help me.
Help me.
Help me.
We'll help you in a short while.
Graphics guy, give him a moment. Give him a moment.
I need it ASAP. We need it ASAP. We're doing permutations on this side of the couch.
Let me give you them. Calm couch. So, RB Leipzig are on 20. AJAX are on 15. Goliath are on 12. Riders are on 9. Ducks 9. SPQR 7.
So in theory, Goliath could go out if both Ducks and Riders win.
Well, then it deals with head-to-head,
goal
difference, permutations. I told you the P word, permutations.
Totally confused right now, but there's lots still happening after this
What you got for
match.
us, Rich?
Richard
wants
Butcher's
to
got
talk.
the calculator
Rich wants to
out.
talk.
Rich just goes permutations ready.
I've just been looking at who they're going to play.
Yes.
As well.
Please give us the schedule.
Ducks versus AJAX.
Yep.
We go RB Leipzig against Goliath, and then SPQR Riders. That's the final round.
Well, final round is still to come. Spen, though, is down there, as always, with all the drama. Where are you going? Riders, please tell me you're going to go and speak to those boys.
I'm right next to them right now. I've got the Riders guys and Tuka specifically right next to me. They play SPQR in this last game. SPQR have to win, but it's probably fair to say you have to win as well.
Yeah, if Ducks wins this game, we have to win the game. We are now in 4th, but we only depend on us. That's the only thing that is positive right now. But I think we are going to make through. If we play our game
this day, I think we are going to the knockout stage.
It's essentially a knockout game, isn't it? And listen, something we know that you're very good at is making yourselves hard to beat, being very patient on the ball. Is it fair to say you haven't won enough games though in this group stage? You've only won 1 game so far, lots of draws, but that's not enough.
Yeah, exactly. The draws, it would be better that those draws were mainly, or some of win, some of lose, because we get more points, but it is what it is. The past is the past. Now we are focused on this game, and we hopefully to win the game.
Do you need to change something to win this game? Is it a case of actually coming out your shell and being a bit more offensive in this match, or is it sticking to your normal routine?
Yeah, we're changing a couple of things. I think the mainly thing that we need to get is the first goal, because if we score the first goal, I think the anxiety, some of the nervous will just leave our body and we'll play naturally and we'll get a win.
Okay, best of luck to the reigning champs. Let's not forget Riders. Now we're going to head over this way and we're going to talk to the guys from Ducks, because they're obviously implicated in this whole thing as well. They're also on 9 points, as are Riders, so both teams need to win to get 12. We're going to talk to Zizinho quickly here. Very tense moment, I know, Zizinho, going into this last game. You need a win, really, don't you?
Yeah, we do. That's the only option, and that's what we're going for. We know AJAX is an incredible team, but we have to win.
You've won more than Riders. They've only won the 1 game, but they've been drawing a lot of games. Like, do you find that something about their play style worked very well for them last year? They're hard to beat, but they're not maybe scoring enough?
They're hard to score on, I think. They don't score many goals, but you know, they were the world champions last year, so if that's going well for them, then that it's fine. But today we couldn't score any goals, I think, and that's what made us be in this position right now.
Yeah, you haven't got a win today. Your form yesterday was a win, loss, draw, loss, win. You finished and opened with a win, but like you said today, 2 losses, but then 2 draws to bounce back. You need a W now. What are you going to do to get that win?
Yeah, I feel like we're not playing bad enough to have these results. I think we're confident, we're playing good, but something's not clicking in front of the goal, and I hope that in the last game it goes well.
Best of luck to Ducks America there. We've got a lot of teams on single digits. I think one thing we know now is you really need to be getting to 10 points minimum if you're going to be getting out of this group. In this case, they need more than that. I think they need 12. They need to win their game because they've got Riders breathing down their neck. Whatever happens, someone big is going out. Let's find out who.
Yeah, exactly. It's always great to hear from Zizinho then and Tuga as well. 2 massive players there. So much still at stake in this last round of fixtures. 3 points between 3rd and 4th. That's Goliath and Riders there. Then Ducks also on 9 and SPQR on 7. Do you look though, guys, at yesterday's results? Goliath playing Red Bull next. What it looks like in there, the fixtures. So yesterday, Goliath took on Red Bull in round 5. They lost 4-0. Big comeback for them to right the wrongs of yesterday. SPQR then, they've got Riders. Riders beat them 4-0 yesterday. They will be looking at that with confidence. Ducks taking on AJAX. It was 1-0 yesterday to Ducks, so they got the better of AJAX. So actually, both Ducks and Riders won, then it'll take them equal. How do you feel about that?
But neither of them are scoring today. They are struggling to make opportunities. You don't have that creative expression. It hasn't been part of their storyline. And I just noticed in theory here, 10 or 11 points might be enough for that group, which I said would be possible in one of the groups.
Why don't you poke me, Mr. Gonley?
Well, I just wanted to say, I think those are head-to-heads, and if you just showed what yesterday's results were, I actually feel we need to be looking at what Goliath's head-to-heads are. I feel like Goliath are in real trouble here. Honestly, if Ducks and what can I remember the name? Riders come out on top, then we're looking at head-to-heads because everybody's going to be on 12 points. And then, we saw what the referee discussion was in the last group.
That's when Richard Buckley gets off his seat and goes down there to the arena to tell us exactly what's going on. I mean, yeah, that would be a bit similar to what we had, and then it went to head-to-head, didn't it, earlier on against Hollywood and FNATIC, because obviously goal difference comes into it a little bit, as does head-to-head.
I think what we can take away from this afternoon, anything we think might happen probably won't happen, and everything that we think is out of possibility probably will happen. SPQR will probably go for it.
Mathematically they can't, so we won't go with that one.
But it's not mathematical impossible. You get 2 losses and they get the bump up with the win.
Yeah, they're on
10
7.
points, 9-9.
Yeah, right.
Mathematically possibly.
Still
give him something. Give him some coffee over there. I got this. I got this locked in.
I'll let you take this.
All right. I'm going to do the math.
No, it is.
shortly
If
on the calculator.
SPQR beat Riders,
Tell me more. Tell me more.
they're on 7, so that takes them to 10. Riders stay on 9. And then that would mean if Ducks lost to Ajax, Ducks stay on 9, and Ajax just progress to the top of the table there, and they would go to 18 points, sorry.
So we've got 4 teams in danger, basically.
4 teams.
Yeah.
Goliath, Riders, Ducks, and SPQR. Stay with us, please. I know lots take in there.
There's a record. There's a record as well, don't forget. We could be seeing Leipzig going through with the most points. I believe it was 21, or was it 23 for Basel earlier on?
Last year's record though was 25 though.
I
So
mean,
25
21 for Basel.
This year.
21.
Yeah, 21.
For confirmation. As the mathematician, I'm going to do the permutations. I got the phone out. I'm doing calculations. I'm ready to do all sorts of shunts.
Are you saying Basel or Basel? Are you going with the herb or are you going with the full
It's
team?
Basel.
I like them both.
As someone that's been there multiple times, it's Basel.
Okay, Flex is traveling over here. You see it?
To be honest, I like Basel. I like Basel.
Well, let's have a look then at how groups A and B finished earlier on today. It was drama if you did miss that. Absolute drama. This then was for a spot, wasn't it, in the round of 16. That was how it was decided. Hollywood, 92-minute goal there. Tex did not expect that one. Hand on his head, Diogo there. Can't quite believe it, and we know actually what unfolded after that. Diogo subsequently left FNATIC. So massive drama. Hollywood, the guys from Australia, going through to day 3 here. And Mark actually said he's never been grouped before, so that record still stands. Great record to have in Championship FIFA as well. Well, all the matches are starting then for our 5th and final fixture. Is round 10 for groups C and D. D is done and dusted. It's just where they finish there. It's all about Group C. 4 teams in it. Right.
There we go.
Let's go.
Yeah, Ajax Ducks America. Obviously, must-win game for Ducks America. We just heard from Zizinho. They all know, like it's win. Your future's in your own hands. You gotta win the game. It's as simple as that. That's the most you can do. Sure, it might be a case that they win, and we see Riders picking up a win anyway, and it doesn't count. Obviously, then we start looking at head-to-heads, etc., and figuring it out. But as Riders are still holding out 4th place, it means their head-to-head, I've got to assume, is better than Ducks already. Mike, the mathematician, he's working all the permutations out right now.
There's a lot of question marks.
All the permutations going through, but for Ajax,
and I think in this situation you can't really rely on just watching the others' results.
Yeah.
You just got to focus on your own
Play your game.
and make sure that you have done your job.
I mean, for me, I think you're doing your own job, but there's also that little bit of looking around at the screen. How's that game getting on?
Just a little flick at the corner of your eye. Yeah.
Like, I just think you're losing a lot of focus if you start to.
It's instinctual. As soon as you hear a shout,
what did I say?
Do you, Aggie?
The FNATIC game. I said that. Why?
Because I had a similar situation myself at the E World Cup in 18, where we were like 4 players who were pretty close in the group. Unfortunately for me, I finished my game first, so I could only just sit and watch. But I decided together with my coach that I'm going to play this match. I'm going to try not to think about the other matches, just get the result that I need.
Yeah, that's really, really crucial, Mike. You're looking at Aggie as if he says you can't do that, but if you're locked in...
I got a big smile. I got a big smile on my face.
You disagreeing with Aggie?
No. I'm sorry, I just tensed up.
Nothing happened, don't worry. Silence didn't mean anything.
Rangers nearly gave him a goal. Pass it on the back. SPQR pressed high up the pitch and very, very nearly made them pay.
Rich isn't my favorite captain, but I think I'm getting on the Rich ship. We're going to go for the most unlikely of sequences here. If SPQR is able to win here, they get those 10 points. It also eliminates Riders. And then if they get little helpers, Ducks goes down. They'll go through with 10 points, which would also support that 10 points would be enough in one of the groups. And there was a claim made on day one.
Even if riders go through.
I think maybe I'm voting for that now.
I see the point you actually got around to now.
Even if riders go through though, they're still not the same riders that we saw last year.
It's a reset. Oh no! Surely a goal. Not a goal.
Just can't convert. I mean, they're going for it, both teams. This is it's a bit of a change, going all in. It's what we expect to see, but SPQR obviously, this is the danger when you're up against everyone that's just playing for their tournament lives. It suddenly becomes a little scrappy, and those little chances, you just sort of start snatching at them, chances that you'd ordinarily always score. Not the case right now though, but there has been a goal. We'll get to that in just a moment. SPQR pushed to the byline. It's going to be a corner for SPQR. No, off it goes.
So goal then came from the goal between RB Leipzig and Goliath Gaming. RB Leipzig didn't particularly need a goal, but of course it was the German side who got one there. Goliath then taking no points at the moment. Let's hand over then to Brazil. We're on there now with Ducks America. There was a massive chance a moment ago, Rich.
Yeah, there was. Ajax Brazil cooked him inside the box. It's got to be said, as Ducks come forward, reverse elastico around the corner. Got to think that might have been neat. Doing a little bit of a shimmy and a shake. Unfortunately, ran into her body. That chance, they played the extra pass. He was pulling his leg back to shoot. And Ducks America just threw a body on the line, cleared the danger, and somehow kept the scoreline at 0-0. All two matches, the big games in this group. Ajax, Ducks America, SPQR riders, both goalless as it stands.
Yeah, we saw that, didn't we, in round 9 of fixtures. They were very cagey affairs. Aggie was speaking about it. He saw this back in 2018. He didn't really even look around the arena there. Didn't want to take his focus off the task at hand.
Yeah, and I will say that obviously it's a different aspect when it's a team competition. Mine was 1v1, so you obviously have your coach, you have you have support behind you who can notify you if it's very crucial that you get a certain like a goal or to just need a draw. So obviously that changes a thing, but still think it's important just when you're playing that you're only focusing on your own match.
As there's not much happening. Oh, there we go, say that, as RB Leipzig just doubled their lead. Just scores from around in Group D, not that it matters much. Quickly give you those. Atlanta Wave 1-0 over Team Flash. Brondby 1-0 over DC. Man City Apogee 0-0. Gasps then over here.
Every save now, every missed touch, every moment that you don't capitalize just means so much more for some of these competitors. In fact, most of them, biggest moment of their career this year.
Big corner for riders. They've scored a couple of goals already from the corners here, which is why you see them taking their time. They're really trying to work the position. Inside near post is what they're looking for, not the case. Try to clear it, maybe recycle the ball, try and keep the ball alive a little bit here. See if they can work anything in the box. It is going to be a far cross. Nobody in the box though to meet it. Should be keepers, yeah.
Only game with goals in Group C is Leipzig up 2-0 versus Goliath Gaming. Indira here might be the least important of the group.
Ajax giving a bit of fist bump there, enjoying just keeping a clean sheet at the moment, I think, over.
You can relax as well if you're Ajax through. You've picked up those 2 wins, very similar to what DC United did. Won the second and third games today. 6 points, banked, early goals. You let everyone else scrap around you. You do the job early.
Well, they took advantage. They got a big victory versus Leipzig, the only loss that they've taken, and they propelled off that victory, capitalized, got the job done.
Up at half-time, SPQR. Oh. Cycling. 3 times, is it going to fall? Great save.
Pick it out then for the half-time whistle around the grounds. This is the second goal then in that Leipzig game. We were treated to a bit earlier. We saw that just again treated with it one more time then. Well, Ajax have kicked off again, second half, Ducks America. Ajax, like the boys were just saying, happy then to settle really in this fixture because they're already safe and dry. Second in the table, 15 points, just behind RB Leipzig, the team actually they beat earlier.
The main one we need to know is what's the head-to-head between Ducks and Goliath, because that could be the difference if Ducks get a goal. Because
I have that.
Okay.
So the first time they played, Ducks won 2-1, and the second time they played, Goliath won 1-0. So it's even.
It's even. Where does it fall after that? Referee, come on, where's the ref on the end there? What's the next rules?
Rashad hasn't got anything for us.
If Ducks win and Goliath lose, it would then just go Ducks.
I mean, the
through,
goal difference would be the difference there, right?
But it would just be 3 and 4, they wouldn't be going out.
It would go to actual goal difference, would it, after the head-to-head goal
Is that
difference?
confirmed? Or are you
no
making
idea.
this up?
I've no idea. No, that's why I'm asking.
I'm not going on record. You made it sound like a
Richard's the one in
statement.
the referee shirt. That's why I'm asking.
Well, Goliath will be 3rd, and then Ducks will be 4th. So it just put the seeding there.
I know it
Both
goes
going through.
head-to-head goal difference, and then the third.
It's 3rd place tie-off between the points
yeah,
of the teams.
I'm not sure on that final.
Can we get this confirmed, guys? We're
Someone in
discussing about it.
production yell at me.
Can we confirm this, please?
Is it going to be one of those weird who scored the earliest or something like that, the time of the goal?
Hey,
what a finish! Because Ducks America are doing the business!
You see the footwork!
Come on, Gramerson!
Quick feet they always need!
So now riders are out. At the moment, riders are out. This is, as it stands like this, riders will go
And
out.
this is where you've got to tap them on the shoulder. Maybe you have to let them know by the 60th, 70th minute.
You're going to go.
Let's go. It's go time.
I mean, they've only just kicked off the second half, riders.
They can take it easy for now, but...
Massive moment then in Group C for Ducks America. They do leapfrog riders as it stands. Still 45 minutes, pretty much there or thereabouts left in this game on your screen. Are we going to see defending champions get knocked out in the group stages?
Rich did say he expected Ducks to get the job done. Just throwing that out there. Compliments for Rich if it happens. He's a believer.
Fired up in that game.
We need to give the people a 3-screener.
I'm just waiting for that couch to fall off the stage. you two keep jumping around. We're going to see you disappear in a minute. But
we're passionate about the esport.
Oh, big chance here for SPQ. SPQR bang one in. And that really sinks the riders. And if anything, it puts riders bottom of the group. And SPQR, while they'd be out, they'd be 5th.
It does indeed as it stands. SPQR jump up to 10 points. Ducks there on 12 points. Riders still on 9 points. Big moves happening everywhere in all the matches now. Goliath though pull one back as well against RB Leipzig.
Ducks since going 1-0 up, I've been watching this game, have been electric. Power shot off the crossbar. They've been creating chance after chance after chance. They can smell blood in the water and they can smell a second goal to potentially put it out of Atletico's reach.
Stop it. One more.
Goliath also getting sucked into that a little bit. They'd be level on points with Ducks. Doesn't matter unless riders make a comeback.
And the situation is a little bit, when you're reading into this, AJAX doesn't have a lot to play for. It might be the best matchup that Ducks could have actually had in this sequence or circumstance. Everybody else, they got a horse in the race, or a race full of horses. They have some sort of something on the line.
First one worked.
Yeah, thank you. You said where I was trying to get.
We're just watching Goliath at Leipzig. The other two teams are making changes at the moment, so we're not missing out on anything. Don't worry, don't panic, people. At the moment, though, there is a bit of a chance here. Goliath were trying to stop out Leipzig. Man, if they could turn it around to get a draw here, that would be great for them. And obviously, AJAX losing in their game. So we do go back. SPQR 1-0 up now. They are the last game they will be to finish, actually, because they're in this group stage. Because everybody else is about 20 minutes ahead of them now. So riders, oh man, what a storyline this would be to lose out. It was insane that we didn't get the defending world champion at the E-World Cup, obviously, when you had the qualifiers last year. To see the defending champions, the reigning champions, go out in group stage, to be grouped. Massive for Tuga, who himself is playing in every single competition at this game as 8 here in Saudi Arabia.
They have to get an opportunity there. It opens up, right player, right time, right position, wrong pass.
Do riders know? That's the question as well at the moment. That they are out of this. Obviously they know what's happening in their game. Do they know what's happening around the grounds? They're looking for an equaliser. SPQR then take it away from them.
Not falling for riders at the minute. They're keeping the pressure up. They change formation. They're going for it. More bodies in the final third, but it just doesn't seem to be the pass.
Aggie, have you been there sometimes? A a tournament just doesn't go your way?
Yeah, I mean, there are some days where it's just not clicking, and you're looking for solutions, and it's very methodical players, both of them. So they've been trying plan A, plan B, plan C. I still don't want to count them out just because it's them. I'll give them the benefit of doubt, but time is running out for them. But I think we'll see constant pressure very, very soon from them, just going all out attack. And if they can get a 1-1 goal, I think there's definitely opportunities for them.
And we heard from Zizinho when he was talking about the Riders, and he was like, yeah, they're a great team, they defend great, but they don't score too many goals. And now they're up against it. They have to change their mentality. They have to get off that line. You know, he said if it's working for you, that's great, but it hasn't worked for them in groups. They haven't had the wins. They've got one win in the entire 10 matches so far.
7 minutes left to play for Ducks. 7 minutes to hold on to that lead. They win that game, they can smell the knockouts. So SPQR are doing them a massive favour at the current moment, and it could be two. SPQR on the edge of the box, the extra pass, twisting, turning, opening up the space, good defending.
And the counter combo.
They're trying to look for something. We're coming out of a pause on Ajax Brazil Ducks. We're going to switch over as soon as we get a chance to, unless this mounts to anything for Riders in the yellow. No. SPQR back, passing it back to the keeper. Oh my gosh!
Oh my gosh!
Big goal.
Luck.
Big goal.
That was luck.
I can't believe it.
Lifeline.
What?
Shock.
They're going to be full pressure, constant pressure, team press on, double teams, bringing everything to them.
Let's see if we can get a replay on that. Tuga and Andoni don't really know what they've just seen, neither can the boys from SPQR.
The counter press is on. They can't buy a goal. You see, got bodies running, goalkeeper with the clearance, wrong time to hit it. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Talk about some good fortune.
That doesn't happen, does it?
The FIFA gods were on their side.
At this level, that is something else, Aggie. What did you make of that mistake?
Yeah, you can't make those mistakes, and especially not in this situation here. But I've been speaking about it, and I told you guys, Tuga and Andoni, last minute goal, 2-1, getting past the groups.
It's not enough though.
You heard it here.
Ducks. Oh, a great chance.
It's not enough, Aggie. Not enough still.
So, as it stands, it would still be Ducks, right?
Still be Ducks, not
Because
enough.
of the win.
They're winning.
Because of the win. So it's still a win is still required.
There's still
for Riders.
15 minutes left.
Yeah.
Riders need one more goal. Ducks have 4 minutes left to see out this. Ajax on the attack though.
Defended very, very well, have Ducks in this game, but Ajax have thrown bodies forward.
That's dangerous. I mean, a goal here would obviously nail the Ducks, but they've got to be very careful to play this one out. Just keep possession, look for that last play. Or anything, just play out the game. Just keep hold of the ball. Don't let Ajax have it, and that is exactly what they're now going to do. They're going to try and run that clock down, wait for that extra time, and just kick it straight out. Get that whistle blown, get those 3 points done, and then it's all on the Riders. Last chance attack perhaps here for Ajax. No, it should be cleared. The danger should go out. And that will be Ducks America picking up their points. They've done their job. And now it's over to the Riders to see what they can do against SPQR. Riders need to score a goal.
Every single eyeball turns to this game in the arena.
A lot of time to work
ticking
with.
down. 15 minutes left in game. Mike, do you think that's enough?
Plenty of time.
They haven't scored much, though, have they?
But they're going to be an all-out pressure now. It just creates a lot more spacing, and then you have this instant counter press. When they lose the ball, well, hopefully they'll lose the ball there, but when they lose the ball, you'll see bodies take a lot of spaces and man mark a lot of the outlets for the other attacking team or the other squad.
Down to 2 teams now. Ducks are currently sitting in that seat.
Great strike.
Push wide, corner.
Dangerous. Very, very dangerous from set plays.
But they're really good from the corners. We've seen them scoring the near post corners. That's what they're looking for. Keep your eye on it. You can see they're looking for that position. They're trying to defend it heavily. They actually went deeper on the corner. And the ball cleared out, but it could get recycled back in. Still plenty of players forward. So they can work it down the left side. They've got really no options there. They have to recycle it. And in the end, SPQR cleared the danger. Time is ticking against them now, Rich. 84 minutes gone. It's got to be do or die.
These are the moments. These are the championship level moments where the best players in the world show their worth. The question is, we've not seen it for 9 rounds of games from this team, from this club. They've not shown us championship level performances. They've got 5 minutes to save their tournament.
What can they do? They'll try and play it, work it down the right, through the middle. Players there, but good defending once again. SPQR, they can just run the clock down here. They're just keeping hold of it. I mean, for SPQR, it means nothing. They go out the tournament regardless. For Riders, they have to get a goal. They have nothing else to lose here. They have to go for it. There's a chance. A through ball, maybe no. Not going to play. Going to go down the right-hand wing. The time is ticking. Are they really going to go for that last-minute play? No, they're not. It's just not going their way here.
That's it. 20 seconds left to play. They've won the ball back, but they've not got time to get it forward. SPQR have won it. Ducks America go through.
What have we seen, guys? That says it all. Tuga devastated. Ducks elated. The Spanish outfit had all their ducks in a row, didn't they? For that one, they made it through. Tuga and Doni, defending champions. I hate to say it, they're eliminated.
That's 2 of the 3 major events that we're going to see here in Saudi. We won't have a repeat champion. Ubit didn't qualify for the FIFA World Cup. The E-Club champions, Tuga and Doni, they're going home early. They had all the opportunities, they just couldn't score goals.
Too many draws. Draws will ruin you in one leg of FIFA. And look at Tuga, he's absolutely desolate. They came in as a lot of people's favourite.
Gravison, can you give us a tweet? I know you're watching. Tell us your thoughts or give us a text. Show us what it means to get Ducks America through. Tuga, gutted for you, mate. Would have loved to have seen you go through to the 3rd day at the knockouts. He's trying to just compute what happened to him and his team. Can't really put it into words right now. Doesn't know what's happened. Can't really get a shot of Andoni to see how he's feeling. None of them have actually spoken to each other yet. They're just staying in their own little bubbles with their own
He
emotions.
just needs to reset his mind. Obviously, like you say, he's got the Nations, he's got E-World Cup, he's here for the duration. One of the only 6
This is the
players.
one, though, Lee wanted. He was
Absolutely.
defending
He's the
champion
defending
here.
champion. This was such a big one for him. And to go out in that way, just 1 win in the entire groups, draws are plenty. And we've said it so many times, draws don't win your tournaments.
Yeah, well, really great sportsmanship then from the Ducks boys. You can see them in the back of shot. They're just coming over to show their support and commiserations to the boys from Riders. Well, you can see Spen down there as well. Spen, thoughts, please. Drama yet again.
It's what we do here at the E-Club World Cup. It's come down right to the wire. I'm with the Ducks America guys. You've done it. You're into the knockouts. How are you feeling?
Insane. I think there was a long time that I haven't felt that good playing competitive FIFA, and today is the day that proves that every single minute of training was good.
Does it make it different to 1v1 when you've got a team as well and you know you've won it not just for your teammates here but for the organisation you represent?
Yeah, it is much different, and also it's tough in this kind of games because sometimes I made mistakes and Need helps me to cope with them, and sometimes he makes mistakes and I help him cope with them. But I think we're a good duo, and it's not the way we want it to be, but we're still alive in the tournament, and tomorrow is a new day.
That's what it's all about. It's just about staying alive. We can actually take a look at the goal that won you the game right now. I don't think we can see it, but they're watching at home. You won your first game yesterday. You won a game in the middle, or the last game of yesterday. Then you hadn't won today. You had to win today, and you did it. Talk me through the goal that you scored, if you remember it.
Yeah, it was Need. It was Need's brilliance. We all know that he was one of the best mechanical players in the game. He knows almost every skill move, and that's just his show. No words.
That was a big clutch moment, wasn't it? Because you had to win today, that final game. It was like a knockout match. You hadn't won today, but you found a way to do it. How hard was it?
It was super hard. And also because yesterday, I feel like we deserved more against every team but Ajax. I think they were probably the toughest opponent of yesterday, and we knew it would be like almost impossible to win, but we clutched up and we're still alive.
Great work to Ducks America. Go and enjoy yourselves, but not too much because you've got a big day ahead of you tomorrow. We're going to jump back into here. Slightly different emotion in this booth, but we've got to talk to our current champions who are not going to be repeating that championship. If you don't mind, I'm just going to walk into here. Sorry, Tuga, I know it's a tough time to talk, but we'd love just to grab you for a minute. I know you're a professional. You're not going to be keeping the championship, unfortunately. You've exited in the group stage. Have you got any immediate thoughts?
No, we are really disappointed. I think we played good this day, although we didn't get a single win. It's tough to take, but obviously we didn't play our best like in the previous year. I think in the whole season we played a good FIFA, but I think that the group was the group of death. Although it's not an excuse, obviously. I want to congratulate all teams that have made to the round of 16 and made the best win.
It's not the last we'll see of you. You've qualified for each of the 3 events coming up in the next 2 weeks, so you could even have another championship like last year. It won't be the Club World Cup, but it could be E-Nations for Portugal, or it could be the E-World Cup. What would that mean to you, lifting a trophy again this year?
No, it will mean a lot. I'm looking forward to that goal, although I thought we could have a big chance of winning the DC Club World Cup, but it wasn't possible. It wasn't meant to be, and that thing we have to think what went wrong, to analyze the games and move on.
Well done anyway. Great effort, Tuga and Doni, of course, and riders Atletico Madrid. We're going to go back this way, and we're going to talk to the Man City boys, who have also unfortunately left the tournament despite getting a win in that last game. Shells, I know it's probably an emotional time for you, but was it nice to close out with a win at least?
Not really. I think we just kind of laughed every time we scored because it was like everything we worked on finally happened, but it was a bit too late. So yeah, it's just a bit of a shame.
Any regrets with how this tournament's gone? Anything you could have done differently?
Not really any regrets. We worked as hard as we could leading up to it. Just didn't go to plan. I don't think there's any regrets. We stuck with our formation that we learned and tried to and trained with, but yeah, it just didn't work out, so no regrets.
Ryan, Man City were the only English football team here. There's other English players obviously representing different orgs, but it was England's only chance of glory. It was the chance of a quadruple. It's not going to happen this year, but you're so experienced at this tournament. You guys have been so good at qualifying again and again and again. How have you found it?
Yeah, obviously it's a great event, but again, we've reached this stage 5 times now, and we just keep failing at like a certain hurdle. So it's something that we need to overcome. But again, I think we played all right in some cases. Just last minute, we conceded 3 goals or 3 games. We've lost last minute. So it's something that obviously if you end up conceding last minute, you're going to give yourself a difficult hill to climb. And yeah, it was tough.
Yeah, it was a lot of close games. There was really small margins. What does the future hold for this partnership, Ryan and Shells and Man City?
It's not in my hands, you know. I don't know. Like, obviously, I love playing with Shells. I wouldn't change Shells for anybody. Like, genuinely, for 2v2 events, you could tell me the best Dosari, Tex, it doesn't matter. I'll still play with Shells if that's something that was in my hands. But again, I don't know.
Well, I love that commitment from you guys. They are a great team. And listen, unfortunately, it didn't work out today. But thank you guys for sharing the experience with us in the interviews. No more City, no more riders. We knew these groups were going to throw up some big upsets. That's exactly what they've done. But we do know who's going to be in the next round, and I can't wait for them. Back to you guys.
Yeah, we do. Thanks, Ben. 16 now left. We start with 24, of course. Only 16 make it through to tomorrow. Massive upset then, seeing City. I mean, Atlanta Wave and Stingray said they were the biggest team. And then the defending champions, they're out if you're just joining us. No more riders, Atletico Madrid. The story, though, is Ducks, isn't it? Ducks America going through. It only took 1 goal as well over AJAX Brazil. And this is where that goal came from. It was about 55 minutes on the clock. Rich, go on if you would.
It's just the brilliance of Nate. It really is. You give him the ball inside the box and you say, go and win us the game. Go and do us something magical. And for a lot of today, you heard it with the video there, it just wasn't working. It wasn't clicking for them. They needed one moment. And in the knockouts, they're a serious task. I think they come alive in the knockouts.
And that's also why they made that shift. They made that switch. They brought Need in. He gives you something special, and a lot of competitors can't replicate that. They don't have the mechanical ability. You saw 3 skill moves in quick succession. Goalkeepers laying on the ground, he just taps it in a big moment, in the biggest moment. You have to have that, and there he was. He arrived. That's why you get paid the big bucks.
They've got Diogo. What does he add in that third kind of man role there? Anything, Aggie?
Yeah, he has experience as a player himself. He's been at many competitions, so they're a strong trio, and they definitely showed that today.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's just clarify then who's going through to tomorrow. That's what everyone wants to know, who's still with us. So C and D up first, RB Leipzig, of course they go through. AFC Ajax, a little bit touch and go in the end, they go through. Goliath, wow, we didn't know if they were going to hold on to their spot. They courtesy of that man Neat. Well, in Group D as well, the ATLANTIDE Waves sit nice and pretty at the top there. BRONDBY in second, APOGEE Poland, and Mike's boys, DC United. Let's go straight then to A and B. Just if you didn't join us earlier, there was drama as well over there. BASEL, Raptors, the local side, FUTWIZ, and Hollywood with that brilliant Hollywood ending. Napoli, Team Ninjas in Pyjamas, Team Hullet Ninjas in Pyjamas, KROWMX and Team EXEED by the skin of their teeth. But one thing's for sure, we're going to have a new champion for this year in the Club World Cup. We're still waiting to see who it is. Final thoughts for tomorrow. Any upsets on the card? Richard Buckley, quick.
No, I think that all the majority of the favourites will prove themselves in 2 legs of FIFA.
Okay, well, we do know now, don't we, that all the permutations are set for who's playing who as well. Hollywood got a pretty tough draw.
Yeah, they knew that though. They were just hoping to get into that.
It might have changed.
Have that draw, and they're kind of playing with house money, so to speak, because coming into today, no one, probably in the stadium, in the arena, on the show, in display, behind the scenes, production, whoever you're talking to, thought they had a chance. Sorry, I just slapped him in the face. Thought they had a chance to get out of that group.
The guy
1 point.
did.
One point.
Lee, I'm going to take you.
I was the biggest optimist. I was interviewing him. I was saying, I think there's something here. But
Lee,
there's a lot. There's a lot.
He don't stop.
It doesn't stop. I'm going to take you to D, because we didn't see much of D, did we, though? Wave coming out on top there.
Yeah.
Under the radar a bit. Great job for them.
Yeah, I mean, you say under the radar, I think almost everyone bar 2 of us had them top in the group. They went a bit of a long way around doing it, but they got there in the end. Obviously, we didn't watch much of D towards the end there, because obviously C was where the drama was. But yeah, I mean, Atalantide coming out, Stingray, obviously we know what he's all about, getting that new partner, talking in English with Fuma, which we've discussed yesterday, and absolutely it seems to be clicking there. But I mean, I just wanted to quickly say, we asked at the start of the day, I was talking to Aga, like, any surprises today, anyone shocks? None of us said, FNATIC are going out, Man City are going out, Riders are going out, not even thought of.
One word, Aggie, on your boys, BRONDBY, they're still in it as well.
Impressive. I mean, they showed up both days, they delivered, but I think they're also very aware of that tomorrow is a new day, everything is reset. I don't think they'll think too much about whether you finished 1, 2, 3 or 4th in your group. Anything can happen.
Well, a new day tomorrow, isn't it, guys? It is knockout FIFA. We start with a round of 16. Then we have the quarterfinals. At the end of day 3, we'll only have 8 players left in it. We started yesterday with 24. Now we're down to our final 16. It's about to get even hotter in this arena. It's blistering hot outside in the Saudi heat. We can't wait for it to turn up a notch in here tomorrow. Thanks all of you guys on the stage with me, and to Spencer and Brandon as well, who have gone to get an early night, I believe. Anyway, we will see you guys back here tomorrow as we come to the end of day 3 tomorrow. We'll find our final 8 in this, the FIFA E Club World Cup. Come back for more drama. We'll see you tomorrow. Good night.